you. So before we begin, I wanted to... Okay, cool. Thanks. Before we begin, I wanted to make a quick acknowledgement of today's date, March 30th. It's very significant that we're doing our tribunal on March 30th because March 30th is Palestinian Land Day. And I don't think that we necessarily considered that when we planned for this date, right? But it's very significant given that we're sort of doing this tribunal at a time when Palestinians are facing a genocide, when food and labor is being weaponized against them. And we're living kind of in a country that is complicit in that genocide, right? And Palestine Land Day is sort of a very important day for the Palestinian movement that remembers a time in 1975 when Palestinian workers and Palestinian peasants rose up in an important national general strike to challenge the theft of their land and to challenge kind of the colonialism, the ongoing violent colonialism of their people. And so today, after the first hearing and before we break for lunch, a young man from an organization called the Palestine Youth Movement is going to come and do a short presentation in Spanish and English for about 5 minutes to talk about the importance of Palestine Land Days. So I just wanted to let everyone know that it's happening.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Suzanne. Thank you, everybody. All right, so we're going to start this off. Thank you, everybody, for being here. How are we doing? Yeah, all right, great. So we just want to do a small recap for folks that missed the opening session yesterday and share with you that this tribunal was made possible thanks to the farm worker organizations that are members of the Food Chain Workers Alliance. So I'm going to give them a shout out, and also you can see their banners around the room. So we can give a round of applause to the Farm Worker Association of Florida. All right. Alianza Agrícola, New York. Yeah. Workers Center of Central New York. Rural Migrant Ministry in New York. Worker Justice Center of New York. All right. Pioneer Valley Worker Center in Massachusetts. Migrant Justice in Vermont. Justice for Migrant Farm Workers, Commerce in Canada. Community to Community, Washington State. Familias Unidas por la Justicia, also Washington. The Farm Worker Support Committee, CATA, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland. Yeah? All right. Thank you. And also to acknowledge the also Food Chain Workers Alliance members. They're here at the Mississippi Worker Center for Human Rights. Warehouse Workers for Justice in Chicago. And Burgerville Union in Oregon. All right. Well, also just to share that the testimonies that you're all going to hear today are the result of focus groups, of interviews that these organizations put together. And the goal of this tribunal is to do political education for our allies, but also to hold those who are responsible accountable for these violations, right? And we recognize that there's a rich and powerful history of people's tribunals across the world, across movements, and even some of our member organizations have organized their own local tribunals. So we are here to expose those systems of oppressions, right? Amplify the human rights violations, and also to provide a vision and how do we move forward. So we're going to divide the testimonies in 3 sessions. First is going to be health and safety. It's going to be our first one. Then we're going to have freedom of movement. and then climate justice. In each session, you're going to have a facilitator who's going to help the conversation, an organizer who's going to help us sort of ground us in the issue, and the workers' testimonies. And there's going to be a combination of videos in some sessions and of writing testimonies. And of course, we want to, we're going to have the participation of our juror, and we encourage you to read their bios. They're in the program, but I'm just going to name them. If you can give us a fist. Jury Buhel. All right, thank you. Raj Patel. All right. Rob Robinson. Okay. Our comrade Max Agil, that I don't know if he's here, but let's give him a round. Thank you. And last but not least, we have Shamtoli Huck here with us too. And I think Shamtoli has a message for us in solidarity, folks, or should we do it later? Great, okay. Later, okay, great, thank you. All right, well, thank you, everybody, and let's start it. So I'm going to ask our comrades for the health and safety session to come on up and join us, if you can give them a round of applause.
So some people are having problems with the signal for interpretation on this side of the room. So maybe if we could move a little to this side, then that would be better. Algunos de ustedes que están teniendo problema con la interpretación de este lado del cuarto, si pueden moverse por ahora a este lado, tal vez solucionaría el problema. Por favor, ni disculpen.
Or are we supposed to be in order? Hay dos más. I'm number 6. You're number 1. Okay. Yeah. 4. I'm 6. Number 6.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear us? Yeah, all good? Okay, great, thank you. So this is our health and safety session. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. And before we start, I'm going to pass it to our comrade Julie from the Worker Justice Center of New York. But before we start, we just want to make a note that, health and safety, we use this as a very broad term to include, to talk about a bunch of stuff, right? We talk about housing, talk about harassment, wage theft, workplace accidents, and the testimonies of the comrades here are going to give us like an insight, into how does that look like on the ground and on the everyday. The compas here and everybody that is going to participate in the sessions has a lot of experience in many industries: apples, dairies, tobacco, weed, nurseries. So, there's going to be some particularities to those industries too, but hopefully we'll see the connections throughout. And also to note that we're going to hear from folks that are, undocumented and folks that are part of guest worker programs. And we acknowledge the very troublesome and exploitative history that those guest worker programs have in North America, right? How under the guise of the light of a labor shortage, they're created to exploit workers more. And then, of course, the challenges that undocumented folks face as well. So we hope to, learn about the connections between these workers, and not just the connections in terms of their problems, but also how they're organizing together and how they're coming together. So I'm going to pass it to our comrade Julie from the Worker Justice Center.
Thank you, Fabiola. Hi, everyone. Good morning. My name is Julie Dragonetti. I'm a worker rights advocate with the Worker Justice Center of New York. So my experience with organizing is here from the perspective of upstate New York and the particular context that we see here, but also as a member of the Food Chain Workers Alliance, we can locate this experience in the larger context of agricultural workers across sectors and across North America. So as Fabiola already mentioned, today we're going to be talking about worker health and safety. And this can be anything from a lack of training, personal protective equipment, exposure to pesticides and other dangerous chemicals, dangerous environments, long hours without rest, poor living conditions, and even a hostile or abusive work environment. And farm workers face unique challenges specific to this industry and the larger food production system. And you will hear these stories directly from the workers who can speak best to the day-to-day experiences on the farms and in the fields. As we continue these discussions throughout the weekend, we'll also see how this topic intersects with the other topics of climate justice and freedom of movement. We know that climate change exacerbates the harsh working conditions of farm workers, and that the immigration systems in both the US and Canada create conditions where speaking up and exercising your rights is a risk not only to your livelihood, but also to your freedom. It's impossible to deny that agricultural work is not only one of the most dangerous industries, but also one of the least protected. And this is directly connected to the systemic racism that is the foundation of this economy and Western economies overall. The entire system of food production is structured in a way that disincentivizes workers from speaking up against abuse and other poor working conditions. Many farm workers live on site in employer-provided housing. This creates isolation for many farm workers in rural areas. It also precariously ties housing to employment, which makes speaking out an even greater risk. In addition, despite achieving legal victories in recent years, we know that lawmakers and their policies oftentimes do not have the best interests of workers in mind. It is ultimately up to the workers themselves to organize collectively for better working conditions and a better quality of life. Time and again, we see lawmakers yield to the interests of farm owners and the lobby groups representing them, resulting in concessions that ultimately harm workers. For example, here in New York State in 2019, when the historic law passed that gave farm workers the right to organize, among many other important rights, this law specifically excluded the right to strike. So even though this legal victory opened the doors for union organizing in this state, it still restricts workers' ability to leverage the full power of their labor. That being said, this does not mean that farm workers across the continent do not speak up, organize, and fight back. In fact, we already know farm workers all over have a long history of organizing, of coming together to fight for better conditions. And we can see this take many forms. It doesn't look like just one type of organizing. We have comrades who are working to hold corporations accountable for imposing higher standards on the farms that supply their products. We see small-scale defense campaigns when our comrades are under attack. And we also see workers organizing informally among themselves to confront their employers. Building worker power involves raising the consciousness of workers who are otherwise intentionally kept uninformed about their rights, building that trust and support network to alleviate the fear and threat of retaliation, and bringing more and more workers into this movement. And we can clearly see that those who profit off of this labor are aware of the power that workers hold and that it scares them. We see the wave of unions and other organizing taking place across the country and across the continent, and we see the extent to which those in power will go to prevent this status quo of exploitation from being disrupted. So today, you will hear the stories of what some of our comrades have experienced as farm workers. Unfortunately, these stories are not unique or uncommon, and they also challenge the mainstream idea that our local farms, our organic farms, are somehow less exploitative or safer to work at. We will also see, in particular today, how some of these stories show the particular vulnerabilities of women in this field, or in this sector. So as Fabiola already mentioned, this tribunal is not only about highlighting the voices of workers on the front lines, but also about demanding accountability from these systems that create these conditions and from the individuals perpetuating these systems. We know that the conditions that farm workers face on a daily basis are not by mistake, they are by design. Capitalism and the systems of oppression that uphold it create the structures of these systems. And because of this, we need to keep our eyes on a long-term vision of collective liberation that involves dismantling these systems from the ground up. It is only through solidarity that we can achieve this. And at this tribunal, we're aiming to bring light to the issues of farm workers that are so often pushed to the shadows, and to show that a better world is possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. And before I pass it to our comrade Mayra, who is going to speak in Spanish, just want to acknowledge that we have, I think, over 50 people in Zoom. A lot of them are workers from Ontario and from New York State and other places. So thank you, comrades, for joining us. And okay, I'm going to pass it to Mayra, who is a former dairy worker and an organizer with the Workers' Center of Central New York. Speaking in Spanish, just want to get the okay from David that is good to go. Estamos esperando que diga el... Sí, ok, listo, Mayra.
Hi, my name is Mayra. I was an agriculture worker before, and I'm organizer with the Workers' Center of New York, in Central New York. I want to give witness not only to my person, but also it comes to the voices of other women workers in New York that work in different ranches. Some of us have experiences that work in in different industries, in the milk industry and vegetables and others. And other women workers are also wives of other workers, and the work that they do is that they sell food to other workers. Some of our people, some of us have our sons and daughters with us, and some of us, we have them in our countries of origin, but we all live in the housing that the boss provides. The living in the fields is difficult and dangerous, and the major harms are pesticides, no heating, no privacy. Our machines like refrigerators and washing machines doesn't work, and we often have these things that these things that do affect people a lot. And one of our colleagues lived in a trailer that was very small, and the trailer was that had rat poop, and it also had fungi. And once she tried to cook in the kitchen, the stove was so dirty that all of it turned on. It took her a whole month to clean the stove, and she lost her nails cleaning. And another person, showed up in housing for workers, and she had to put boxes in a corner, and she had to place like a blanket as a door. Imagine living in these conditions during the pandemic, and someone who told their story was a person who was living also with 13 people in one trailer, and their appliances don't work, and the bus doesn't fix it. So every single day, they have to deal with all of this, and they deal with a door that doesn't close and with cockroaches. The housing is not secure for the kids and safe, and they let the children be there because they want the workers to be stable. And that the workers won't leave. It's more probably that a worker without family can leave the farm, and a lot of them. And the fact is that the bosses exploit the situation, and the women that work in the farms have to go out all day, and they have to leave the kids in the house who cannot go to school yet. One of them said, I only work one day, and then I came back, and my children were in just one room without being able to get some air. And this was going against the rules, and he had to, since he was small, he had to stay in the room. And I told the next day to my husband that I was going with my children, and I was like, I'm done with this. I'm going to be leaving. My children are not animals to be cooped inside in one room, and our children cannot be children. They're locked up inside, and all of this living is difficult and dangerous. Our children cannot be children because we don't talk enough about this. of all the safety issues, and this is very difficult for the families, and sometimes we are so desperate that we seek help from allies and teachers because the bosses don't care. It's not the family's fault. It's not that the workers don't say anything, but it's because the bosses don't provide safe housing. And another thing that we also don't talk about how difficult it is to look for housing first, because people have long working hours and heavy schedules, and the ranches are in places where immigrants are not welcome, and there's a lot of places where you need support and you have to have papers. One of the colleagues looked for employment for someone who was a resident of the United States, and this person exported, and this person to get housing, so this person rented up the apartment for their family and charged her $800 just to help them. And they have a lot of electricity in their name, and so she didn't have a social security number. So she was charging them for this fee, and just this was one example as they were trying to get out of this living situation, and they are victims of predatory practices. And the bosses offer us housing not because they are good people, but because they need us to show up to work fast, and losing our job means losing our housing. A lot of times, the workers stay because of this. When we have problems, we try to solve it, and we try to fix what's broken, try to make the housing a little better, but there's examples where workers have organized, and they have made sure that bosses change the housing. We try to organize, but this is difficult. There's thousands of housing, but they don't do anything unless they feel threatened.
So thank you so much. Just checking that the interpretation is working well for everybody. All right. All right, so now we'll pass it over to Claudia Rosales. So she's part of the Pioneer Valley Center. So thank you so much. As Fabiola was saying, I'm Claudia Rosales. I'm a farm worker at some point, and I work at the Workers Center at the Pioneer Valley. And I just want to speak about the facilities and resources that we don't have. I'm not going to only talk about my experience, but the experience of other co-workers. So we prepare the earth, and then we plant it, and then we cut the plant and harvest it and then hang it in the ranch. So there's an open field. Usually we don't have shade. We work in the fields, and we work under the sun. We work fast. You work line by line, and it's very quick. And if you don't do that, then you fall behind. One of the biggest problems that we see in health and security at the workplace is the lack of bathrooms at the fields. Not only because they're far away, but we have to walk a lot to get to the bathrooms. So sometimes they're very dirty. It's very risky to go there. And it's mostly because we don't have time to go to the bathroom, because they give us a row to do, and we have to keep up with it fast. And if we don't do that, then they can yell at us if we fall behind. Because sometimes we have problems with people who are managers, and they tell us to do it faster. For men, it's easier because they can just go to the bathroom, on the side, and it's no problem. But for us as women, it's harder. It's more difficult. We have to walk a lot to get to the bathrooms, and especially when it's really hot outside. And when you come back, well, your coworker is way ahead of you on the line, and we fall behind. So a couple of our colleagues spoke about how they just held in going to the bathroom, and that they ended up at the hospital. They got an infection, a urinary infection. The doctor told them to drink more water, but they said that they couldn't go to the bathroom because the boss would fire them because of that. So we're very much restricted at work from using the bathrooms. And because a lot of our colleagues didn't want to go to the boss and tell them, hey, we need a bathroom that's closer, or because they got sick for holding in, not going to the bathroom. And they also have to work in very high temperatures, and they don't go to the bathroom, they don't drink water, or else they get yelled at if they go to the bathroom. A lot of damage is done to our bodies, our health. Under the sun and not drinking water can have negative consequences on the body. We can't be drinking so much water because, as the coworker said, you get 2 or 3 rows of plants to work on, and you have to harvest the plants. So if there's someone missing because they go to the bathroom, then the rows aren't even with this work. So also the coworkers get mad, right? If they're men, they say, hey, I don't want this woman here because she goes to the bathroom a lot, because she takes too long to go there. That's how we're treated. Some understand, others really don't. So another coworker also said that the bathrooms were far away, it was dirty, there was no toilet paper. Sometimes because we don't want to go into the bathroom because it's so dirty, we go to the bushes, because the bathrooms are really disgusting. The boss didn't want to spend any money to wash it, and that happens very often in the fields. The boss doesn't want to invest money for cleaning. Basically, he doesn't understand and doesn't care about the necessities of the people. So we could get infections there using the bathroom, especially women. So that is why the women are very much scared to speak about this, and instead they have to just go to the bushes. They have to go to the somewhere else to use the bathroom, and the boss tells us, well, I don't pay you to go to the bathroom and waste time. I tell you to work. And the bosses won't tell you, well, I'm going to give you medicine for whatever ails you, or I'll give you a closer bathroom, I'll clean the bathroom. No, they don't care about that. They just care about the work and what's produced. In the summer for us, it's very important for us to have the bathrooms cleaned often. And with that heat in the summer, we're not going to stand to go to the bathroom when it's all fuming in the heat. We'd rather not go. Sometimes the bosses just have it clean, the bathroom, once when the inspection comes, right before. And sometimes they even take out the bathrooms. We don't have portable potties. We don't have a dignified place to go to the bathroom. We've also heard of pregnant women that can't go to the bathroom. In fact, some of the workers get mad at us because the work is sort of put on pause, when they have to go to the bathroom. But it's not the fault of the workers, but the bosses who wants just everything to be done quickly to get a profit. And this benefits the boss also because he doesn't have to pay health insurance. If we think about it, a lot of immigrant workers don't have access to health insurance. And they don't also have workers' compensation if they suffer an accident. All of this is what we need, us as essential workers. And if they contract a person who's an American, they need their health insurance. They demand this, that they get holidays, that they get bonuses. They demand all of this because they know what the law is, and they know that they have these rights. We also have these rights, but they don't listen to us. Sometimes we work with fever, sick. They go because they fear getting fired from work. So we've seen how they abuse workers who are on here with visas. One woman who was working in tobacco, and she was pregnant, she had to go to the bathroom in the middle of the field when everybody was looking at her. And one coworker asked her, why did you go to the bathroom? She said, well, I'm on a contract here on a visa, and I can't lose any time. The boss will yell at me. So they don't want these facilities to give us these facilities. And sometimes even if, they give us bathrooms, proper bathrooms, we don't even have time to go because we're in fear of getting fired. Because you think about also your health and your security, but bosses really don't care what we go through for our health and security, for our protections. So they lack this consciousness of the well-being of the workers, and a lot of co-workers are really in fear of speaking out about this because they're going to get fired. So thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. It's great, the system. It's great, thank you. So next, we're going to actually project a video that our comrades from Migrant Justice sent. This is our comrade Jesus that was not able to be here with us, but he is providing his testimony via video, and I believe he speaks in Spanish, but there is subtitles. So thank you, and yeah, let's see if we can start it, please.
Mi nombre es Jesús Zúñiga y quiero compartir con ustedes un testimonio que me pasó en un rancho ganadero de vacas lecheras. Quiero compartir con ustedes este testimonio porque me ocurrió un accidente en mi trabajo, el cual el día que ocurre el accidente, una máquina que a lo mejor muchos de ustedes conocen, pues un tractor o sea esquister, a la hora de estar operando con él, me doy cuenta que esta maquinaria no estaba en buen estado. Entonces yo la reporto ese día en 3 ocasiones y no fui escuchado. Entonces al final del día, pues me ocurre esta desgracia. Si pueden notar aquí en mi pie ahora, pues lo tengo vendado. Igual, ahorita yo tengo una cita en el hospital, con el cual pues me tiene pues preocupado, porque yo padezco de diabetes. Entonces me van a amputar, está en proceso que me van a amputar parte de mi pie. Entonces yo quiero ver pues también, darles a saber que no estamos bien en todos los ranchos, como se dice. Hay uno que reporta las maquinarias y no es uno escuchado. Así es que yo doy este testimonio para que todos luchemos por nuestros derechos. Es lo que yo puedo por mi parte decirles, que hay que luchar porque en todos los trabajos tengamos seguridad laboral. Eso es lo que yo les puedo compartir. Gracias. Y pues de alguna forma también hacerle la invitación a Ganafor para que vea que no todos los ranchos es como él dice. Hay cosas que todavía se necesitan por hacer. Y creo que muchas veces no somos escuchados y aquí está una muestra de eso.
All right, thank you, everybody. No, really hard watch, and we thank our comrade Jesus for sending that, and the Justicia Migrante Compas for sharing that with us. And he mentioned something about Hannaford's and a campaign that they have there. So hopefully in the next sessions, the other migrant justice comrades can share a little bit more about that. But for now, I'm going to pass it to Comrade Yesenia, who is a former dairy worker and also has worked with the Worker Justice Center of Central New York, and she's going to speak in Spanish, so as soon as I get the okay.
Cuando me dan el sí, entonces voy a empezar a Yesenia. ¿Puedo hablar un poco más despacio, por favor? Okay, listo. Ready? Hi, so my name is Yesenia, and I worked in agriculture for 8 years in my last job, and I worked for 5 years in the same farm, and I started in 2018. My job was to milk cows, to bring the cows to where they were kept. It was more than 400 cows that we had to move. So they were in different sections, into 4 sections. So we had to bring different groups in at the place where they could be milked. So I lived close to the farm, and I could drive there in 3 minutes from where I lived. And my schedule at the beginning were from 5:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. And my second shift was from 5:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. On some occasions, I needed to cover the shift from the middle of the day when a coworker couldn't make it. So there were 2 people who were working there at that place. It was 200 people, 200 cows, sorry, per people, and we had 12 machines on each side. And each person had to do 6 cows, and I had to switch up to do 6 others so that we could keep up the line. So once we got this protections for farm workers passed in 2002, this helped me to have 1 day of rest, 1 day free out of the week. I didn't use this to work. I didn't really use this, right? I used it actually to go to my second job. So I didn't really use it to be free. Even when this law passed, when I had to be absent from work at specific session or shift, I had to take my kids to the doctor, and they didn't want to give me permission to go. They always denied this to me. Or I had to have somebody that needed to cover my shift, and I told them that I was a worker, not a slave. One day, I told them to get there 1 hour later. And I was in Buffalo picking up my grandchildren, and it was at one time, it was like very short time to go and pick them up. So on occasions, they would call me to cover shifts at 5 a.m. So that was the time that we went in, and I always said yes. I was always available, and I never said no. And on that occasion, they denied me 1 hour to go pick up my grandchildren. And the boss told me, no, I can't find anybody to cover your shift. I can't find a shift for you. I can't find somebody to cover you, the shift. And I would like to remind you, who's the boss here? And I told him, I know who the boss is. That's very clear to me. That's not the issue. And he says, okay, that's fine. I just asked him, will you find someone to cover my shift? You don't have a problem with me. Are you going to find somebody to cover my shift, or we're done here? I'm going to find another job. I'm not going to fight for this job. There's a lot of work out there. So he again told me, I want to remind you, who's the boss here? So 10 months ago, a coworker asked me to cover a shift on Sunday, and I said yes. So that day I had an accident. A cow pushed me against a fan, and until today I can't work because of those injuries. Because 15 days after that, being sick, being injured, the boss fired me. Till this day, they don't care about me, how I'm doing, if they need anything. In fact, I also filed workers' comp, and they didn't like that at all. That was something that they were really mad about, and that caused them to fire me. As I said, first and foremost is my health, and I come first before cows. My family comes first, and then your cows. So I never told them that I can't help, and that was where I faulted, where my error was, to tell them that I could always do it. When I had my second job, sometimes I had to get there 5 to 10 minutes late, and they were always on top of me. The other thing was that I was the only Hispanic woman working there. the ranch, working at the ranch was all American people. I was only Hispanic person. I was the one who pushed everybody to work fast because they did one shift in 8 hours, and I did it in 5.5 hours, from bringing cows over to get them to the machinery, to wash all the workplace where we had to work that day, and also disconnect the tank so that there wouldn't be any accidents and that the milk wouldn't be contaminated. So today I still have to take a medication. I'm worse than like a really, really old woman. I have to take oxygen. I have to use this machine also to do exercise because sometimes I can't breathe. The cartilage on my chest is very much damaged, and also my spine. So 1 gallon of milk I can't carry. It's way too much for me. And they can't see this. They really don't care. And they fired me for this. I understand that at the ranches there are many problems. And the accidents, are not. Sorry. See, so on occasion, it's not your fault. It's not the worker's fault. So what happened is that some birds was flapping in the face of the cow, and the cow got scared, and that's what caused the accident. So I was pushing up the cows to go through the line, and it was pretty much the end of the line just to finish the day of the shift. So I sent a message to the boss that I had an accident on the job. And what he told me is that it had happened at the workplace. And he said, "This was at work?" And I said, "Yeah." "And do you have anybody to cover your shift?" And I said, "No." "I'll send over a message to the coworker." "Yeah, I already sent a message." "All right." And she said, "Yeah, I can cover your shift." But the boss was not worried about this. To come over to our work site to see what was going on, what the accident was about, if I was okay, if I needed help, if I needed medical attention, immediately. Basically, they didn't care at all. The coworker that I was working with, she just looked at me and she didn't come to my aid. So I managed to just grab onto the fan because I couldn't breathe. I knew that when I fell to the ground, the cow would step on me, and because she would be scared and she would be all running around, and my accident would be even worse because she would step on me, trample on me. So to date, they don't know that I'm okay or not, but they are really pissed off at me because of the workers' compensation. So that's one of many accidents and racism that I faced at the ranches. And we hope that it's better.
Bueno.
Just getting the okay. Okay, thank you. Just want to make sure that this mic is working. I think folks on Zoom were having trouble. Okay. Okay. So next we are going to show a very short video of worker housing that the comrades from Justice for Migrant Workers in Ontario shared with us. So it's very short, so maybe we can like just show it twice. Okay. Thank you, comrades from Justicia that help us that help us kind of see that really harsh video. Next, I'm going to pass it to Moilene Samuels, also from Justice for Migrant Workers, comrades from Ontario. Thank you so much.
Doing the video first. Okay. My name is Maureen. I am part of Justice for Migrant Workers, and I will be reading testimonies from several guest workers that have worked in Ontario and British Columbia. One worker says, I work in the field with chemical spraying, and even our living conditions were a bit messy. We were living in sewage for about 4 days, and when we decided to take action, some of us were sent home. Some of us didn't get a request to come back as well. I got an injury on the farm, and I haven't heard anything from the liaison. I have reached out to him since last month, and I can't get through. But I was working in a similar situation where we were in a field, the same field where they send the sprayer to come and spray more than once. I've seen it all. Heat waves, bed bugs, we have been through it all. It's very rough on the program out there. It's nothing easy. Another worker says, I think coming on the farm and being abused starts by our government back home. They should make sure the workers leaving their country to come to work here are safe. I think the government back home benefits from us coming here to work. They should have put measures out to make sure we are okay when we come here to work. I see employers treating workers badly, and when workers try to talk about it, they can be sent home because there are a lot of other workers. They're at the ministry waiting for you to come here. They are at the ministry waiting for you to come here. Getting rid of who's here, it doesn't matter to them because there are workers waiting to get a call. I think our governments back home should do something about it also. Another worker wrote, I was sent to do a job. I fell over 9 feet and was stuck with multiple injuries. The employer knew the doctors at the hospital. They had friends at the Workers' Compensation Board, and they had friends in all the liaison officers. So the workers had nowhere to turn. There is no balance. I went to work at 6 a.m. in the morning and left at 7:30 p.m. in the evening. When I left, I told one of the Jamaican employees that I felt sick. I said I don't feel good in my stomach. The boss said I have to go back because I can't leave his product out there. I said I did a few hours and I left. I went home and got a cup of tea. I saw the boss come to the bunkhouse. He asked why I left his product out like that. I told him how I felt sick. That's why I left. He said, so why did you leave my product out there? Because of that, he brought everyone to look at the health card and never brought me. Yet another. When I got an injury on a pumpkin farm, one of the employees called the boss and told him that I got injured. So I sat in one of the trucks, and then the boss pulled up and came there. He didn't really come there quickly, and he asked me what happened. I told him what happened, and I told him I was really, really dizzy and not feeling good. The only thing the boss wanted me to do was to go back to work. He didn't ask me if I wanted to go to the hospital. He didn't bring a first aid kit or anything. He just wanted me to go back to work. He asked me if I could come tomorrow. I never did feel really good to the next morning, but I tried and went. I just worked for half an hour, and then I had to go back in the truck and start to lay down and try to recover. I didn't recover. I just saw things getting worse, so I told him that I wanted to go to the hospital. He told me that I should go home and take 2 to 3 days in the bunkhouse. I told him no, I can't bear this pain, and he called the supervisor and let her bring me to the hospital. Then she brought me to the hospital. What I experienced from the doctor, I saw is like the boss already told him what to do. The WSIB doesn't want to pay out. This is from another worker. A lot of medication, you have to eat a meal before you take the medication. You don't have money for the medication or for a meal. If you find the money for the medication, you don't have the money to buy the food to get your meal. It's hard and injured farm workers. I've seen it being done to my co-workers, be it Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians, or St. Lucians. The treatment is lacking. The understanding of the culture is lacking. The ability for workers to get information is not shared with them. I've seen grown men being depressed, having to fight to get some sort of compensation from either the employer or WSIB, or so. They still have to maintain their families back home. I wish the system would change. Another worker, I think workers really do need that care and consideration when it comes to medical treatment and being able to access services. A lot of times, workers are in remote areas and they don't have access to anything at all. They have no way of getting to medical centers for any sort of aid or information or anything at all. I wish that would change and have some accessibility and people be held accountable for putting people through that and those circumstances.
Thank you, compañera. So next, we're going to see another video that the comrades from Justicia for Migrant Workers in Canada put together for us. So thank you.
My name is Julian Todd. I'm an injured migrant farm worker. I was at work and we were traveling on a bus and the bus hit a pothole and I bumped up in the same position that I was sitting in and I landed back down flat and injured my lower back. So now I'm just here living with a spinal injury. Yeah.
My name is Capleton Tomlinson. I'm an injured worker. Used to work in Canada in the Farm Worker program. I've been injured from 2015.
My name is Winfred Graham. I was working in Canada on the farm harvesting tobacco. I get injured when my machine that I work on run over a foreign object, and I was sent home after getting treatment over there
Yeah, I'm Anthony Brown. I was coming from work for lunch and another guy was driving the archer buggy. And I just strip after it. When I strip after it, I find myself in hospital.
I'm Rodolph Johnson from Jamaica. After lunch, the tractor overturned. That's where I fell and get a broken knee. Also, 3 slip discs in my back.
WSIB said that I could work as a cashier in Ontario.
The WSIB cut my last of earning and say that I could work in Ontario doing customer service work.
Well, they told me that I'm fit for work, so they cannot pay me.
When the WSIB cut off my benefit, I felt like it was a disaster struck me, you know. I went in a sudden state of depression because I didn't know what to do, where to turn, because, you know, my income, I've just lost my only source of income, you know, so I started to think about where I'm going to get food, where I'm going to get, like, for my rent, my light bills, financially to send my kids to school and so on. It was a landslide, you know.
When they cut my benefit, I just come like a fish out of water, don't know where to turn to, don't know what to do. At times, I have to go to the doctor, no money. I have to borrow money from friends and family to go to doctor. When I do get money to go to doctor and I have to buy medication, no money to buy medication. Even if I borrow money to buy medication, I have to take my tablet. I have to eat. Each time I want to take my tablet, I have to find a meal to eat before to take my tablet. So always in problem.
When you're injured, the WSIB try to treat you so bad. So I don't know why. I don't know why they have to do that.
We formed a group, injured workers group, and we keep our group meetings trying to stay active, keeping communicating with each other.
So the group is very important. So we injured migrant farm worker fighting for our rights. All of us put our shoulder to the wheel and trying to get the wheel turning and turning, thus we can get a victory for what we are fighting for.
Coming together with other injured migrant farm worker was very important, you know. It's been one of the best things that has ever happened to us since our injury. And we work hard on it and we really appreciate being around each other and on a day-to-day basis.
It even victories. Oh, it's so wonderful. I love what's going on because if it wasn't for the Demon victory, to the day we don't know what we are going to. Because the Demon victory give us hopes, and a whole lot of us give hopes.
Well, word cannot express right now, no. Word cannot express how we feel, because I feel good about it that we can get something. Well, although, you know, money cannot buy health, but at least we injure, so we're supposed to get something because I feel good. And I think the rest of the guys them in the group feel very, very awesome.
I feel so joyful, you know. I'm happy for each and every one of us, you know.
Words not enough for me if you tell no guy thanks, and I don't know when I'm gonna see you guys.
Thanks to all of the people who made it possible. Thanks other injured workers who band together and built together to make this great accomplishment. I'm really happy for all of us. I'm really happy that we didn't just lay it back. I'm happy that, like, at the end of every tunnel there is a bright light. So I'm really happy for us as people working together to get good.
It's important for all workers, regardless of where they are, Canadian workers, Jamaican workers, all over the world, for them to get proper justice.
I think WSIB needs to realize that when you're hurt, they are responsible. So their responsibilities, they need to start show more to us to, like, let us feel like ordinary people who didn't get hurt. So I'm really hoping that they do something to just elevate our minds, elevate our spirit, help us to not stressed out, help us to actually be strong, help us to, like I have go to, like the people who tried with us. I hope that WSIB would just try with us a bit so that we can feel like we are humans.
I want to see the WSIB make changes, like start treating us injured migrant farm workers as human that we are. Because they are not seeing us as humans right now. They are seeing us as animals, you know? And I would like for them to not to get rid of the racism, for starters. And once they get rid of the racism, then we can move forward.
Healthcare and taking care of a family. Because if you're not getting health care on a proper basic, on a regular basic, so you know you're unable to get back to one shop in time. We have it hard when we get injured and sent down back to Jamaica.
Today we must give ourselves a pat on the back, just knowing that with any hurdle we can overcome.
All right, thank you so much. So that thank you from the comrades from Canada to share that video of not just the injustices that happen on the fields, but also the victories that are won. Things just as important. So thank you, everybody. Yes, thank you. And our last speaker is going to be Patricia Lopez, also our former farm worker and organizer with Pioneer Valley. She's going to speak in Spanish, so as soon as I...
Si puedes empezar. Good morning, my name is Patricia. I'm an agricultural worker, and I'm a part of the Pioneer Valley Workers of Massachusetts. I'm going to give testimony about my colleagues, workers of Massachusetts and New York. We are coming to talk about something that we often don't talk about, which is sexual harassment. And this for women in the farms, and a lot of women live alone and they're working. And it's very common that men say things to women, and if women refuse, then that's when the sexual harassment. And when she works in the field, there were only 2 women working, and then one woman left, and only she was left with working with 13 men. And she was in a room, and where she was living, and the door didn't have the room didn't have a proper door, and she didn't. So she didn't have a proper door, and used a blanket. And then there was a man that used to arrive, and he started touching her and molesting her. And what she did was she woke up, and she remained quiet because sometimes this man was drunk, and that's what happens. A lot of the times, the people that are working in the fields are drunk. The men are drunk. As my colleague was saying, this is a bad memory, and she couldn't bear to remember because it was a bad situation, and she had a lot of courage to say what happened. She asked her boss if she could get a door, and the boss did not pay attention to this. She said she wanted to sleep well and be safe, but as I was saying, the boss didn't listen to her, and she left it. He left it like that, and she was getting sexually harassed by the same men. And another colleague shared that when she arrived to New York, she was very young, and she had to share house and bathroom with 8 men, and it was very bad because the men started talk about her as if she wasn't there, and they would make comments about her body, about how she was dressed, and this was very, very bad, and she felt bad, and she started dressing with loose clothing so that they wouldn't talk about her and about her body. And it also happened that as she was doing outreach, they started to harass her. And how is this possible, she said, that I'm working and struggling for my rights, and this is how they treat me. She felt very hurt. Sexual harassment is connected with housing. There's no privacy. It's not that the bosses don't know about this and what's going on, but they take advantage that you need the job, and they think that we don't have options. The bosses see you, and they place you whatever they want, and this should not be. And they do this to women, and it is important to realize that we're women. We don't need a lot of space, but don't need a lot of privacy. We just need one room where we can be safe. And there's risk everywhere, not only in the housing. Another colleague who worked on the fields picking strawberries, she was 12 to 17 years old, and she lived with her parents, and she used to work during her vacation, and she worked with older men, and they got close to her, and a lot of times they wanted to bring her back to their houses in the fields, and they gave her gifts. They touched her without her consent. They invaded her space, and they did not recognize this as sexual harassment. But now we know that this is sexual harassment. Personally, this happened to me as well. I also worked at a farm, and one man who was in charge, he started telling me things, and he didn't want to pay me my check because he was a manager and he wanted to take advantage of this. He said that if I don't go out with him, he wasn't going to give me my check for my work. And he called me at night. He sent me messages. He's like, when are we going to go out? When am I going to see you? I would like to know you better. And I told him, no, I need the job, but I'm not looking for a partner in this place. I came to work here. And he used to say, well, then don't wait for your check this weekend. And that's how it happened. He paid all the colleagues except for me. And he said, if you don't go out with me, I'm not going to give you the check. And a lot of my colleagues that work with me, they said, oh, this happens here. And the first week, if the manager likes you, then he does that. And so a lot of times so that he gives us a check because a lot of women need it. They go out with him, and that's when they take advantage because they have the power. They can harass you, and they can manipulate you. And another of my colleagues also, she was picking zucchini, and the boss, the manager, the same way. He started saying things to her. She's beautiful. If she can go out with him, he could give her a lot of things, and you don't need to work here. And if you are going to be with me, you're not going to have to be doing the same work as the others because their work, you know, because if you were her partner, you could just be sitting in the van taking notes and keeping track of things. And she said, no, I don't. She was going to work. And in an instance, because in the zucchini you have to be bent over all the time, the man passed around and then he touched her butt. And she said, no. And then she did not come back to work again the next day. And at another time, a supervisor started to talk to a young woman, and he started touching like her arm, and he started saying things too. He said, "Look, I'm in charge here, and so you just cooperate, do what I say." And so for us, this is sexual harassment. Then you don't feel safe in the workplace. You don't feel safe because if the manager who should protect you, and then the other colleagues see that you're not going to be protected, they're going to take advantage as well. And when they see that that man has this bad intentions trying to flirt with you, then other workers say, oh yeah, I can do it. Then you don't work well because you're working, but also in fear because you don't know if another colleague is going to work and say something, or the way in which you're working. You cannot always see who's behind you, and they pass by and they touch you, and then they said, oh, I'm sorry. And then you don't feel well working with them. So we have seen also in fields where supervisors look for a younger women who are vulnerable and young women who have just arrived to this country. And these women come and they're 18, 15 years old. Sometimes they don't go to school and they have to gotta go to work because they gotta pay their debt, and that's when they take advantage. And they start to manipulate them, and because they have a need to pay their debts, they fall into all of this. And we also know of violations and rape in their houses by people who bring them to the work, women who don't have access to bathrooms in the fields, and we have to go do our thing in the bathroom on the side of the fields, and so we feel unsafe and insecure because when you go to the bathroom, they they start talking and tracking you, and so you feel unsafe. So sexism and machismo, it may not be the fault of the bosses, but they benefit from this. So this helps that the workers are divided, and it is a strategy to maintain in check a group of weak workers. So the American bosses are not doing the sexual harassment, but their hands are not clean. We all deserve respect, and sexual harassment for women is very common, and we are fearful that we cannot do anything about this. And when you have women working, they have to be protected. We run the risk, more risk than the other men that are there, and we have the right to be happy, to talk, and smile, and that doesn't mean that they should abuse us and harass us.
Tal vez si los jurados tienen algún comentario o preguntas.
The jury, do they have any questions? And what I want to mention is that what Patricia says, it's a very common story. And thank you so much for having the courage to let us know this.
Okay, great. So I can pass it, if anybody from the jurors. And just checking that Zoom is working. Sorry, y'all. Okay. How's that? It's a little quiet? Okay. So just to see if the jurors have any comments or any questions that they like to do. Rob, do you want to start? Okay. Okay, so I'm going to pass it to Rob. And I'm going to use this mic. I hope that's okay. Thank you.
So I first want to thank you all for the courage to share these stories. Very powerful, very moving. Nobody should have to go through what any of you have experienced or any of your comrades have experienced. But it is important that you continue to share these stories so that we build the power necessary to make social change. So continue. It's difficult. I know it's difficult, but you're in the right space right now, and there will be other spaces like this where you can share your stories, and I encourage you to continue to share the stories because that's how we build our collective power. Good luck to all of you. As a jury member, as somebody who's formerly homeless, I understand the struggles and how we make change. We think this is the best country in the world. I don't agree with that. I've been constantly talking about our Constitution as I travel around the country, which is flawed, which means we've had problems from the time that this quote-unquote democracy was created, right? So please continue to share your stories. It's difficult. It's not easy. You have a sympathetic group here and an empathetic group here, and you will find other spaces. And as you do that, you will start to build the power of other workers. But you guys are leaders in your field, and your voices need to be heard in many arenas. So, again, thank you all for sharing.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Rob said. And I am struck by how much effort is spent by the bosses to deny you your dignity. We're meant to be talking about health and safety, but it always comes to a question of dignity, of whether you can smile, of whether you can go to the bathroom, of whether when an accident happens, you are treated as a human being. And I'm wondering what has been successful in your experience to get the bosses to recognize that you are human. We have seen sometimes when you file a lawsuit, they will get angry because you're not meant to do that. And yet sometimes the law can work. But what else have you found, and what can you share with us and your comrades here about ways that the bosses are made to take you seriously as humans with dignity? So I'm very keen to hear that from you, but thank you so much for your testimony.
Respondiendo a la pregunta que él nos hace a nosotros, lo que nosotros tenemos que hacer es
what we have to do is to look for organizations that can support us. And we gotta organize with ourselves, and sometimes the bosses, what they can do is they can help us to prepare and to be able to be well prepared and explain our situation that we're going through, so we can be supported by organizations. And for me, this is important. When I was working on the fields, I didn't know my rights until someone talked to me about this, and they gave me training about how to know my rights. You know, my boss told me that I was stupid, I was dumb, that I had to get fast there at my work, and you work because you need it, and then you deal with all this abuse because you have just arrived in this country and you need the work. And then when I went to the organization, I learned about my rights and I lost my fear and I started working well. And this was the only way that I knew that I had rights in this country. So I think a part is to teach the workers their rights, and there's a lot of organizations that do the work, and we thank them for that. Anything else? Yo quisiera darle las gracias por estar acá.
You know, the fact that you realize knowledge is power, and it gives you strength, you know. It gives you strength to carry on. And it's just appalling because I go back to the 70s and the 60s when we were boycotting grapes and strawberries, and the people had the same struggles that you are talking about today. And it's just appalling that, you know, people are so cruel. It's that you provide the food that they put on their tables to feed their families. You work hard every day, and sometimes you can't even feed your own families. You know, so I just want to reach out to you and let you know that there are people who understand your struggle, who know who you are, and who support your strength and your beauty. You're strong, and it's the women who carry on, always the women. Thank you for being here.
And that was Comrade Shelley Ennis from the Mississippi Workers Center. And I, too, would just like to support what she said and just send solidarity and love to you from sisters who are going through the same thing that you're going through in the Mississippi Delta. Bathroom rights, the lack thereof, having to wear Pampers, or now Depends, since those have been invented. But before Depends, people used to tape a pamper in the front and a pamper in the back to keep from soiling themselves, because they do not still in fish plants and catfish and chicken plants in Mississippi, they still do not have bathroom rights. And I saw an excellent film. I don't remember which forum because I go to so many, but I saw an excellent film called Rape on the Night Shift, which is about domestic workers, black and brown domestic workers being raped on the night shift. And rapes at work are common, and I know that this comrade alluded to or talked about some of those forced sexual encounters, which are violent, by the way. That's not sex. We know it's violence. Just wanted to know if you've been able to hook up with any other women's groups that address rapes at work, rapes and sexual violence at work. If you have any information about those groups, there is a meeting Mother's Day weekend in DC, sponsored by the National Women's Law Center, where they will be talking about sexual harassment in the workplace. And it'd be incredible if we could get some folks to go to that, because they need to have more, they need to understand class struggle in that group. So it would be great if we had some of your authentic voices at that meeting.
No sé si alguien quiere, if anybody wants to answer Jerry Wu's question. Anybody has an answer to that?
¿Escucharon la pregunta?
ella está preguntando que si han sabido ustedes de grupos de mujeres que especialmente
Women who specifically
trabajando ese asunto de violencia hacia la mujer, violencia
are working against this violence against women. Do you know of any of these groups? No, no. Okay.
Is that? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah? Better? Okay. Can we give it up to the tech people that have been working
Para los
really hard to
técnicos
make
aquí,
this happen?
están trabajando
Thank
muy
you.
duro para hacer que
Okay, so was it to Rob and then Chantoli? Thank you.
I want to leave you all with a thought. As somebody who is a believer in human rights over civil rights, you have to use a bathroom that is human anatomy. You have to go to the bathroom. And that is part of being a human being. And I think language is strong. You'll never hear out of my mouth, as much as I practice human rights, that I'm a human rights defender. I'm a human rights enforcer. The fact that we live and we're human beings, we enforce those rights that are intrinsic to us. And I want you guys to start using that language. Not defender. I'm not a human rights defender. I'm a human rights enforcer.
Thank you, Rob. That's great. So first of all, thank you so much for the testimony. And I also just love the creative ways through video, through presence, that we get the voices heard. And I just want to appreciate all the work that goes into bringing that here. I also know as myself as a survivor of sexual violence, that to tell your story in public, that you relive that experience. And I just hold you in embrace and just want to start with that. Whether it's sexual, whether it's disposability, because you're no longer useful, because you're no longer productive, there are similar forms of exploitation. It's just that women experience it in the sexualized manner. By the way, men too, when they don't go to the bathroom, experience prostate cancer and other sorts of health issues, and taxi drivers know that because there's no bathrooms, public bathrooms in New York City. So 3 quick points I just wanted to elevate. One is, if I close my eyes, everything that you said harkens back to farm workers in South Asia, particularly tea workers in Bangladesh, women who are raped, women who can't use the bathroom, women who work until their last minute of pregnancy, miscarriages, and lots of other issues, particularly to women farm workers. So I had a question. So the broader frame is that for me, this is very much part of what we call the plantation economy, that this is set up this way, that it can't be by accident that Mississippi, Bangladesh, and US have the similar stories, not identical, but similar stories. And so my question is, what might we think about or imagine if we were all to be able to sit together and talk to each other in terms of strategies? So just a question to you. In terms of like a little bit more information about links to nutrition, I wonder how many of the women workers don't get sufficient nutrition. How does that impact your maternal health? How does that impact your pregnancies while you're working? So I was wondering if you can share a little bit about that, if personal or otherwise. And then so that's just other second category of questions is, if you can share a little bit about the use of pesticides and toxins and other kind of environmental hazards in the workplace. Because the thing about farm or agricultural workers that's different is the environment is your workplace. And so when we talk about health and safety, we also have to talk about the right to a healthy environment. And so there are some international covenants, and I agree with Rob that in of itself it's not useful, but can be mobilized. So the UN Right to Healthy Environment, the UN Declaration on Biodiversity, and a whole host of issues. Do you see that environmental space is a space for enforcing workers' rights. So I know it's a lot and we can talk about throughout the day, so they'll come up, but these are things that came to mind.
Okay, ella estaba preguntando que no es un accidente.
So she was asking about how do we work together with everyone here in the South, in the U.S., and in Asia. And she's just explaining what the question was to them, just reiterating what the question was about. Can't hear her so much because she doesn't have the microphone next to her speaking. So she's just asking who would like to answer. So I believe in the way that we can get together, and because we know that we have a lot of organization. You know, we need the education, the political education. There are a lot of organizations in Springfield that are together with us, and we organize the farm in the summer, and we do outreach. We do surveys, we do trainings as well, and we do education for them as well. And we organize them, we motivate them, we empower them, and that's the key. Empower the workers so that they can lose this fear. And that way, as organizers in where we are in our states, they can lose that fear and organize. And I think that nutrition definitely affects the workers more than anything. Pregnant women. I've known women that have worked until the last moment before birth, and a lot of times they do it because out of need. They don't get the proper nutrition that they need through this period, and sometimes they have fainted at work, passed out, and other types of illnesses because under the sun, under that temperature, it's very risky and damaging. And I've seen many of this happen. And regarding pesticides, what I worked in this 6 years in agriculture, I had a lot of allergies because of this that we use for the plants. Because the employer didn't give us the gloves. Sometimes we bought it ourselves, but we would forget to bring it every day. But when I didn't bring my gloves, my hands got a lot of allergies because of that rashes. It might have been because of the pesticides. They also didn't give us goggles. I remember once that I got a rock right in my eyes, and I ended up in the hospital. We don't have access to protection, and people still don't have that sort of protection for themselves. So it's very important to do campaigns for people to raise awareness and consciousness of this, because we say a lot, oh, these workers are essential, but we don't really put in the work to recognize that they are essential workers and to provide them with what they need, and so that they can ask and get from their employers what they need to thrive. Jolie de Justicia para Migrante, del tema de los pesticidas. Algunos de nuestros trabajadores se han quejado de los pesticidas que se sprayan en los viveros en donde trabajan ellos.
For the government, but I guess government don't think common sense. So I hope they're not listening to me. Well, I hope they're listening to me. Yes. Okay. There should be a time between the spraying and when the workers continue their work. That doesn't exist. I think they go during or right after. And the fact that the workers are not provided the hazard suits, mask, proper gears to protect them from, this poison. My comrade Chris over there, or Gabriel, they could tell the name of the pesticides that they shouldn't be, that should not be used in the greenhouses, or that the workers shouldn't be working with. Can't recall the name right now. our workers complain of breathing problems, asthma, skin rashes, discoloration, where it burns their skin. A matter of fact, I have one of my family member back home in Jamaica. I'm trying to get him now to the fact that WSIB has agreed to compensate. I'm trying to get him to return or at least call to see if he can be compensated as well. His 2 hands are all discolored and, from burn. I guess he's an older worker, so it would be way back when there was no restrictions or something like that, maybe illegal ones or something. Yes. So, our workers do get affected terribly from pesticides. Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to switch to English. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everybody. I think before I pass it to our comrade Mark, who's going to take us out, I just want to... Actually, can I switch to Spanish? Sorry.
Hablar en español directamente. So before I switch it over to Mark, I just want to just put down a note about, it's very emotional, right, to hear you, but I do feel very proud to be working with all of you. So everything that you mentioned, even though, we don't go so deep into this, we can only see a small window of what you go through. This small window that we see is more than enough to demonstrate one of the contradictions of capitalism that's most severe. How is it that bosses need your bodies of the workers, need your work, need you to be healthy to work, and at the same time, they're indifferent or hate, it seems, to the well-being of the workers, to your bodies? Yeah, they need you so much that they give you housing at the workplace so that you can be at the work site. But we saw the housing, they're terrible. But I also want to recognize, or for all of us to recognize, that there are stories about something collectively of a campaign that you've done, but also all the acts of resistance that you've shared with us, that you left the housing even though you know that it'll cost you money. You know that it'll be a lot of work, but you take your kids and you leave. One of the colleagues here who said that, hey, I'm a worker, I'm not a slave, right? Directly to the boss. So people who also leave the workplace because they're injured and they say, no more, I can't take no more, I'm going. Or also that campaign for the folks from Milk with Dignity, with this campaign, the Justicia Migrante, they try to get better housing conditions so that you fix it yourselves. So I just want to highlight those acts of resistance that you've done in the middle of this, everything that you're going through, and just thanking you for sharing all of this. So we'll pass it over to Mark as a representative of the restaurant industry. He'll just share a message of solidarity. So thank you. Yo me voy a parar, voy a hablar en español. En inglés, disculpe. Yo no soy
family who grew up in that, coming up here from Mexico, but specifically I think I wanted to start off and talk about as a representative of organizers in Oregon that primarily work with food and retail workers. The Burgerville Workers Union also assists with a series of other campaigns, about 20 or so in the last 2 years, of organizing restaurant workers across the Portland, Oregon region, forming a coalition of independent unions to facilitate the ease of forming an independent union at your workplace, regardless of where you work. What I'm going to touch on in our relation is the externalizing effect of what you just heard. So like throwing a stone into a lake, it's not just the initial impact, but the ripple effect that affects everything else. A lot of the workers that we organize in food and retail, and if you go to any restaurant here or anywhere else where you come from, you'll notice that the back of the house staff is largely black and brown. These are people that in a different life were, oh. Yeah. Fair enough, yeah. Who in different parts of their life worked in the fields. And when you talk to workers, part as an organizer, you hear stories, you hear what they came through. And you don't just see it initially when you have those conversations, the quite literal scars from the workplace conditions from where they previously worked. The other thing that you don't see initially is the fear, that externalizing effect of the fear of feeling that you can't change your circumstances. What the boss says is inevitable and is the end of the story. And there's a reason for this. We often say that food service workers are some of the least organized in terms of industries in the United States, but it's actually untrue. It's farm workers. It's one of the least organized industries in the United States and in North America, and there's a reason for that. Very few states have laws that protects and enshrines labor relations. New York just passed something, California has Agricultural Labor Board. A couple of states have a patchwork of convoluted laws where you have something there. But generally speaking, in order to organize, you have to organize with the community in very unorthodox ways. And the thing is, if you make it harder to organize, you're going to have less of it. That's just the reality. And so one of the effect of this is to spread fear of workers that you can't change your working conditions. You've heard so many of these stories of suffering and of misery and of not being, it's one of the most common experiences, right, is not being looked at as a human being. Not being treated like a human being. I've met a million bosses as an organizer. I've never met a single employer that didn't think that they were the most benevolent, wonderful person on the planet. I've not, been yeah, exactly. I don't know where this proliferation of wonderful, magnanimous employers are coming from, but I've not met them. There's always a rumor. They exist somewhere. Yeah. But the result of that is that workers and their conditions are never addressed, whether it's hazard and safety issues in the workplace, whether it's personal financial situations, whether it's going to the doctor, being able to go to the doctor, whether it's going to attend a funeral or something for a friend or a community. These are not things that are commonly available to workers. And what that has when they join the food and retail, the food and retail space, as they leave fields and come to the cities for work, you see that they have that same sense of fear in their hearts, which has a depressing effect on wages. If you as a worker are informed by your past as a farm worker, that wages are low and they're always going to be low, and that is just a lot in life that you get, it's going to be that much more difficult for you and your coworkers to think, I'm going to organize. It's going to be that much more difficult for you to believe that talking to a state agency is going to assist because you've had an experience where there is no state agency. These laws and these benefits are more theoretical in your mind. And so that is the negative aspect to it. It has a cultural aspect of instilling fear in our communities, or black and brown communities. I'm from Los Angeles, East LA. There is a chilling effect that comes from that. The other, I will say, since I'm ending it, or this section of it, I want to leave with a little bit of hope. Just as fear permeates everything and just as misery permeates everything in these situations, one hand washes the other. And solidarity is also a virtuous cycle that can take an effect. While you may see all these undignified situations from these employers are not all powerful. They may think so. They may like to convince you that they are, but they're not. Solidarity wins out. Numbers wins out. Hope does win out. And it may not look like that every day in our struggles, but you look around here and you see all these flags from these different organizations. Clearly, people don't believe that the fight is over, that the work is done. Clearly, we have aspirations and goals of a better future, and one in which immiseration is not inevitable. And am I good on time? Sorry. I didn't want to go over. Each one of these flags here from these different organizations is a testament to a struggle that is ongoing and that I think can win. And I've seen win. And when you see these victories by these same immigrant workers, when they lose their point of fear and they move in the direction of not just justice for themselves, but for their families, their communities, for people that they'll never know. That's a wonderful thing. I've seen a worker who had to, who was a farm worker, this is in 2019, who had to give up their son for adoption because of the poverty of her situation. No mother should be put in that situation. I saw that same mother within a couple of months organizing her coworkers to go on strike in one of the largest fast food strikes in the Pacific Northwest. Later that year, we won not just wage increases for a series of workers, we also won, a medium-sized employer in Portland, Oregon, or in Oregon. We won protections for undocumented workers. We got the company to remove themselves from E-Verify, and we had that codified in our contract language. That was a success. Successes like that show to workers everywhere else that you yourself can do have these kinds of victories. I would finish up with this. Yesterday I said, you don't have to last forever. You just have to last one day longer than the boss. Which is true. But the other thing is, there is an immediate and urgency in telling these stories. We often know and think, farm workers have these very terrible conditions. But it's one thing to hear it, and it's another thing to hear it specifically from them. And you have to be reminded about that. Otherwise, these are just, you have to put faces to the stories, names to the stories. That is the beginning of how we start to collectivize this sense of justice, is when we know that there's a person behind that. So I want to leave it with this. The importance of hearing these stories is that you have to remember that in whatever you do, in whatever form of organizing that you do, whether it's in agricultural workers or anything else, that justice is not going to be done by someone else. No one's coming to the rescue. It's you and your coworkers in our communities are the only people that you can ever depend on. Fight, even if your voice shakes. Stand up, even if you think no one's listening. Brothers and sisters, hermanos y hermanas, fight, because really it depends on us to make these changes. Fight like the working class depends on it, because it does. What you do is important. Go out there, and in whatever struggle you do, take it one day longer. Keep the fight going. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Before I give the mic to Jose for what's next, just want to thank all the comrades that are here and everybody that made this panel possible. So thank you so much. Thank you to the jurors. Thank you. All right, so Jose, te toca.
Hey, I'll stay in English. Just a couple of announcements. I know we're all hungry, so we got catering from Just Soul Food Catering. We're gonna have some fried chicken, mac and cheese, cornbread, collard greens, curry and tofu, banana bread. And during lunch, we're gonna get a special presentation from the Palestinian Youth Movement. So go ahead and stay around. They'll be here around 12:30. So I want to invite our panelists and our judges and jury to go in for lunch first. There's 2 lines to help stream the lunch line, and enjoy. Thank you. And thank you again for everybody who joined our Zoom. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. At 2 o'clock, so we'll see you all again soon. Thank you.
welcome, who's going to give a short presentation. You don't need your interpretation equipment. He's going to speak in English and Spanish. Thank you so much, Ibrahim, for joining us.
Of course. Bienvenidos, muchas gracias por venir aquí, estar aquí hoy. Voy a intentar hablar en español y en inglés a la vez, entonces, para que los traductores descansen. Entonces, perdóname si es difícil, pero bueno. Me llamo Ibrahim Younes, soy miembro del movimiento juvenil palestino, el Palestinian Youth Movement en inglés. What I said in English, what I said in Spanish was, I'm going to try to speak in Spanish and English at the same time. Forgive me, it might be a little tricky. But my name is Ibrahim Younes, and I'm a member of the Palestinian Youth Movement here in New York City chapter. Nosotros somos una organización que está ubicada por todo Norteamérica, en Europa, también en Palestina y en el mundo árabe. Somos básicamente jóvenes de 18 a 35 que estamos organizando y luchando para la liberación de Palestina y en contra del régimen del sionismo, régimen de Israel. Okay, so we are a transnational movement. We're located in North America, in Europe, in Palestine, in the Arab world, of youth from age 18 to 35, and we are focused on organizing toward the liberation of our homeland in Palestine, and fighting against the ideology of Zionism and the regime of Israel in occupied Palestine. Ahora voy a hablar un poco sobre nuestras actividades, las cosas que hacemos, y después del Día de la Tierra, que es hoy, que es el tema de una manifestación, una protesta muy grande que vamos a tener en Times Square hoy a las 5. Esperamos que algunos de ustedes pueden venir y estar con nosotros. Okay, so I'm going to talk a little bit about the activities that we do in the PYM, what our focus is in organizing, and then I'm going to talk a little about Land Day, which is today, March 30th, which is the theme of the protest we have at 5 p.m. in Times Square today. We hope to see many of you at the protest. PYM and several other organizations are organizing this. Entonces nosotros hacemos varias cosas para poder luchar y estar en solidaridad con nuestro pueblo, nuestra gente en Palestina. Principalmente hacemos protestas, manifestaciones, como ustedes han estado viendo, en muchas ciudades, en digamos, las capitales del imperialismo aquí en el occidente, que nosotros consideramos los responsables por lo que está pasando en Palestina, por todo el dinero y todas las armas que están ellos mandando ahí al ejército israelí. Entonces, las manifestaciones son una de las cosas más importantes que hacemos, porque es como ponemos presión a los políticos aquí para cambiar sus políticas. So one of the things we do, probably the biggest thing, is protests, demonstrations. We've always done them, but in the past 6 months, we've done them a lot more in cities like New York, Washington, Los Angeles, the centers, the financial centers of Zionism that allow the money and the arms shipments to go from here to occupied Palestine to aid the Israeli army in the genocide you've been seeing in Gaza. And so in doing these protests, our objective is to put pressure on the politicians here in the United States and Canada and Europe to change their policies by making Palestine unavoidable for them as an issue. Pero también hacemos otras cosas. Antes de estos 6 meses, por ejemplo, ahora del momento las protestas son la cosa más grande que hacemos, pero también hacemos eventos culturales, hacemos eventos políticos, discursos, mostramos películas que tienen que ver con la historia de Palestina. En este momento, que es bastante urgente, un poco menos, pero eso es para retener nuestra identidad nacional como palestinos, como árabes, y para, aunque estamos muy lejos del momento de nuestra tierra, seguir siendo conectado a nuestra tierra y con una identidad fuerte para poder volver, ojalá, a Palestina. This one, I like literally forgot everything I just said. Okay, So we normally do other activities. We've done them a little less the past 6 months because of how urgent of a moment we're in. But we do, cultural events. We do political events like panels, speeches, film screenings about Palestine, the history of the Palestinian resistance and our struggle for liberation. And we do this because we feel that this allows us to retain our identity as Palestinians, as Arabs. Even though we're very far from our land here in North America, these activities and this community that we have is what allows us to continue feeling like we're connected to our land, and that it keeps us motivated to want to continue in our right to return to our land. Ahora voy a hablar un poco sobre el Día de la Tierra y qué significa históricamente y la protesta que tenemos hoy. El Día de la Tierra comenzó en 1976 en Palestina. Este día, 30 de marzo, fue un día donde todos los sectores de la sociedad palestina, los trabajadores, los estudiantes, los políticos, los sindicatos, me refiero, que todos los sectores de la sociedad organizaron para poder tener un día en que salieron todos a la calle a hacer manifestaciones, a estar de huelga, a no trabajar, para estar en contra de lo que estaba pasando en esos días, que era que el régimen israelí anunciaron que iban a intentar colonizar una zona bastante grande cerca de Jerusalén. Entonces, ese fue el primer día, la primera vez que toda la sociedad palestina salió a la misma vez, todos los sectores, y en una forma muy organizada para enfrentar al sionismo. So, Land Day the first Land Day was March 30th, 1976. It was really the first time that all sectors of Palestinian society, the labor unions, the farmers, like the rural peasantry, the academics and the universities, everybody went out to the street and basically was on strike, did not work, did not go to class, did not participate in society that day except to march in the street against Zionism and against Israel, which had announced that it was going to annex a very large portion of land near Jerusalem to be for Jewish-only settlements. Entonces, el Día de la Tierra fue la primera cosa importante para el Día de la Tierra, que mostró que la sociedad, que el pueblo palestino es capaz de organizar y de organizar contra el sionismo en una forma impresionante, en una forma muy poderosa. Y también el otro significado, la otra importancia de ese día es la importancia de la tierra misma al pueblo palestino, que es, no era solamente, por ejemplo, no sé si ustedes han visto el mapa de Palestina o cómo Israel ha intentado dividir todo el territorio, como por ejemplo en Gaza y el West Bank, no sé cómo decir, y dividir la tierra en pedazos para poder cortar la identidad y la continuación geográficamente. Bueno, pero ese día todos los palestinos en todos los lugares por la primera vez salieron a la calle, en Gaza, en Jerusalén, en Haifa. Entonces fue como una forma de decir, toda esta tierra es Palestina, que ustedes llevan 3 generaciones intentando quitarnos la tierra, pero todos nosotros en todas las ciudades en que estamos salimos para decir que no, que esto es toda Palestina. So the second important thing with Land Day was the geographic continuity of the land. So the idea was that, previously protests had been local. So for example, if the Israeli army was going to take one town or one neighborhood, that town or neighborhood would protest. But this day, everyone, everywhere in Palestine, in Gaza, in the West Bank, in Jerusalem, in Haifa, everywhere in historic Palestine, participated to make the idea that, this land geographically is contiguous. To us, you can never deny us the continuity of our land or our identity, even after 3 generations of attempting to fragment us politically, geographically, culturally. You have failed and you will always fail at this. Okay? Entonces, hoy es el día 48, no el día 48, the 48th time. Han sido 48 años desde el primer Día de la Tierra y hoy, que es también Día de la Tierra, va a estar en Times Square hoy a las 5. Bueno, va a haber manifestaciones en muchas ciudades, pero aquí en Nueva York a las 5 vamos a estar en Times Square y vamos a ir marchando por Manhattan, por las calles de Manhattan. Y sé que ustedes están aquí para una conferencia para los derechos de los trabajadores en Norteamérica, pero si ustedes tienen el tiempo y la capacidad, agradecemos mucho si pueden, si son capaces de venir hoy y estar con nosotros. Y nada, es un honor y un placer estar aquí y espero que el resto de la conferencia sea muy educativa y les deseo toda la suerte. Okay, so I wanted to say that the connection is that this is the 48th Land Day today, and we have a march at 5 p.m. in Times Square, so I know you guys are here for a conference about workers' rights, and that's really awesome. I'm not sure what your schedule is like. If you have time, we would love to see you today at 5 p.m. in Times Square, marching with us for the right of return, for the liberation of our land. It would be an honor to have you, but thank you so much for having me and having the PYM here today. And, it's, again, a privilege to have you here in the People's Forum, so thank you. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! From the river to the sea. Okay. 5 p.m., guys.
From the river to the sea, Palestine.
Nice. Okay. Of course.
Se você insiste em classificar meu comportamento diante musical, eu mesmo mentindo devo argumentar que isso é bossa nova, isso é muito natural. O que você não sabe nem sequer pressente é que os desafinados também têm coração. Fotografei você na minha Rolleiflex, revelou-se a sua enorme ingratidão. Só não poderá falar assim do meu amor. Esse é o maior que você pode encontrar. Você com a sua música esqueceu o principal, que no peito dos desafinados também bate um coração. Se você disser que eu desafino amor, saiba que isso em mim provoca imensa dor. Só privilegiados têm ouvido igual ao seu. Eu posso apenas o que Deus me deu. Se você insiste em classificar meu comportamento diante musical, eu mesmo mentindo devo argumentar que isso é bossa nova, isso é muito natural. O que você não sabe nem sequer pressente é que os desafinados também têm um coração. Fotografei você na minha Rolleiflex. Revelou-se a sua enorme ingratidão. Só não poderá falar assim, meu amor. Esse é o maior que você pode encontrar. Você com a sua música esqueceu o principal. Que no peito dos desafinados, no fundo do peito bate calado. No peito dos desafinados também bate um coração. Bam, bam,
Fui chamado de cordeiro, mas não sou cordeiro não. Preferi ficar calado que falar e levar não. O meu silêncio é uma singela oração, minha santa de fé. Meu cantar, vibram as forças que sustentam meu viver. Meu cantar é um apelo que eu faço a Nanaê. Sou de Nanaê, sou de Nanaê, sou de Nanaê, sou de Nanaê. O que peço no momento é silêncio e atenção. Quero contar o sofrimento que eu passei sem razão. O meu lamento se criou na escravidão que forçado passei. Eu chorei, sofri as duras dores da humilhação. Mas ganhei, pois eu trazia Nanaê no coração. Sou de Nanaê, 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 sou de vinha cantando alegremente, quen, quen, quando o marreco sorridente pediu para entrar também no samba. O ganso gostou da dupla e fez também, quen, quen, olhou pro cisne e disse assim, vem, vem, e o quarteto
da lagoa foram ensaiar para começar o tico-tico no fubá. A voz do pato era mesmo um desacato, jogo de cena com o ganso era mato. Mas eu gostei do final quando caíram na água, ensaiando o vocal. Quen, 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 quen. E o pato vinha cantando alegremente. Quen, quen, quando o marreco sorridente pediu para entrar também no samba. O ganso gostou da dupla e fez também. Quen, quen, olhou pro cisne e disse assim: vem, vem, e o quarteto ficará bem, muito bom, muito bem. Na beira da lagoa foram ensaiar para começar o tico-tico no fubá. A voz do pato era mesmo um desacato, jogo de cena com o ganso era mato. Mas eu gostei do final quando caíram na água, ensaiando o vocal. Quen, 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 quen. O pato vinha cantando alegremente. Quen, quen, quando o marreco sorridente pediu para entrar também no samba. O ganso gostou da dupla e fez também. Quen, quen, olhou pro cisne e disse assim: vem, vem, e o quarteto ficará bem, muito bom, muito bem. Na beira da lagoa foram ensaiar para começar o tico-tico no fubá. A voz do pato era mesmo um desacato, jogo de cena com o ganso era mato. Mas eu gostei do final quando caíram na água, ensaiando o vocal. Quen, 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 quen. O pato não adianta nem me abandonar, porque mistério sempre há de pintar por aí. Pessoas até muito mais vão lhe amar, até muito mais difíceis que eu pra você. Que eu, que dois, que 10 milhões, todos iguais. Até que nem tanto esotérico assim. Se eu sou algo incompreensível, meu Deus, é mais. Mistério sempre há de pintar por aí. Não adianta nem me abandonar, nem ficar tão apaixonada que nada, que não sabe nadar, que morre afogada por mim.
Não adianta nem me abandonar, porque mistério sempre há de pintar por aí. pessoas até muito mais vão lhe amar. Até muito mais difíceis que eu pra você. Que eu, que dois, que 10 milhões, todos iguais. Até que nem tanto esotérico assim. Se eu sou algo incompreensível, meu Deus é mais. Mistério sempre há de pintar por aí. Não adianta nem me abandonar, nem ficar tão apaixonada que nada, que não sabe nadar, que morre afogada por mim. Não adianta nem me abandonar, nem ficar tão apaixonada que nada, que não sabe nadar, que morre afogada por mim.
Começou a circular o expresso 2222 e parte direto de Bom Sucesso pra depois. Começou a circular o expresso 2222 da Central do Brasil que parte direto de Bom Sucesso pra depois do ano 2000. Dizem que tem muita gente de agora se adiantando, partindo pra lá, pra 2002 e tempo afora até onde essa estrada do tempo vai dar. Do tempo vai dar, do tempo vai, da menina do tempo vai. Segundo quem já andou no expresso, lá pelo ano 2000 fica tal estação final do percurso, vida da terra mãe concebida, de vento, de fogo, de água e sal. Oi, de água e sal, de água e sal, menina de água e sal. Começou a circular o expresso que parte direto de Bom Sucesso. Começou a circular o expresso 2222 da Central do Brasil que parte direto de Bom Sucesso pra depois do ano 2000. Dizem que parece o bonde do morro do Corcovado daqui, só que não se pega e entra e senta e anda. O trilho é feito um brilho que não tem fim. Oi, que não tem fim, que não tem fim. Oh, menina, que não tem fim. Nunca se chega no Cristo concreto, de matéria ou qualquer coisa real. Depois de 2001 e 2 e tempo afora, o Cristo é como que foi visto, subindo ao céu, foi subindo ao céu, num véu de nuvem brilhante, subindo ao céu. Começou a circular o expresso que parte direto de Bom Sucesso. Começou a circular o expresso 2222 da Central do Brasil que parte direto de Bom Sucesso pra depois do ano 2000. Ui!
Toda menina baiana tem encanto que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem um jeito que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem defeito também que Deus dá. Que Deus deu, que Deus dá. Que Deus entendeu de dar a primazia. Do bem pro mal, primeira mão na Bahia. Primeira missa, primeiro índio abatido também. Que Deus deu. Que Deus entendeu de dar toda a magia. Do bem pro mal, primeiro chão na Bahia. Primeiro carnaval, primeiro pelourinho também. Que Deus deu. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem um santo que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem encanto que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem um jeito que Deus dá. Toda menina baiana tem defeito também que Deus dá. Que Deus deu, que Deus dá. Que Deus entendeu de dar a primazia. Uma primeira mão na Bahia. Primeira missa, primeiro índio abatido também. Deus deu. Deus entendeu de dar toda a magia. Do bem pro mal, primeiro chão na Bahia. Primeiro carnaval, primeiro pelourinho também. Deus deu. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Ah, ah, ah. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Que Deus deu. Oh, oh, oh. Que Deus dá. Que Deus deu. Que
Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy, meu irmão de cor. Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy, meu irmão de cor. Pois a rosa é uma flor, a rosa é uma cor, a rosa é um nome de mulher. Rosa é a flor da simpatia, a flor escolhida no dia do primeiro encontro do nosso dia com a vida querida, com a vida mais garrida. Take it easy, Charlie. Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy, meu irmão de cor. Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy, meu irmão de cor. Depois que o primeiro homem maravilhosamente pisou na lua, eu me senti com direitos, com princípios e dignidade de me libertar. Por isso, sem preconceito, eu canto a fantasia, eu canto o amor, eu canto a alegria, eu canto a fé, eu canto a paz, eu canto a sugestão, eu canto na madrugada. Take it easy, my brother Charlie, pois eu canto até a minha amada, esperada, desejada, adorada. Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy, meu irmão de cor. Take it easy, my brother Charlie. Take it easy. Take it easy, my boy. Take it easy, my friend. Tenha calma, meu amigo.
De pedra dos homens, brabo do mar. É Xangô, vê se me ajuda a chegar. Minha alma canta, vejo o Rio de Janeiro. Morrendo de saudade.
E o teu mar cresce, e você foi feito pra mim.
Cristo Redentor, braços abertos sobre a Guanabara.
Esse samba é só porque Rio, eu gosto de você. A morena vai sambar, seu corpo todo balançar. Rio de sol, de céu, de mar. Dentro de mais um minuto estaremos no galeão. Rio de Janeiro, Rio de Janeiro, Rio de Janeiro, Rio de Janeiro.
Esse samba é só porque Rio, eu gosto de você.
A morena vai sambar, seu corpo todo balançar.
Rio de sol, de céu, de mar.
A cor brilhando, olha a pista chegando e vamos nós. Rio de Janeiro, 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 Rio de Janeiro,
Táxi!
Tô bem de baixo pra poder subir, tô bem de cima pra poder cair, tô dividindo pra poder sobrar, desperdiçando pra poder faltar, devagarinho pra poder caber, bem de leve pra não perdoar. Tô estudando pra saber ignorar, eu tô aqui comendo para vomitar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Tô iluminado pra poder cegar, tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Tô iluminado pra poder cegar, tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Suavemente pra poder rasgar, olho fechado pra te ver melhor, com alegria pra poder chorar, desesperado pra ter paciência, carinhoso pra poder ferir, lentamente pra não atrasar, atrás da vida pra poder morrer. Eu tô me despedindo pra poder voltar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Tô iluminado pra poder cegar, tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Eu tô iluminado pra poder cegar, tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Eu tô iluminado pra poder cegar e tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Eu tô iluminado pra poder cegar e tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Eu tô pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo pra te esclarecer. Tô iluminado pra poder cegar, tô ficando cego pra poder guiar. Eu tô te explicando pra te confundir, eu tô te confundindo é pra te esclarecer. Tô iluminado pra poder cegar, eu tô ficando cego pra poder guiar.
A tristeza é senhora, desde que o samba é assim. A lágrima clara sobre a pele escura, à noite a chuva que cai lá fora. Solidão apavora, tudo demorando em ser tão ruim. Mas alguma coisa acontece no quando agora em mim. Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
A tristeza é senhora, desde que o samba é assim. A lágrima clara sobre a pele escura, à noite a chuva que cai lá fora. Solidão apavora, tudo demorando em ser tão ruim. Mas alguma coisa acontece no quando agora em mim. Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
O samba ainda vai nascer, o samba ainda não chegou. O samba não vai morrer, veja o dia ainda não raiou. O samba é pai do prazer, o samba é filho da dor, o grande poder transformador. A tristeza é senhora, desde que o samba é assim. A lágrima clara sobre a pele escura, à noite a chuva que cai lá fora. Solidão apavora, tudo demorando em ser tão ruim. Mas alguma coisa acontece no quando agora em mim. Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
O samba ainda vai nascer, o samba ainda não chegou. O samba não vai morrer, veja o dia ainda não raiou. O samba é pai do prazer, o samba é filho da dor, o grande poder transformador. A tristeza é senhora,
desde que o samba é assim. A lágrima clara sobre a pele escura, à noite a chuva que cai lá fora. Solidão apavora, tudo demorando em ser tão ruim.
Mas alguma coisa acontece no quando agora em mim. Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
Quero ouvir.
Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
Outra vez.
Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora.
Só mais uma vez.
Cantando eu mando a tristeza embora. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Que a fé tá na mulher, a fé tá na cobra coral. Oh, num pedaço de pão. A fé tá na maré, tá na lâmina de um punhal. Oh, na luz, na escuridão. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Oh, lele, oh, lala. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Que a fé tá na manhã, a fé tá no anoitecer, no calor do verão. A fé tá viva e sã, a fé também tá pra morrer, triste na solidão. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Oh, lele, oh, lala. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Certo ou errado até, a fé vai onde quer que eu vá. Oh, a pé ou de avião. Mesmo a quem não tem fé, a fé costuma acompanhar. Oh, pelo sim, pelo não. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Oh, lele, oh, lala. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar. Andar com fé eu vou, que a fé não costuma falhar.
Não pense que meu coração, não pense que meu coração é de papel. Não brinque com o meu interior. Camarão que dorme a onda leva. Hoje é dia da caça, amanhã do caçador. Camarão que dorme a onda leva.
Hoje é o dia da caça, amanhã do caçador.
Não quero que o nosso amor acabe assim. O coração, quando o homem é sempre amigo, só não passa gato e sapato de mim. Pois aquele que dá pão também dá castigo.
Só não faça gato e sapato de mim,
Pois aquele que dá pão
também dá castigo.
Não pense que meu coração,
Não pense que meu coração é de papel.
não brinque com o meu interior. O camarão que dorme a onda leva.
Hoje é dia da caça,
da caça, amanhã do caçador.
Não veja meu sentimento com desdém. Enquanto bem existir o mal tem cura. A pedra é muito forte, mas tem um porém. Meu bem, a água tanto bate até que fura.
A pedra é muito forte, mas tem um porém. Meu bem,
A água tanto bate até que fura. Não pense que meu coração vai. Não pense que o meu coração é de papel.
não brinque com o meu interior. Camarão que dorme, a onda leva. Hoje é dia da caça,
Amanhã do caçador. Camarão que dorme.
camarão que dorme, a onda leva. Hoje é dia da caça, amanhã do caçador.
Hoje é dia da caça, amanhã do caçador.
Hoje é dia da caça,
Amanhã do caçador. Hoje é dia da caça, amanhã do caçador.
hoje é dia da caça, amanhã do caçador.
Não pense meu coração.
Reggae, I'm alive. The age of gold, that's the age of old. The age of gold, the age of music's past. Hear them talk as I walk, as I hear them talk. I hear they say, expect the final blast. Walk down Portobello Road to the sound of reggae. I'm alive, I'm alive and vivo, muito vivo, vivo, vivo. Feel the sound of music banging in my belly, belly. And I know that one day I must die. I'm alive. Yes, I know that one day I must die. I'm alive. I'm alive and vivo, muito vivo, vivo, vivo. In the electric cinema or on the telly, telly, telly. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. Yes, 9 out of 10 movie stars must make me cry. I'm alive. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. Walk down Portobello Road to the sound of reggae. I'm alive. The age of gold, yes, the age of old. The age of gold, the age of music's past. Hear them talk as I walk, as I hear them talk. I hear they say, expect the final blast. Walk down Portobello Road to the sound of reggae. I'm alive, I'm alive and vivo, muito vivo, vivo, vivo. Feel the sound of music banging in my belly, belly, belly. And I know that one day I must die. I'm alive. Yes, I know that one day I must die. I'm alive. I'm alive and vivo, muito vivo, vivo, vivo. In the electric cinema or on the telly, telly, telly. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. Yes, 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive. 9 out of 10 movie stars make me cry. I'm alive.
Minha flor, minha cara. Quarta estrela, letras 3, uma estrada. Não sei se o mundo é bom, mas ele ficou melhor quando você chegou e perguntou: tem lugar pra mim? Espatódia, gineceu, cor de pólen. Sol do dia, nuvem branca sem sardas. Não sei quanto o mundo é bom, mas ele está melhor desde que você chegou e explicou o mundo pra mim. Não sei se esse mundo está são, mas pro mundo que eu vim já não era. Meu mundo não teria razão se não fosse a Zoé. Espatódia, gineceu, cor de pólen. Sol do dia, nuvem branca sem sardas. Não sei quanto o mundo é bom, mas ele está melhor desde que você chegou e explicou o mundo pra mim. Não sei se esse mundo está são, mas pro mundo que eu vim já não era. Meu mundo não teria razão se não fosse a Zoé. Obrigada, São Paulo.
O telefone tocou novamente. Fui atender e não era o meu amor. Será que ela ainda está muito zangada comigo? Que pena, que pena, que pena, que pena. Pois só ela me entende, me acode. Na queda ou na ascensão, ela é a paz na minha guerra. Ela é meu estado de espírito, ela é a minha proteção. Que pena, que pena, que pena, que pena. Com ela eu sou mais eu. Com ela eu sou um anjo. Com ela eu sou criança. Eu sou a paz, eu sou o amor e a esperança. O telefone tocou novamente. Fui atender e não era o meu amor. será que ela ainda está muito zangada comigo? Que pena, que pena, que pena, que pena. Pois só ela me entende, minha codina, que é a dona Ascensão. Ela é a paz na minha guerra, ela é meu estado de espírito, ela é a minha proteção. Que pena, que pena, que pena, que pena. Com ela eu sou mais eu, com ela eu sou um anjo, com ela eu sou criança, eu sou a paz, eu sou o amor, eu sou a esperança. O telefone, o telefone, tocou novamente, fui atender e não era o meu amor. Será que ela ainda está muito zangada comigo? Que pena, 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 que
Menina, amanhã de manhã, quando a gente acordar, quero te dizer que a felicidade vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens. Na hora ninguém escapa, debaixo da cama ninguém se esconde, a felicidade vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens. Menina, ela mete medo, menina, ela fecha a roda, menina, não tem saída, de cima, de banda ou de lado. Menina, olhe pra frente, ô menina, todo cuidado, não queira dormir no ponto seguro, jogo, atenção de manhã. Menina, amanhã de manhã, quando a gente acordar, quero te dizer que a felicidade vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens. Na hora ninguém escapa, debaixo da cama ninguém se esconde, a felicidade vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens, vai desabar sobre os homens. Menina, ela mete medo, menina, ela fecha a roda, menina, não tem saída, de cima, de banda ou de lado. Menina, olhe pra frente, ô menina, todo cuidado, não queira dormir no ponto seguro, jogo, atenção de manhã. Menina, felicidade é cheia de praça, cheia de traça, cheia de lata, cheia de graça. Menina, felicidade é cheia de pano, é cheia de peno, é cheia de sino, é cheia de sono. Menina, felicidade é cheia de ano, é cheia de eno, é cheia de hino, é cheia de ono. Menina, felicidade é cheia de an, é cheia de en, é cheia de in, é cheia de on. Menina, felicidade é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de E, é cheia de I, é cheia de O, é cheia de A, é cheia de
Someone to hold me tight, that would be very nice. Someone to love me right, that would be very nice. Someone to understand each little dream in me. Someone to take my hand, to be a team with me. So nice, life would be so nice if one day I find someone who will take my hand and samba through life with me. Someone to cling to me, stay with with me right or wrong, someone to sing to me, some little samba song, someone to take my heart, then give his heart to me, someone who's ready to give love a start with me. Oh yes, that would be so nice. Should it be you and me, I can see it would be nice. To cling to me, stay with me right or wrong, someone to sing to me, some little samba song, someone to take my heart, then give his heart to me, someone who's ready to give love a start with me. So nice, that would be so nice. Should it be you and me, I can see it would be nice.
De 30 conselhos, mas ele tem mais de 30, ou mais de 30, ou mais de 30. Não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 ternos, não acredite em ninguém com mais de 30 vestidos. Um diretor quer mais de 30 minutos pra dirigir sua vida, a sua vida, a sua vida. Eu meço a vida nas coisas que eu faço e nas coisas que eu sonho e não faço. Eu me desloco no tempo e no espaço. Passo a passo, faço mais um traço, faço mais um passo, traço a traço. Sou prisioneiro do ar poluído, o artigo 30 eu conheço de ouvido. Eu me desloco no tempo e no espaço, na fumaça o mundo novo faço, faço o mundo novo na fumaça. Não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 anos, não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 cruzeiros. O professor tem mais de 30 conselhos, mas ele tem mais de 30, foi mais de 30, foi mais de 30. Não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 ternos, não acredite em ninguém com mais de 30 vestidos. O diretor quer mais de 30 minutos pra dirigir sua vida, a sua vida, a sua vida. Eu meço a vida nas coisas que eu faço e nas coisas que eu sonho e não faço. Eu me desloco no tempo e no espaço, passo a passo, faço mais um traço, faço mais um passo, traço a traço. Sou prisioneiro do ar poluído, artigo 30 eu conheço de ouvido. Eu me desloco no tempo e no espaço, na fumaça o mundo novo faço, faço um mundo novo na fumaça. Não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 anos, não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 cruzeiros. O professor tem mais de 30 conselhos, mas ele tem mais de 30, foi mais de 30, foi mais de 30. Não confie em ninguém com mais de 30 ternos, não acredite em ninguém com mais de 30 vestidos. O diretor quer mais de 30 minutos pra dirigir sua vida, a sua vida, a sua vida.
A baiana entrou no samba, deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana entrou no samba, deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana entrou no samba, olha aí. Deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar, deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana está sambando e o povo vibrando. vibrando assim. Salve a Bahia, minha gente, salve o Senhor do Bonfim. Salve o Senhor do Bonfim. Salve o Senhor do Bonfim. A baiana entrou no samba. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana entrou no samba. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana entrou no samba, olha aí. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. Deixa a baiana sambar. A baiana está sambando e o povo vibrando assim. Salve a Maria, gente, salve o Senhor do Bonfim. 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 Salve o Senhor do Bonfim.
De Samuel, que cê pensou? Nem é longe de casa aqui. Vim numa vez, acho que há um mês, eu e o Teto da 16. O Teto é doido pra caralho, zoou o guardinha daquele conjunto quadrado. Depois roubou moeda do homem, estátua de lata. De Samuel, que cê pensou? Nem é tão diferente assim. Vindo outra vez, chamei vocês com o Niquimba do 23. Mas o Niquimba é cabuloso, desceu a Augusta montado atrás do busão. Com a coxinha do bar deu perdido e saiu sem pagar. De Samuel, como é que foi? Porque cê nunca veio aqui? Quem te prendeu, quem te impediu? Qual foi o muro que subiu? Por que não atravessou? Nunca pro lado de cá. Olá, o metrô já vai fechar. De Samuel, que cê pensou? Tem um mundo tocando aqui. De Samuel, que cê pensou? Nem é tão diferente assim. De Samuel, que cê pensou? Nem é longe de casa aqui. E novamente ele chegou com inspiração, com muito amor, com emoção, com explosão em gol, sacudindo a torcida aos 33 minutos do segundo tempo. Depois de fazer uma jogada celestial em gol, tabelou, driblou dois zagueiros, deu um toque, driblou o goleiro. Só não entrou com bola e tudo porque teve humildade em gol. Foi um gol de classe onde ele mostrou sua malícia e sua raça. Foi um gol de anjo, um verdadeiro gol de placa, que a galera agradecida se encantava. Foi um gol de anjo, um verdadeiro gol de placa, que a galera agradecida se encantava. Viu, maravilha, nós gostamos de você. mais um pra gente ver. Fio Maravilha, nós gostamos de você. Fio Maravilha, traz mais um pra gente ver.
O dinheiro que eu lhe dei pro tamborim não vai gastar, depois jogar a culpa em mim. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei não é meu não, é da escola, por favor não mete a mão. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei pro tamborim não vai gastar, depois jogar a culpa em mim. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei, ora, não é meu não, ora, é da escola, por favor não mete a mão. Você lembra muito bem, eu lembro sim. No outro carnaval, você chorou porque não pôde desfilar.
A fantasia que eu mandei você comprar não ficou pronta, porque o dinheiro que eu lhe dei pra costurar.
Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar. Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei pro tamborim não vai gastar, depois jogar a culpa em mim. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei, ora, não é meu não, ora, é da escola, por favor não mete a mão. Você lembra muito bem,
me lembro sim.
No outro carnaval, você chorou porque não pôde desfilar.
A fantasia que eu mandei você comprar não ficou pronta, porque o dinheiro que eu lhe dei pra costurar.
Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar. Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei pro tamborim não vai gastar, depois jogar a culpa em mim. O dinheiro que eu lhe dei não é meu não,
não é meu não,
é da escola, por favor não mete a mão. Ai, Gil, você lembra muito bem,
lembra sim.
No outro carnaval, você chorou porque não pôde desfilar.
A fantasia que eu mandei você comprar não ficou pronta, porque o dinheiro que eu lhe dei pra costurar.
Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar. Você, eu nem vou dizer pra não lhe envergonhar.
Rezarei por ti todos os dias, todos os dias rezarás por mim. Um pacto de orações e de energias que os nossos corações fazem entre si. Aos santos, aos iogues e orixás, rogaremos os cuidados e a atenção. As preces que eu farei, que tu farás, nos trarão luz e paz, nos unirão. Rezaremos na hora marcada, às 6 da tarde, como reza a lei. No encontro entre o dia, a noite e o nada, salve Rainha amada, amado Cristo Rei, pelo amanhã que tu não sabes e eu também não sei. essa mulata quando dança é luxo só. Quando todo o seu corpo se embalança é luxo só. Tem não sei que faz a confusão. Que ela não tem, meu Deus, é compaixão, eita mulata bamba.
Olha, essa mulata quando dança é luxo só. Quando todo o seu corpo se embalança é luxo só. Porém, seu coração quando se agita e palpita mais ligeiro, nunca vi compasso tão brasileiro. Eita samba cai, pra lá, cai pra cá, cai pra lá, cai pra cá. Eita samba cai, pra lá, cai pra cá, cai pra lá, cai pra cá. Mexe com as cadeiras mulata e o requebrado me maltrata, ai, ai. Olha, essa mulata quando dança é luxo só. Quando todo o seu corpo se embalança é luxo só. Tem não sei que faz a confusão. Que ela não tem, meu Deus, é compaixão, eita mulata bamba.
Olha, essa mulata quando dança é luxo só. Quando todo o seu corpo se embalança é luxo só. Porém, seu coração quando se agita e palpita mais ligeiro, nunca vi compasso tão brasileiro. Eita samba cai, pra lá, cai pra cá, cai pra lá, cai pra cá. Eita samba cai, pra lá, cai pra cá, cai pra lá, cai pra cá. Mexe com as cadeiras mulata e o requebrado me maltrata, ai, ai. Me maltrata, ai, ai. Me maltrata, ai, ai. Me maltrata, ai, ai. Me maltrata, ai, ai.
Cristina! Cristina!
hizo mucho frío. Ajá. No sé. Lo voy a hacer. Ah, no, está bien pesado esta madre.
Hazme enojar.
Che, José. Oh, ya sé.
Cuando pasó lo del 18, no, me va cuando
Marino Chun. Ajá, Marino Chun.
Y por ejemplo, si yo vuelo, por ejemplo, aquí para nosotros para volar, no nos piden el pasaporte, nada más con la licencia. Entonces, con la licencia. Entonces, si yo vuelo con mi licencia y llego allá, cuando quiero regresar de allá para acá, ¿puedo usar mi licencia o porque sí, pero que no dijeron que no van a permitir o nada más es tránsito? La policía de
Qué bueno que es, qué bueno que nos lo dices. Ya sabes, chapilando. Echar en contra unos cuantos.
All right, good luck, everyone. For you. Ready? Yes, for you.
Sí, gracias.
quiero conocer, pero ya cuando quiten eso, güey.
Cada año estamos esperando.
¿Cuánto te sale el gobernador, güey? Para sacarlo.
Creo que le faltan 2 años más. Pero si se reelige,
¿Dónde está el traductor?
¿Se durmió?
No, ¿es así? Sí, no lo veo.
The translator's not here.
No, es que no lo vemos. No lo vemos. ¿Dónde está el traductor?
Actually, I forgot my device. Can I go get it?
Se me olvidó mi traductor.
She does not know that word. It's not in her vocabulary. She does not know how to. ¿De qué va a hablar? De H2A. Entonces, ¿qué vas a hablar?
Sobre el libertad del movimiento también, qué es cómo nosotros nos ve vivimos en frontera, ¿no? Entonces, hay patrulla y todo, y cómo se siente la gente allá. Sí. Entonces,
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Right, we're going to get started with our second session, which is on freedom of movement. Hope everyone had a great lunch break and feels energized to listen and share. So my name is Tanita Doma, and I am an organizer and member of Justice for Migrant Workers, which is based out of Ontario in Canada. And I will be facilitating today's session on freedom of movement, which is a huge component of farm worker organizing, since it's so often that the people growing our food are guest workers, undocumented workers, and folks with precarious status. So before we get into the testimonies from our amazing panelists today, I did want to share 2 messages of solidarity that have been shared with us from our juror, Shamtoli Huck. And I think it also kind of sets a good context for the transnational nature of our discussion that's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. So one of the messages is a video, and it's in Bengali, and it's from a farmers' movement in Bangladesh. and they have provided a very powerful video message in solidarity with the tribunal that's happening today. So, can show it again. Oh, and also just before it's played, it will be played in Bengali, but Shamtoli is going to give us a great summary in English, so the rest of us who don't know Bengali will be able to understand a bit of what's happening.
কৃষি না কৃষি জিন্দাবাদ জিন্দাবাদ নয়া কৃষি না কৃষি জিন্দাবাদ জিন্দাবাদ নয়া কৃষির আলো ঘরে ঘরে জ্বালো নয়া কৃষির আলো ঘরে ঘরে জ্বালো নয়া কৃষির আলো ঘরে ঘরে জ্বালো কৃষকের বীজ রক্ষা করো রক্ষা করো কৃষকের বীজ রক্ষা করো রক্ষা করো কৃষকের অধিকার দিতে হবে কৃষকের অধিকার দিতে হবে দেশীয় বীজ রক্ষা করো দেশীয় বীজ রক্ষা করো হাইব্রিড বীজ বন্ধ করো হাইব্রিড বীজ বন্ধ করো আমরা নয়া কৃষির কৃষকেরা জেনেছি উত্তর আমেরিকায় খাদ্য উৎপাদন কাজে নিয়োজিত কৃষক শ্রমিকদের সম্মেলন অনুষ্ঠিত হচ্ছে। এই সম্মেলনের প্রতি আমরা নয়া কৃষির পক্ষ থেকে পূর্ণ সংহতি প্রকাশ করছি এবং এই সম্মেলনের সাফল্য কামনা করছি। আমরা নয়া কৃষি আন্দোলন রাসায়নিক সার বিষের বিরুদ্ধে কাজ করি, বীজ রক্ষার কাজ করি, কৃষক শ্রমিক ভাইদের অধিকার, নারীর অধিকার রক্ষার কাজ করি। আমরা চাই উত্তর আমেরিকায় খাদ্য উৎপাদন কাজে নিয়োজিত শ্রমিক ভাইদের অধিকার এই সম্মেলনের মাধ্যমে এই অধিকার রক্ষা পাবে। যেসব কোম্পানি রাসায়নিক সার বিষ ব্যবহার করে পুরো পৃথিবীকে বিষাক্ত করে তুলছে, আমরা চাই নয়া কৃষি আন্দোলনের কৃষক এবং উত্তর আমেরিকায় খাদ্য উৎপাদন কাজে নিয়োজিত কৃষক সকলে একত্রে মিলে এই সব কোম্পানির বিরুদ্ধে ঐক্যবদ্ধ হয়ে কাজ করব। নয়া কৃষি জিন্দাবাদ জিন্দাবাদ নয়া কৃষি জিন্দাবাদ জিন্দাবাদ নয়া কৃষির আলো ঘরে ঘরে জ্বালো নয়া কৃষির আলো ঘরে ঘরে জ্বালো।
I'd like to welcome Shamtoli to
summary. Okay. So that was actually from one of the ecological centers in Bangladesh. So you're all welcome to maybe have the next summit there if you'd like. It was basically started with Zindabad. Zindabad is kind of the equivalent of si se puede. So maybe later we can say Zindabad, si se puede together. The first was like Naya Krishi is a new agricultural movement that started with 300,000 farmers in Bangladesh. And they have 10 principles amongst workers' rights, women's rights, against pesticides, and support of ecological agriculture. So basically says Noya Krishi, which is new agriculture, should enlighten the homes of all farmers. Seeds should remain in the hands of women. It's about food sovereignty because these multinational companies, they make farmers buy GMO seeds and Terminator seeds, and that's how they make farmers remain in debt. If you understand why the Indian farmers protest and all the farmer suicides is because of these multinational corporations. So the women are singing, it's the role of women to preserve seeds. So that's why it's really important. No GMO seeds. And then they go on to say, the banner was made for y'all. If you notice, it's in English. For your summit. So we learned from our sister that you are organizing for food workers of North America are organizing. We wish for a successful summit, and we hope that all of your demands are met. We fight against corporate agriculture. We preserve seeds in the right hands of women. We fight for the rights of women. We fight for the rights of workers. And again, we want to wish the International Tribunal a success. We have to fight against all companies that are poisoning our environment, killing our workers. And again, we want to wish you a successful tribunal. So that's kind of a summary.
Thank you again, Shamtoli, for that wonderful translation. And that was an amazing start to our session for the next couple hours. So there's also another message that was shared that I can read right now, and then we will get into the testimonies. So I'll read it slowly so it can be translated. Okay, and this is from the organizers of GRAIN, which is a small international nonprofit that's working to support small farmers and social movements. There can be no food sovereignty without justice for farm workers, and there can be no successful movement for food sovereignty without leadership from farm workers and their organizations. Many of us don't do enough to recognize and support farm worker struggles for better working conditions, good pay, freedom of movement, solid legal and social protections, and strong unions. This needs to change, and we hope that this weekend's tribunal will open new paths in this direction. We're eager to join forces in solidarity, GRAIN. All right. So now, to give a bit of context to our session, we will hear from Chris Ramsaroop, who is an organizer with Justice for Migrant Workers with over 20 years of experience organizing with migrant agriculture workers and now sharing his wisdom with the next generation, which also includes me, as a professor at the University of Toronto and University of Windsor Law School.
Thank you very much for those kind words. I think what you're really trying to say is I'm getting old, aren't you? Wowee. So I'm going to kind of rant a little. I don't really have anything prepared. I want to say, like, your thing this morning, your presentation was amazing to set up. So massive love to you. What I want us to do for a second here is think about who has freedom of movement and who doesn't have freedom of movement. Who does, who doesn't, right? Let's also think about this notion about liberation. Let's think about the idea about the freedom to move and the freedom to stay. I want to challenge all of us for a second. Don't be afraid to dream, yo. Don't be afraid to dream. Don't be afraid to be idealistic. Don't be afraid to demand and to yearn and to want. Let's not be beholden to the corporate philanthropy and the limitations of what those with power deem to us what they say is possible. All right? Don't let $50,000 or $100,000 from the nonprofit industrial complex try to tell us what should we be our demands or what should our organizing models should be. Let's think about what a true vision is of what we want. Now, freedom of movement is a vision, but I also want us to consider this as an organizing tool. It's something that could build the basis of unity. When I say this idea about freedom of movement, it has different meanings for all of us. For some of us, like we heard in the last panel, to live in dignity against sexual harassment, intimidation, and patriarchy. For others, it's around living without pesticides. For others, about dignified housing. For others, ensuring that a work permit doesn't tie us, or that the fact that we don't have to be subjected to intimidation and harassment as a result of the 100-mile border. And I know all of you have to deal with that on a daily basis, particularly for our comrades upstate and our comrades in Washington. For some of us who've been on a Greyhound bus as well, we've seen what you have to go through on a daily basis and the way that permits and our status basically limits our idea of freedom of a movement. Give me a second before I continue to rant. I want us also, my comrade earlier talked about this idea about the plantation economy, and I know some of my Caribbean studies students know what the plantation economy is. I'm not going to bore you with this larger kind of analysis, but the idea about the way that our countries and our communities have been disempowered and destroyed because of corporate power post the plantation period. Some people are going to call this a form of neocolonialism. Others are going to say this is a continuation of colonialism. In Mexico, we know the role of corn, right? And what the United States and Canada are trying to do to destroy indigenous Mexican corn through GMOs. In the Caribbean, we've seen our food systems, whether it's bananas in St. Lucia or in other places, being displaced as a role of the World Trade Organization and trade liberalization. But there's another important part about the idea about the plantation economy and why it relates to our freedom of movement conversation before you all fall asleep. The other part of this idea is about the creation of our beliefs, our values. It's a way of people coming together, not just simply a few academics or a few policymakers in Harvard or in the World Bank, but people coming together like we're doing today to build our knowledge base, to build our understanding of the world. And for us, as our comrades said earlier, how do we develop a working class perspective when we're talking about immigration? How do we make sure that some financial thing, and the Globe and Mail in Canada, it's a newspaper some people read, they had policymakers from the Government of Canada and Scotiabank, which has a very horrific role in the Caribbean, talking about what they deem the right and the type of immigrant they want to Canada. So our comrades earlier talked about building a narrative, telling our story. So when they come up with their type of nonsense about what they deem as perfect immigrants to Canada, the United States, or wherever the hell they want to talk about, it's about us using these spaces to build what we say. Yesterday, people in our group talked about not being our families being separated, not our families being detained or put in jail, and the humanity that's lost because of the way our families are separated, because of borders, and because of the way we're criminalized and detained. That story is more powerful than any damn data analysis an economist can try to come up with us. So these stories that we're telling is important, it's revolutionary, and it's how we build the foundation of saying what type of vision we want as a society and as a community. Hence why our analysis shouldn't be left up to a few people eating really bad food in the ivory tower. So there's also important lessons too. And I always have lots of stuff I'm going to yap about, but I'm not going to do that. My people came to the Caribbean as indentured workers. Some people, half of my family, the other half is Punjabi. But my family, which I live with, which I love, and which I am with, are people from Trinidad. And other Indians came to, Chinese and Portuguese came to Jamaica, Trinidad, Guyana, St. Lucia, Suriname. And the way that people talked about them is what we say today very much, that they are scabs, that they're going to drive down wages, because the indenture system is no different from the H-2 program or the seasoned agricultural worker program. It continues to feed the plantation economy. But the important part of the story that's always lost is the way that freed Africans and Indians and Chinese found ways to come together to fight back, whether it's fleeing the plantation, whether it's withholding wages, whether engaging in forms of resistance and revolt against the plantation owners. So it's about us capturing these types of histories. We go back to the history of the Americas, where freed Africans went to indigenous communities, right, as a site of resistance and organizing. So throughout periods of time, people who were immobile, people who they said should not come together, were able to break the fear of one another through the idea of freedom of movement to come together, to change, and to build forms of resistance for society what they wanted. Not basically believing what the bosses said about all of us, and we have to fear black people, or the Indians, or Mexicans, or indigenous people, but coming together how we need to say what resistance should and could be. In conclusion, I think what we saw earlier today about the role of this plantation economy, and the fact that comrades, and I cry a lot nowadays, a little more than I think I should, but I want to cry when I see that. And when we think about transnationalism and internationalism, this is the other part of the story. As people fought here against a plantation system, internationalism, we're seafarers, we're dock workers, we're radicals from all sorts of people. We're using different forms of migration patterns and the supply chain to talk about what revolution and resistance means. So take these words, what you heard earlier, from people far away who will never meet, but words of power, words of building a base across borders. And that for us is where we get a chance to embrace those comrades, is what freedom of movement should be. Because our struggles against pesticides, genetically modified food, this disgusting housing, and the same plantation autocracy that destroys lives in India or South Africa or Palestine are doing the same here. Freedom of movement is what binds us together, what brings us together, and it's a vision of hope and dreams for the future. So I want to turn it over to my comrades, and once again, it's an honor to be with all of you. Massive love.
Thank you so much for that context, Chris. It's really grounding, and hopefully will be a good springboard for us to hear from the other folks on our panel today. So I'm going to start at the end with Luis Jimenez, who is with Alianza Agricola. We're just going to start at the end and then move over to the middle. I hope that's okay. Okay, and please go ahead.
Por favor, empieza cuando estás listos. Bueno, necesitas un minuto, ya estás listo. My name is Luis Jimenez, and I'm an agricultural worker. In New York, I'm a member of Alianza Agricola. And when we hear the migration, we usually think of the south frontier and the border, but New York is a frontier state. But when people hear New York, they only think of the city, but we are in the north. We are in the rural area, and we know that the frontier with the border with Canada is also a risk. New York also counts with a frontier that's within 100 miles of the border, and this is where immigration and ICE customs has jurisdiction, and they can search your vehicle when they reasonably believe that there's Latino people or because you look brown. And so to live in New York means to live at risk, not only of being detained by immigration, but it also means that there's a bigger risk because local police and state police collaborate with immigration in the rural areas, especially where they have the ranches where we work. It is very common to find the collusion between the frontier patrol and with the police and detain people who are usually undocumented. There's a lot of cases in which the collusion between local police and migration has turned out to be deportation proceedings and has separated families. I'm a member of Alianza Agricola. Went out with some friends, and the police stopped them. They asked if they were legally here in this country, if they had any ID, and because they had fear, they said yes, and then the police didn't believe them, and then they called immigration. Another case, another woman colleague, they were checking on the street, making sure that everybody had seat belts, and even though our colleague had her seatbelt on, and the police called immigration, another colleague that was coming from celebrating his daughter's birthday, and police also detained him. And Alberg, also another place that's within striking distance of the border, and the police set up checkpoints, and they're looking for an excuse to detain you and call immigration. So, for example, another colleague from Guatemala, the police took her passport when she got detained. And as these cases, we can share so many. The important thing to know here is that migration shows up really quick because they are already lurking around the roads and the area. And in the past, there have been a lot of incidents where immigration checks up in the buses when the people from the south come up traveling, and they don't think that this is going to happen, but immigration is there usually. And even though this affects them, it affects our bosses too, because the workers are undocumented. Have been cases in which they also threaten you that they will call immigration. One of my women colleagues, shared that she worked in a ranch. A cow slipped and fell, and the boss didn't like it, and he maltreated the father of the daughters, and he hit her with a hose. And one of the workers wanted to call the police, and when the police arrived, the boss kicked him out of the house. He arrived at 5 a.m. and said took off their stuff, their things, and then called immigration, and threatened them with this. And especially in the small ranches, where people have tried to organize with their rights, the bosses sometimes fire people, and they threaten them to call the police. And because the police colludes with immigration, then they leave because they go and they fear that they will be deported. So they basically threaten you to call immigration. It's the same thing. It's the same as calling the police because you'll be detained. Everything goes to immigration. Some of our guys called us as an organization and said that their boss threatened them to call the police if they didn't leave when he fired them. And as we have heard now, and before, in the session of health and safety, if they kick you out, you lose your house. This is one of the biggest barriers for the workers to organize. There's been cases in when immigration does raids, when immigration is looking for someone who has a deportation case and then they don't show up, the workers hide so that they can be seen because, they often think they have an excuse of looking for someone, and they take everyone who lives in the houses. In a raid, it's very common to see immigration pass by the farms, especially in the north of the state. One time, immigration showed up to a ranch in the north, and the ranchers, they complained because they didn't have they had enough influence, they left them alone. When Trump won, for example, as well, a lot of bosses told the workers you cannot go out of the farm. If they didn't or did not have a driver's license, it didn't mean that the bosses were good and that they wanted to protect us. It's most likely that they did not want to lose their workers. On the contrary, we're never going to see the bosses fight for a permit for us or for immigration reform. But with a workers' permit, we would be more independent. We could organize better, and we could look for more different type of work that's easier, maybe. But our bosses are not going to be doing this because they don't want to lose their control, and they will never advocate for a permit for us, because if they advocate for this, and also for the expansion of programs like H2A for the milk industry, well, this will bring a lot of, they will lose a lot of control that they have. And a lot of these cases happened before when we did not have a driver's license in New York. And when we struggled against this and we won the campaign for the driver's license, and anyone who lives in New York State could have access to driver's license regardless of immigration status. Before this, and even after this, like the police still colludes with immigration. And even though the police stop us, we have the right not to answer the questions. Sometimes the fear and intimidation of them against us, makes us answer. And for us to win the right to have a license was difficult. And even though in a lot of occasions it became better, people have lost fear a little bit, but the reality is that it's not the solution to the problem. The fear continues, and thanks to the collaboration of many ally organizations supporting our work, we have been able to get a lot of changes for our communities to protect our agricultural workers and our immigrant workers. But I think we should have more freedom. Gracias, Luis.
Next, we're going to hear from Alfredo Juarez, who will be giving testimony on behalf of Community to Community. And Community to Community is working to build a just food system for Washington State.
Un sistema de justicia, sistema de alimentos justos en el estado de Washington. Hi, everyone. My name is Alfredo Juárez, and I'm going to give my testimony in English. Soy Alfredo Juárez, también me conocen como Lelo en la comunidad.
I am from Guerrero, Mexico. My first language is Mixteco, which is an indigenous language spoken in south of Mexico, and Guerrero and Oaxaca. Then I learned English when I moved here at age of 8, and then later Spanish. So I am a organizer with Community to Community in Washington State. It's located in Skagit and also in Whatcom County. And I'm here to talk about the H2A program. And a lot of people don't know about it, but it's something that our people in our state, in other states, are very concerned about, and the way that the H2A are treated, and also how the companies is making us compete with our brothers and sisters, on the field for work. And so the H2A is a guest program. Those of us that have seen this program in the use see it as a modern-day slavery. Let me explain. People are moved from their home to a place they don't know to work, a lot of the time under extreme conditions, without proper equipment to stay safe. There is a lot of wage theft. They usually don't have any connection with other people that lives around the place where they live. The company that brings them here in the U.S. holds onto the worker's passport at any point that those workers do things that the company doesn't like. The workers can get deported at any time the company decides to. They could be put on a blacklist where they can't apply to work at any company in the U.S. ever. And so H2A workers don't know their right. Those that speak up or threaten with being deported. Because of this, H2A workers stay silent. There's a lot of wage theft again. So again, with C2C, how we know a lot about H2A is because we get, with both C2C and Familias Unidas, the union, we have been getting a lot of phone calls from H2A workers telling us everything that happens at their workplace. I personally spoken to a lot of H2A workers that have asked for help, and it's hard to help them. Like, we want to help them, but it's very hard to help them. Company hires H2A workers because the company have complete control over them. Something we hear a lot is that the companies don't want to hire local workers because they cost too much, and also they have appointments. For those that have families, if something happens, they go and tend to their family, whether that's take them to the hospital or go pick up their kids from school, and the company says that's a bad thing because they can't count on those workers. But and so they rather bring H2A worker, which are mostly single males that were brought in here. And so another thing is that the company say they will go bankrupt, again, because the local worker costs too much. In many cases, local workers get paid per hour, which is the minimum, which is the state minimum where they live. In other cases, they get paid by piece rate, which is you get paid for the amount of pounds you produce, or depending on where you're at, but you get paid for what at the end of the day you produce. And for H2A workers, the company recruiting them must pay for their travels from their country of origin to the place where they will be staying. The company have to provide housing sometimes, food, and cover transportation from home to work. Hosting H2A costs a lot of money, but the company rather do that than give local workers here a better wage and a better working conditions because, again, of the control they have over them. In Linden, Washington, there is a company called Enfield Farm that used to hire local workers, now hires a huge number of H2A workers because it's a seasonal job. After picking workers go to other companies to look for work, and then come back before the picking season returns for the next year. In May of 2023, when local workers went to apply at Infield, a lot of the people were told that the company had a lot of workers already. Others were given a small piece of paper that says, go apply online. In Linden, almost all workers there don't speak English or can't read in English. A lot of the workers called C2C and the union. We responded. We invited as much people as we could to meetings. I went to the Infield online link that were given to the workers and looked at the application and saw that it was only in English. So even for me as an English speaker, it was hard to help those people apply for work. A lot of them did not get the job. The H-2A people got the job. The company Infield brought in over 96 H-2A worker in 2023. That's 96 local workers that don't have jobs now. Those that have been working for the company for many years saw their work hours reduced. There was a mom that had been working for the company for many years. She told us that since the H-2A workers arrived, her work hours have reduced. She went from working 8 hours or more every day to only working 3 hours and 3 days in a week. Because she doesn't make enough anymore, she went on to a different job like many other workers. This is the way the company quietly fires local workers. And when those local workers go to look for a job at other places, the company turns around and says, we don't have a lot of local workers coming to apply to work, so we need to recruit more H-2A workers. A lot of the companies claim that they will go bankrupt if they pay local workers more. The reason these companies go bankrupt is because of bad investments, and a huge reason is that big companies buy small companies, which makes it harder for small companies to compete. In my 12 years as a farm worker and as an organizer, I have never heard of a company go bankrupt because they pay and treat their workers better. And also I just added this, but I just wanted to tell you guys that I'm very excited to be here in this tribunal. In our Washington State, we hosted our 11th, I believe, tribunal. We do it every year, and through the tribunal, we have talked a lot about issues, and we have turned a lot of those issues into laws that have improved workers' lives. So strikes work, boycotts work, and tribunals also work. And I hope to see more in other places. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alfredo. And now we will hear from Juana Lozano, my apologies, from the Farm Workers Association of Florida.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Juana Lozano. Yo soy
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Juana Lozano, and I'm a coordinator at the Association of Farm Workers in Florida. So as we have heard, and some of you have heard about how hostile Florida is for immigrants in the last few years, over the last few days or every day, we're more and more worried about immigration matters. So what I will share is experiences from my experience and also from my community and what people are going through now. People who don't have documents, who are immigrants and who have a temporary status. So last year, in July, this SB 1718 law came in, and this made a lot of people fear in Florida as immigrants. So that was the start of something that is bigger. So some people opted to get out of the country, out of our Florida, And one of my coworkers who had been there for more than 23 years with her children, and with a lot of effort, she bought her own house. People who have their own companies, like construction companies, or mowing lawns, or selling food. And these women and these workers opted to get out of the state from Florida and start from zero somewhere else, from scratch. So this has been very complicated for the families, not only for the parents to get rid of all their things, their properties, but also the instability that is caused in the children to move and have this drastic change. It seems that the government in Florida doesn't seem to care or to notice it at all, and what they comment and what they say is that this situation has caused them a lot of panic, and people are very much afraid because people who are U.S. citizens and who have the permits to drive would drive them somewhere, to buy groceries, would be afraid because their kids may be arrested and would have to pay very high fees for transporting them. So many people were able to calm down a little bit once the law was enacted because they made a few modifications and that it wouldn't be so drastic in terms of fees and things that they would charge people because they didn't want it to impact the family so much. But all the same, a lot of people left Florida and some came back because they couldn't find the work that they thought that they would find somewhere else outside of Florida. So this caused a lot of negative things with employers because they were very much worried because the E-Verify program would be required by all companies. It wasn't clear at the beginning how that would work. Afterward, they noticed that E-Verify was only going to be for the new employees, not for the companies that had their people already hired and stable workers. So this was good for the employers, right? Because they could keep the people that they already had, the workers that they already had. But the new hires that would start at that their companies would have to go through E-Verify. So for them it was good, but for the community it was worrying. Why? Because the people, when they were being exploited and abused at a workplace, or verbally abused by some manager at the company or some boss at the company, they could not leave the company because if they were to look for work somewhere else, they wouldn't be able to get it because they wouldn't be able to get through the E-Verify program because they have to pay a rent, they have to pay food, workers have to pay all their services and everything that they need. So people opted to stay in the place where they were even though they were not okay at the place where they worked and lived. So we had a lot of complaints. We had many people worried in the community. Our hands were tied. We couldn't do much. But little by little, people started to take a deep breath and say, okay, let's continue to work. This is not going to get so bad. When in this new legislative session, they approved 4 laws that really will be more detrimental to the immigrant community. So right now, we don't know what's going to happen. People are worried again. And more so because there is no security. People don't know if they will keep their jobs, if they can be detained by taking their kids to school, simply driving them and maybe arrested by a police officer, or if somebody has more than 3 tickets for driving without a license, they can be at risk for deportation, and apart from just paying a fee and being a couple of days in jail. So this is very difficult for the community, this not knowing of what will happen. So we speak about the H-2A workers, right? These people that have contracts is what we call them. And we know that it's a modern day slavery system. It is a system of people who, in my point of view, personally, a white mafia, the white collar mafia, that's what I call it. Why? Because everybody knows what happens with them, right? But they don't care. The employers don't care because they're getting money. The people in the fields, they say that these people are paid more, but they exploit them a lot more. These people have long shifts up to 12 or 13 or 14 hours a day. And they only have one lunch break, one break at all. And when a boss is good, they get food. Well, we can say that it passes as food. But we know that there have been companies where they get bad food that's gone bad already. So they have to buy their own food. But the contractor, this takes this bad food away from their paycheck each week. And then they're still forced to buy their own food because obviously they can't eat this bad food. So apart from earning more than the people who are local workers, they earn a lot less for a lot more work and more irregularities. So a lot of the times, the places where they live are really pigsty of place to live. And they can't do anything. They just stay silent because next time, for the following season, they won't be called to come and work. A lot of our local workers know this too. They can't say anything because they can also lose their job if they say anything. So we're really in a situation, an immigration situation that's very worrisome and unstable in Florida. Some other people who are part of our organization and part of our community, they spoke about a person who was working with 25 other workers. They thought that the boss was going to fire them. So when the boss noticed that it had only to do with new people, new hires, he was fine. There were several employers who looked for us as an association to explain to people and to calm them from their worries. But it wasn't for their employees, it was for them, the employers, not the employees. So when they saw that this program or these new laws would affect new workers more, then they didn't care. So we thought to make a movement with these employers because we said, all right, this is the time to do something for our community. But when these modifications were made to the laws, then things changed completely with them. Somebody said, we heard, employers are not going to move a finger if they don't feel that they're at risk of losing something from their pockets. So we're in charge of doing trainings about heat stress. So in one of those trainings, one of the people said, that training we should definitely give to my boss, not to us as workers. Because if my boss would know all of this, things for us would be different. And that's true. If the government agencies would start doing their jobs, the situations at the workplaces would be a lot better. People would have water, clean water at their workplace. The toilets and the bathrooms would be clean. I saw an announcement somewhere that you have to clean the toilets at least 2 times a day. I'm sorry, 2 times a week. That's not logical, right? Bathrooms have to be cleaned every day. But people don't say anything. So now with immigration, they just want to stay quiet. If before it was very hard to move the community, now it's a lot harder. Because they don't want to lose their job. Because after that, they don't have any security for jobs anywhere else because they have to go through E-Verify. So the situation is very complex. So at the end of the day, what they said is that they try to live without fear, that they're trying to live their lives, even though it scared a lot of people. You have to keep on going. Life goes on. So this is what we're going through in Florida, this environment that our legislators have set forth. This is what they're approving. The people that are in power are putting the laws in our states. And sometimes we talk about educating the community, giving them the power. But I think that where we have to start doing the educating is the people who are in power. People that are there and don't know what they're doing. So I have a lot to say. The most worrying part is that we don't know what will happen when these 4 laws will be enacted and will be put into place. So a lot of people may leave Florida again, and those that will stay will have to survive and will have to live with this sort of uncertainty that if they go out to the store to buy food, or the moms to take their kids to school, they can be arrested and maybe they not make it to get their kids that day. That fear that is put in the children, we're having kids that are not so well, right? Well, the government is helping us to have these children that are not well, not only physically, but mentally. Why can't we do something to have stability for these people? Remember that this immigrant person has kids that are U.S. citizens. And that it's not that you're just doing something bad to this person, but you're also doing bad things to the U.S. citizen who has all the rights as any other U.S. citizen. The only thing is that they were born to parents who are immigrants without documents here in the United States. That was their only sin. So this is at the table, and that's what we're going through in Florida. Thank you.
Powerful, Juana. Thank you for sharing. Just so everyone knows, for the rest of the session, so you have an idea, we have 2 more testimonies that we're going to hear, a brief recap from Chris, and we will finally hear from, of course, the jurors, and from Ari from the Warehouse Workers for Justice, who will be talking about the larger supply chain connections between the farm workers who are speaking today and the overall movement. So next we will hear from Marino Chun from Migrant Justice, who will be reading the testimony of a comrade, Juan from Cata.
Hola a todos.
Hi, everyone.
Mi nombre es...
My name is Marino Chun, and today I will be reading a testimony from a coworker, Juan Garcia Mendez. So it's a little bit long, but bear with me. My name is Juan Garcia Mende. I'm from the state of Oaxaca in Mexico. And from my beautiful country, I started doing the field work, the farm work. And until now, I've considered myself a farm worker. But before going further, allow me to say the following as a preamble. You immigrate to the United States to the north with the only purpose to work hard and to prosper economically and socially and culturally until you reach a dignified way of life for the good of all the family, our country, and our hometown of origin. But to get to this point of opportunity and make our American dream a reality, we have to go through many obstacles. One of those is a very long road, is to cover this long journey only with the idea and the hope that this will be the process to get to a better life where we have happiness at the end of the day and to reach our goals. Once we satisfy the purpose of getting there, we have to go through all the obstacles until we reach a point of stability, and that is to get a secure job. And I had to be at a farm work, and that took me to get there for 2 decades. This allows me to make a narration that is correct, accurate of what the day-to-day life of a farm worker is. To start a day, the farm worker, has to get up at 4:30 to 5 a.m. because at 6 a.m. The employer will have to pick up the worker. Once you get to the workplace, you have to prepare yourself with all your materials for the job, depending on what you're harvesting, what you're planting. And we have 8 products that we have to make in groups. Also, we have 13 different groups of things that we produce by piece. And in this process, to be able to produce things in the morning, afterward, we have a 15-minute break to be able to eat something and drink something. At 12 p.m., we are given 45 minutes to be able to have a lunch break, and then you continue to be able to package the products according to the orders, and then we get back home between 4 to 6 p.m. And that is the end of the workday, both being tired, and we have to stay motivated and continue with the same enthusiasm. We have to take a shower, we have to cook, we have to eat, and then clean where we live. We have to wash the dishes, and afterward, we prepare lunch for the next day. At last, we get to the end of the day, if we can call our family, our parents, and then after that, we're tired, and then we get new energies by going to sleep and continue for the next day in our routine at work, where we push through despite everything with a lot of love and a lot of hope, to have a lot of positive thoughts, just imagining our families, our parents, our wives, our children who find themselves far away. I must clarify that for many years I was working with a contract because that's what the employer wanted, the boss wanted, and they paid me according to what I was able to produce, and then I was always earning less than the minimal wage. And after 4 years, or in the last 4 years, they pay me by hour, but that is not satisfactory because my wage is still not enough. It's under the minimum. Here in New Jersey, I must clarify that throughout many years, we saw the bad treatment of employees. He would be yelling at us if they didn't like something. They would punch us, and they would take other measures that were not good. Such as giving somebody or taking 2 days away from their work, or even taking hours away, or in some occasions firing people. So there have been some situations of discrimination, but everything can be overcome, and change comes as time goes on. So that's my case, because I've been at work for so many years. I would like to take this moment to just mention a few relevant aspects that influence and are blocks to a healthy life of agricultural workers or farm workers. Because I'm part of more than 2 million farm workers in the state of New Jersey.
And we all have the same trajectory. The only difference is place of work. So in respect with the health, we all know the different kinds of illness that exist. Some are light, some are very bad illness. And we give any kind of medicines, teas or pills that are over the counter without good results. That as workers we are exposed to to many illnesses that it depends on each physical condition, and of course there is a bad food that we have to eat, and there is a lot of infection centers in our jobs. For example, the bad working conditions, the lack of clean bathrooms, and all the working place, the field where we are harvesting or we are planting, there is lack of water, or there's no cups, and we are thirsty, and we drink directly from the bucket. And some cases we are exposed to pesticides that they have short-term and long-term consequences. In the houses where we live, who are provided by the farmers, they are uncountable. There are too many people in the same place. There's lack of water. There is lack of bathrooms. When it's hot, if we don't, I don't understand this piece, but we are exposed to cancer, heart disease, and more. we have to say that the majority doesn't receive health care because there's many barriers. For example, the legal status, language, the cost, the price of medicines, and also some employers who doesn't let us go. The lack of knowledge that where the clinics are, who provide services for low income families, but we don't know where they are. We have to point out as well that the worker is focusing on the work, and it is not easy to make some time to have time security. The farm worker has been always been on risk, is at risk. Starting with the home, if they have a bad installation, for instance, smoke alarms, security when we are in the transportation between the house and the fields and vehicles, who the doors are opening by themselves, so the engine have fails in the fields. There is risk with the machinery and other tools of the farm. In the packing houses, there is also risk. If the structure is in bad conditions, it can fall on top of us. When we work on the rain, it is very scary with the thunderstorms. The climate change is something that is concerning because the impact that it can have, what we can see, how it affects the farm workers. If it's very cold, the plants don't grow. If it's too hot, the produce get in bad shape. If there is windy, they fall. If there's a lot of water, the plants don't grow because they drown on that much water. If they hissed, it's also damaging the harvested. The climate change affect all working days. Any kind of impact on the weather affect our economy, and it's already a weak economy. Migration, and migration is like a monster who get us sick psychologically. We consider that half of the farm workers, don't have documents. So we have been living under the shadow currently, in the current administration. Thank God we have a little bit of calm, but we have not stopped of having concerns because we know that further away, we might have the order break again, and it's going to be with us in the house, in the street, any place we go. Meanwhile, we are trying to keep the hope that someday the politicians are going to get into an agreement, and at least they are going to give us a working permit, because at least we are going to be less afraid of deportation, because it will stop our goals immediately. We are going to stay here against thunder and storms. And sometimes it gets more complicated when we see that the society and the government don't look at us or value our work. That is very hard. However, day by day, we keep renewing our effort, our courage, our faith, and with a lot of love to stay ready to keep doing what we know, work and work hard. Know that the seed that we put in the ground and we harvest with our hands, it becomes fruits and vegetables, seeds. They are healthy food that can go to thousands and thousands of households without even farming flowers to put in the center of the living room. At the end, I work in a farm in Schillerville, New Jersey. Juan Garcia Mendez. Thank you.
It would have been wonderful to hear from Juan, but thank you so much, Marino, for reading his testimony today. Technical difficulties. Sorry. Right. For our last testimony for the freedom of movement, we will hear from Gabriel Aladua, who is an organizer with Justice for Migrant Workers, and he'll be sharing his testimony.
Thank you so much, each and everyone, and to our very esteemed jurors. I do not want you to leave here without getting all the facts, and I'm thankful for that. But all the previous presenters, they were in Spanish. I do not know if you would like to hear the evidence in Spanish from me, but I'll try. First of all, in my home country, no news is good news. When I got the opportunity to work in Canada, to me that was the perfect place because Canada has a culture of silence. Nobody says anything. The loudest noise in my head was the silence of the good people in Canada. The silence of the good people. Thanks to this tribunal, the voice of the marginalized, the voice of the oppressed are being heard today. No news in Canada and no news in the USA maybe, although Donald Trump might have a big mouth, but no news in Canada is because of oppressive laws. No news in Canada is because of unjust laws. And thanks to the tribunal, we are breaking those barriers and we are pushing back. I want to tell you, by now I'm pretty sure, esteemed jurors, that you've noticed that both Jose and Madam Chairperson has given me water to put in my mouth to keep quiet. I will make sure that I do not keep quiet. You notice from all the testimonials we've heard so far, the testimonies, that you're hearing it straight from the horse's mouth. You can put a face to the story. You can see these are not messengers to sugarcoat and water it down. These are direct stories from the people who are impacted the most. I want to tell you, in my home country, red and white means love. What does red and white mean in the USA? Even the flag here has a lot of red and white. Red and white means love. And in my home country, I felt the love of Canada so many times. I'm so happy that this tribunal is taking place here in New York. You know why? Not too far from here, not too far from here. What does Canada say at the UN? Canada tells China, improve your human rights records. What does Canada tell the UN? The same rights and privileges that my citizens enjoy, I'll extend them to refugees. On the world stage, Canada tells the world, I'm a country of love. Not too far from here. But they never tell you the complete story. And that is why I'm happy to be in New York to tell you the other part of the story. The same Canada. In my home country, red alone means danger. And that leaf here, that red leaf, it reminds me of the dangerous conditions that migrant workers face to produce food in Canada. Dangerous conditions. Do they tell you that complete story? Is that an accident? No. Or is that by design? Let us go. in Canada, only in Canada, I've seen a tree with a telephone number. And that telephone number is basically the program that brought me to Canada is like a telephone number. This first number here is 58. The program that brought me to Canada, a while ago I heard from H2 program. It's called the Seasonal Agricultural Workers Program. Seasonal. This year it is 58 years old. And if there's any Jamaican here, the program started in Jamaica, 58 years. But when I look through the crowd, I cannot see anybody who's 58 or that program started way before everybody there. This number here, number 3. This number 3 here, it stands for the 3 pillars of the program. The 3 pillars. What are the 3 pillars of the program? 1, we are here to do jobs Canadians do not want to do. What are the jobs Canadians do not want to do? The jobs, dirty work, difficult work, dangerous work, deadly work. In Canada, an average of 2 workers are dying every year. If workers are dying, can you imagine how many more are getting injured? The dirty work. For a minute, I want you to think about non-unionized working conditions. That's what we do. So 1 pillar of the program is to do jobs Canadians do not want to do. Number 2, another pillar of the program is we cannot apply for status. And what is the equivalent of status in the USA? It is what? Green card. I have a red card here. I must be, but in Canada it's called status. Let me take a minute to try and explain status. Status is a 2-edged sword. If I have status, it takes care of my immigration vulnerability. I'm not being afraid of being sent back home. Because with status, I can stay in the country. Status. It takes care of my immigration vulnerability. If I have status, I have an open work permit. What does that mean in Canada? I can work for any employer who's willing to employ me. I do not have a tied work permit. So imagine, we are here in Canada to do those dirty work, those non-unionized work, and we cannot apply for status. What does status mean? We are tied to our employer. We have immigration vulnerability, and we have labor vulnerabilities. So, and what is the 3rd pillar of that program? We have a tied work permit. So let me see if I can summarize that. I have a tied work permit. I'm tied to my employer to do non-unionized work, to do difficult work, and at the same time, I am vulnerable. My immigration is vulnerable. My labor, I have labor vulnerabilities. That is the program. And this is number 20. In a while, I'll be talking about the 20 injustices that migrant workers face in a short while. But to summarize it, because you've received so much information, my esteemed jurors, I'll try to summarize it. But the problem is I cannot spell very well. During my school days, I couldn't spell debt. And right now, debt is a big issue right now. So I hope everybody at the end of this session, everybody will be living a debt-free life. I struggle with debt. I used to spell debt as DET. But what does DET mean? I struggle with debt in school. But my whole life is I've struggled with debt. What does debt stand for? In Canada, debt stands for denied, excluded, and tied. Let us go. Migrant workers are denied basic human rights in Canada. And I can give you a whole evidence of that. And these things are enshrined in Canadian law. And I just told you, is that an accident or is that by design? So in very Canadian law, we are denied basic human rights. Basic human rights. In fact, let me tell you to you in another way. Consistently, Canada, in the 150 odd years of Canada, consistently, Canada had a program or have a program that dehumanize and exploit people. Consistently. Canada is very, very, they're quiet, but they're consistent with that. Having a program that dehumanize and exploit. That's one. Exclude. The laws that are designed to protect workers in Canada, migrant workers are excluded from that. Overtime pay, minimum, we excluded from those things. Excluded. What is another word for migrant worker in Canada? Excluded. And what does T stands for? Tied. We have a tied work permit. So imagine, in fact, DET, that's the best gift. That is the best gift. That is the best gift the government has given to employers. DET is the best gift the government has given to employers. What does that mean? To tie the workers and deny them. Isn't that a great gift? Isn't that a great gift? So you can imagine the people who are profiting from that. Will they watch and allow us to push back, or will they fight with all their might? Because they're profiting from that system. On the other hand, I struggle with science, and one of the things I really struggle with is DDT. And this might be the longest thing you've ever seen, the name for the longest chemical, maybe. But what does DDT stand for in Canada? DDT. Canada is saying to Europeans, we cannot deny you freedom. We cannot deny you right. We cannot tie you to your employer. So you can see the line is clearly drawn along race. Let me open that book for you a little bit. So what I've told you there, what I've tried to tell everybody here is the very definition for vulnerability is DET, vulnerable. To tie somebody, to deny them, and that is the definition for vulnerability. And that is what the tribunal is trying to do, to bring a voice to those people who are vulnerable. Another thing it's bringing out, exploitation. To tie somebody, to exclude them, that is the definition for exploitation. And because of time, I would like to encourage each and everybody to watch that documentary, Life and Death. Life and Death, it really spells out the many, many reasons that push migrant workers, to become, basically push us to become migrants. Nobody really, had we come here freely, willingly, lovingly, would be a tourist, would be a visitor. But there are lots of things that push us, that force us, literally force us. So I would like to encourage everybody to watch this documentary. Now, in Canada, because of fear, okay, let me go through this real quick. Let me go through this quickly. I have a little playing field there. I'm in the middle of the playing field of migrant workers. And look at the stakeholders, employers, the unions, the government, the citizens. What does the employers want? Profit, profit, profit. How does the government ensure that employers get profit? By bringing migrant workers. Who is a migrant worker? They're denied. They're excluded and tied. So the government is bringing people to the employers by tying them, denying, and excluded. That's guaranteed profit. Isn't the government happy? Isn't the employer happy? Happy, happy, happy. They're sleeping in the same bed, I guess. The unions, what does the unions want? When there's a strike, that the unions want, when there's a strike, that the strike is effective. They want better conditions. And what is the best way is by having strike. So what they want, when there's a strike, that they want that the employers cannot tap into a pool of cheap labor. But how does the government keep the unions happy? By bringing migrant workers. Who are migrant workers? They're tied to the employer. They cannot go anywhere. So nobody can tap into that cheap labor because they're already tied. I have the word citizens, but that's a very watered down word. What does the citizens want? The citizens of Canada, what do they want? Racial purity. Keep these guys off the farm. Let them live on the farm. Where do we live? Do we live in society, integrated society, or we live on the property? In Canada, we live on the farmer's property. We are the farmer's property. At the entrance of the farm, what do we see? Private property, no trespassing. What does that make us? A human being? Are we first class? Are we second class? Or we have no class in Canada? The government. How does the government keep these people happy? By ensuring the government keep those people happy by being migrant workers. Where do we live? We live on the farmer's property. So these people are happy. Even the government is happy. Well, how does the government keep itself happy? We pay, or we make all the normal deductions, the legal deductions. We pay into social safety net, and we cannot access it. Even the government, too, is happy. Does anybody have a calculator? From 1966, we've been paying into those social safety net. From 1966, right? And thousands and thousands and thousands of workers are coming. Can you calculate a figure for me? How much money? Everybody is milking migrant workers. So, in Canada, there's a lot of fear. The program has a lot of fear, lots and lots of fear. And in a short while, I'll be able to explain a few things to you. And because of fear, we cannot bring a lot of workers to this big apple. And they've given me, because of fear, they cannot come. So I have to read some of the testimonies of some workers. So I hope you bear with me. My name is Gabriel. That's the first thing I should have said. I didn't say that, right? My name is Gabriel. I'm a former migrant farm worker, and now I'm an organizer of the group Justice for Migrant Workers. I would like to share with you the voices of guest workers from Ontario and British Columbia. Imagine that. 2 of the supervisors are out in the field. If they don't like you, they will go and book your flight. They are the people who book your flight, and they are in control of you. The liaisons who are supposed to defend you, instead of that, they work with the employers, not sharing what's happening with you. I remember when I reached out to my liaison, the liaison eventually told me that if I wanted her help, I must go back to the farm. I told her that if you were in my position, wouldn't you leave? She said that she understood, but if I really wanted her help, I have to go back to the farm. The only thing they are missing is for them to have a stick to beat you. If you're feeling sick, you can't tell them. It's really sad because you get your own people going against you, because it's not like the employees that are out in the field all day. It's the people who are from your country. It's your colleagues that they use to keep you oppressed. Status is very important because status is very important because that will hold employees accountable for better treatment. They will know that you now have the power and can leave whenever to work wherever you want. They can't control anymore. You are not tired. The employer books your flight and everything. This is like having a dog on a leash. The tied work permit that ties workers to one employer is the cause of this. And also the issue of better living conditions. Don't give us dirty water. Don't work us out in the field, and you have to walk a mile to get water. You'll faint before you reach that water. This leaves a bitter taste in my mouth, and every day it's still affecting me. This is really ridiculous. It's a high power imbalance. We need that system to change so that there's a balance of power. The current laws and system are in favor of employers and puts us at their mercy. We need better laws to be implemented to hold them accountable because they believe they are untouchable. We deserve to be treated like human beings and not workers to death like we are mules or machines. Our documents are being taken away from us, and they can book our flights back home in a minute. They keep our passports. We are told we cannot leave the compound unless they take us. You can only shop where they choose to take you. And sometimes the food is expired. The entire system has to change. The whole colonial system that they have in place has to be taken out completely. Everything has to change from the top. Because of the government's unjust laws and policies, it has given employees the legal right to just treat us however they feel, because it is legal to do so. They know that they won't be held responsible for what they're doing. We are not called by our name. We are called by numbers. We are not seen as people. We are seen as animals. We are seen as something else. We are seen as broken. If you are seen as broken, you are thrown out. If you speak up or say something, they consider you to be unruly or a troublemaker, and immediately they will book your ticket to fly out. They take your suitcase. The liaison puts an F, a red F, so you are banned. You don't even know it, and you don't know why. This is how it is set up when you are injured. You are going straight home. They will only tell you, let me take care of you. They rush you, and they don't want you to take any time. We need status on arrival, because with status, we can access everything we need on our own. We need to access healthcare and everything else that we need. Sometimes workers get ill on the job, and the farmer wants them to come to work. They don't take it seriously. You feel like you are in prison sometimes because you can't get any visitors to come to you, and you can't go to see anyone. It's like you go from home to work, from work to home. Even if you have visitors, it's embarrassing because sometimes the farmers come and say that workers can't have visitors. It's unfair and it's not right. You come here legally, working hard and for long hours without any time for yourself, to do any shopping for yourself or your family, all to the farmer's liking. I think things have to change. And because I spent 4 years as a migrant farm worker, I spent some time documenting the injustices that migrant workers face. I hope I have time to go through them. And two things about it. One, I hope it will summarize some of the testimonies that you've heard, and also it will also prepare you for the other evidence that will be coming in a short while. Okay, because of time, I'll just take the first 5. We have a tied work permit. Is that freedom? Is that freedom of movement? Is that free labor or is that unfree labor? To have a tied work permit, to be tied to the employer, is that free or unfree? And this is the bottom line of all our, not the bottom line, but this is one of the key things that creates our vulnerability, to be tied to the employer. And we are tied, remember, tied, denied, and excluded. And that is at the heart of what we are talking about. With no rights to apply for status. What is status? A two-edged sword. Our immigration vulnerability, we cannot take care of our immigration vulnerability, we cannot take care of our labor vulnerability. The farmers control our housing. Look at the word control. And look at the word housing. What about our housing? We live on the farmer's property. It's overcrowded. It's below standard. And you saw evidence of that already. Our contracts are not enforceable. Our contracts are not enforceable, and again, who are migrant workers? We are the voiceless. The threat of deportation keeps us quiet. The threat of deportation keeps us quiet. Imagine in Canada, our employers control the travel agency that's booking our flight in and out of Canada. Who is our employer? Who is our employer? Our employer is not just our employer. Our employer controls every aspect of our life. Our employer is our employer. Our employer is our landlord. Our employer is our immigration. Our employer controls every... Are we a human being or are we second class, first class, or no class in Canada? So in a nutshell, I want to tell everybody, because of time, they gave me a time limit. I have to go to the UN to tell the UN. I want to tell everybody that red and white is danger, and the life of migrant workers are really in difficult conditions. But the good thing is, there's a lot of power in our hands, and that is what the tribunal is telling us. There's a lot of power in our hands, and individually, I can have a big mouth, a long mouth, but collectively, we can have a louder voice. We can have more power, and that is what the tribunal is hoping to do. Thank you.
Thank you to our wonderful testimonial givers. We heard from many different experiences, many different contexts, and I'll just give Chris a couple minutes to summarize, and then we will hear from our jurors.
Thank you very much. So just very, very briefly, part of the work of the farm worker peeps within the Food Chain Workers Alliance has been to fight back against the Farm Worker Modernization Act here in the United States, and to also in Canada to oppose the expansion of the Seasonal Agricultural Worker Program. Some of you might be aware that yesterday, I believe, in the Senate, the Modernization Act is being reintroduced. So the work of this committee, the work of you as allies and comrades is critical more than ever. I want us to basically heed the words of Gabriel here and think about the status upon arrival. The fact that no one's immigration status should be used against them. To think about it as a way to try to bring people together, to take away the power of bosses, to divide workers, and the use of threats and fears to try to subjugate workers and to subordinate workers. So this is why status upon arrival is an important, critical organizing principle for all of us. We know that all you peeps here, we know about why food is a right and why we should be thinking about the role of food sovereignty, right? Through the work of cooperatives and other types of manifestations that people are doing here as members of this alliance. Number 3, what the hell is financial equity? Why are a bunch of financial equity people on Bay Street in Toronto and Wall Street, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, California, running our food system? Continuously, you see, like the comrades in Washington State that are being run by a place in Toronto. In California, the recent peach farm that went under. All these people are doing are buying up property and shutting down farms and taking away good jobs from good comrades. So financial equity people shouldn't be part of our food system, plain and simple. Who here believes in the right to form a union? Come on, give yourself the round of applause. Now, I'm going to push back actually for a second. Huh? I'm going to let you all think about this for a second. And you can throw stuff at me, okay? Is it that we want to try to organize a farm one by one? Or do we want to try to build power across the entire sector, across the entire industry? I want to basically encourage us to think about a sectoral bargaining process where all farms are under collective agreements, all right? So when workers, it doesn't matter where they go to, like in construction and other industries, that they do have collective bargaining. So let's think about this as a basis of our foundations. And let's take this even a step further, transnational. I'm not sure if some people here saw the news. Mexico is crying that they can't find enough workers because their peeps are going to the United States and they don't have enough Guatemalan workers. Canada is saying that we don't have enough Mexicans and Guatemalans and Jamaicans to work our fields, so they got to go somewhere else. So every country is alleging and complaining about a labor shortage in spite of the fact that the industry is expanding. We're finding Canadian farms in Mexico, United States, and vice versa. So we see this consolidation of power. So what the hell is this? Why can't workers across the industries and across the continent organize to bring wages up and bringing conditions up? So let's think about transnational organizing and the role of sectoral organizing as a foundation of what we need to do. The last thing before we leave today, and I have a cautionary tale, which we will talk afterwards because I don't want to bore you. But let's think about the role of history. We're not starting from anew. Right? Whether we look at the comrades in Hawaii, California, all of us here are testaments of a foundation of history of people coming back together. So it's about trying to learn from elders, trying to learn from histories, our oral histories of what we've done in the past to push for a different future for workers in the future. On that, thank you all. Must match love. Thank you to you, and I'm going to give this back to you, and you can cuss me.
Just keeping an eye on the time, so we have about 45 minutes left. I wanted to give the jurors a chance to share some of their thoughts and ask any questions with the remaining bit of our time, and then we will hear from Ari from Warehouse Workers for Justice.
Comrades, thank you so much for your testimony and for your courage in saying it in a country that is lurching to the right, where nationalism is poisoning not just this country, but every country in the world is now scared of migrants, even if, as Chris was saying, they need migrants more than ever. The poisonous rhetoric of nationalism makes your testimony today even more important. So I'm curious about a couple of things. I'm wondering, in Canada, Gabriel, you were pointing out that unions like this system because the migrant workers are tied and don't mess with the bargaining agreements. But these are meant to be our comrades in the working class. Okay, so my question is, and I'm an academic, so this may be very academic language, but what the fuck? This class solidarity is important, and it is more important than these small nationalisms that are boiling around the world. And I'm very interested in thinking through how we work with our comrades in formal unions who are meant to be our comrades and allies. The second thing, Alfredo, I have a question for you, and it is a broader question about this tribunal. You mentioned the things that work. And I'm really interested in this tribunal working because it is important that we hold your testimony high, and we will do that. I already know where the jurors are leaning in our deliberations. It is not a surprise where we will end up. But once we make that decision, how do we make it work? How do we make what we do matter? How do we take your leadership in a way that makes this tribunal a foundation for the kinds of organizing and education that needs to happen, not just in the United States, but internationally as well? So these are two very specific questions, but I would also like to hear from the rest of our witnesses about both the relationship to the rest of the labor movement and about what this tribunal needs to do to serve you. Thank you.
Wow, it's hard to follow. I've done a lot of my political education from the perspective of the Brazilian people. The Union of Workers Without Land, the MST, are family to me. They have their own school. I've been educated in that school. And the one thing that I learned from them and that I'm hearing from the first two discussions here is about land. As an housing organizer, I came out of shelter, I came out of homelessness, banging tables saying, we need affordable housing, especially in a city like this. And I quickly learned from the Brazilian people, you'll never control the housing till you control the land. So I would love for you guys, as you go forward, to talk more about not living on the land of these ranches or farms, as you call them, but controlling that land, right? There are more of us than it is of them. So we have to change that dynamic. I'm not sitting here and pretending that it's easy, but we have to understand that control of land is what we're struggling for here. You know, as an academic, as Roger's an academic, one of the things I learned about is where our pension funds are being invested. And Tia Kreff, for those academics in the room, you know, a lot of our pension funds were going to land grabbing around the world and controlling the manufacturing of food. So we need to understand all these entry points as we go through. Not putting that on you guys, us as witnesses and those who were living through that. That's our responsibility in collaboration and solidarity with you guys. So I'm committed to that. I hope other people in this room are committed. But I would love you guys to, going forward, to talk more about controlling that land. If you control the land, you control water, you control food, right? The Brazilian Constitution says land has to serve a social function or social purpose. And the MST grew itself by taking over land and now reappropriating land, right? So they grew themselves into a 2 million strong movement just that way, right? In 26 states all over Brazil. So we have the power. Chris talked a lot about internationalism. Chris knows me. It's something, and you guys are hearing it come out of my voice. I was just talking to Raj about my connections in Africa. Internationalism is so important. We build power by coming together, right? And it's not just us here in North America. It's us with the Global South. It's us with Asian folks. It's us with African folks, all coming together and understanding that our struggles are the same. Transnational organizing is a must. And we must figure out how to come together and build our power to rise up. But again, as I said to the first panel, thank you guys for sharing the stories. It is so important that we have what I like to refer to as data, right? Storytelling is data. In our communities, we think of data as surveillance. No. Data can work for you or against you. It depends on how you use that data that you've collected. And what we're learning in our community is how to take data and push back on a system that has been oppressive to us. So thank you all for sharing. Thank you for your stories. Thank you for the work that you do. And, you know, we all stand behind you.
Solidarity, comrades coming in, wearing your truth. All righty. First of all, I just would love to take Gabriel everywhere I go. Your pedagogy, your methodology, your way of putting it out there, brother, is the way. The visuals and the clarity. Thank you. I think most of what we're talking about can actually not be realized without socialist revolution, without the dismantling and the destroying of capitalism. The dismantling and the destruction of capitalism. International solidarity is important, and my question goes to the dogs who have not been mentioned throughout the tribunal so far. The corporate dogs. Can we get a roll call on some of the companies that are directly responsible for global suffering in the U.S., wherever people languish under the system of U.S. imperialism? Can we get a roll call on some of the corporate dogs who are grinding us into the ground and destroying our opportunities in this world? So since we don't want to become petty capitalists, we don't want to become fake-ass petty capitalists, we got to always be standing against that system. And the way that we show up in this country, and we don't denounce and indict those corporations, we're not really doing the serious work. So can we get roll call on some of the major culprits that are responsible for the suffering that each of our comrades have described?
Connect with questions of lift up Raj and Jaribu's around. When there's a tribunal, there's demands. And one of the things I heard a lot in this panel was very concrete sort of strategies that you've used, the DMV license, also analysis, but the sister of like the laws that are bad, when we have to survive, when we have to be more proactive, when we have to do political education. So in the panel was so rich with strategy. And so I don't have time to like unpack each one because it's just nuggets of strategy in each of your testimony. So I just wanted to kind of maybe at some point like amplify that. So what are other things that needs to be happening? Who are the targets, you know, as Sister said, what is the work that those of us who are in allyship or in the movement with you need to be doing? So that's kind of one question, and I know it's a longer sort of working session, but the other thing I wanted to mention is the brother in terms of the narrative of the journey, right? So when we talk about freedom of movement, oftentimes we talk about when a person arrives in the United States, but we also forget that there's a reason why migrants are leaving. So, and I think Brother Chris talked about in the Caribbean, The Life of Debt is a phenomenal movie about how structural adjustment, trade agreements have actually displaced and stole land that has led people to migrate. And that's definitely true in the South Asian example. Farmer suicides, you know, people are here. Someone said that they were a farmer back in Mexico and then became a farmer here. That is by design, like maybe Gabriel can raise the flag when I say that. So for us to understand that design, I think for us to break down that structure is going to be important. So I was curious. So the second question is like, how do you see this structure? Like, I think we can talk about internationalism, but we really need to break down as to like what Brother Rob said is about the entry points. Where are the pressure points that can be utilized to get towards this dignity movement that you're talking about? So what are the demands, kind of where are those sort of strategic pressure points? And then the last thing I just wanted to like amplify was that history. I'm a big proponent of the IWW, the International Workers of the World, and in the turn of the century, there was a struggle of two types of labor movements in the United States. One was called business unions, like, okay, it's like what Gabriel's chart. You're in a union, and we just want members. And IWW said, no, we need to actually build a revolutionary class, and so it can't be workplace by workplace. It's not entirely sectoral, but sectoral is better than now. And you can't necessarily rely on law, because what all of you have shown through the guest worker program is actually it's the law itself that is exploitative. So then how do we use it for the DMV license as a protection, but then actually how do we actually dismantle it because it keeps us in this plantation economy? So I guess the kind of, last point is like, are there other models that we should be looking at globally? You talked about the indentured servitude in terms of, the Caribbean, the Indo-Caribbean example, in terms of the small farmers in Kenya and the grain example. So anyway, I think the last is just really like, are there some case studies that we should as revolutionaries sort of study? Because I think there are some blueprints that we don't have to redo the work from our own histories. I'm not talking about United States. I mean, we're all from different parts of the world. So sorry it's a little bit long-winded, but really essentially 3 questions.
Thankfully, I took some notes on the questions. Okay. Okay. So we'll start with the first one that was asked by Raj. How can the labor movement stand in solidarity with farm workers, considering the context that a lot of labor movements, or unions in particular, are kind of divorced from the experience of migrant farm workers?
You start afterwards?
Okay. Thank you. That's a very interesting question. And I keep saying we do non-unionized work, So why the unions not in support of that? A couple of little things that I know. I'm not the expert on that, but I can tell you a few things. One, before NAFTA, they said the number of unionized workers in North America was that high, and from NAFTA, there's been a steady decline. Okay, so that's one. Number two, I'm surprised that some unions in Canada invite me to talk about our injustices, and some members of the union are telling me that the hierarchy is white. And in the unions, they have something that a group of members that are called BIPOC. BIPOC, what is BIPOC? Black, indigenous, people of color. So it is stratified. And what is the union? The union is supposed to be blind and working for equality for everyone, but yet still the unions in Canada, they're stratified. So is it surprising? If the union itself cannot make itself right, who are we, migrant workers, to be fighting for? In a nutshell, it's just racism. That is my take on it.
Any of the other panelists want to share their thoughts? No?
We can talk more. I'm just cautious about time. I think just the other flag, there are a lot of people, good people, who are talking about pathways to citizenship for people in general. The caution about pathways to citizenship is this, that employer organizations are trying to manipulate and use that so they control who can live here as a permanent resident, who cannot. So both this type of idea is happening in Canada and the United States. The mushroom industry in Canada, for instance, are proponents, but it's a way of trying to keep people docile, right? And having to say that industry should be the one saying who should be able to live here. So, there's a lot of unions who've also fallen into that trajectory, which is very dangerous. So that's a very, very big concern. I think we all need to just look at what's happening with Gaza, right, and how the labor movement has responded or not responded as a good indicator about how we're trying to tackle immigration. You see very similar types of fractures. The trades and construction has always been, at the heightened levels of some of the most reactionary elements. No offense to anybody here who is trying to fight, but there's always been this thing about, trying to ban immigrants, ban undocumented people, at the same time as we're trying to mourn what's happened in Baltimore. So there's definitely, watch for pathways, watch for liberalism. But the other important thing that we do have is here in this room, trying to address and think amongst ourselves, what does the immigration status mean amongst us? What does it mean when workers try to come up and develop their own analysis and not depend on what an industry expert, all right, or a labor expert who's detached from what's happening in this room? So I want to focus on that, and I apologize. I don't want to take up time. Yeah, that was union. That was the whole union part. Okay.
Giving everyone a chance to share. I'm going to combine two of the questions, one about what the demands for this tribunal can be, and also what what can come out of this tribunal? Like, what can those of us who are allies or those of us who are not farm workers do to push things forward after hearing all the testimonies that have been shared today?
So is my question going to be answered? So I'm
Just really briefly, teachers' pension plans.
Okay, no, that's not a good answer, and I don't want you to answer.
Let me
I want to
see.
hear from the panelists, what do you think some of the main corporate culprits are that we need to target when we talk about corporate accountability or the lack of corporate accountability? Who are some of the enemies that we need to be naming and shaming and exposing for the practices that you described? I didn't stutter. That was my question. I don't want anybody to translate it. I want these brothers and sisters to answer it.
I'm not
If you feel comfortable.
That's right, yeah.
If you feel comfortable.
I am not the best person to answer for the US, but however, in Canada, continuously the audience asking me, where's a good place I can go and buy ethically grown food, right? Where's a good place? But you know, in Canada, I love when the politicians say from coast to coast to coast. You feel the whole country is covered. I love when the politicians in Canada say a Canadian is a Canadian completeness. But they can never say that a worker is a worker because of the unfair treatment. What I can tell you is I have a big mouth because I want a Canadian food system that is healthy, that is sustainable, and that is just. So I do not want to tell you in New York there's 1 or 2 supermarkets where you can get. No, from coast to coast, that's what I want. I do not care if there's one or what we want to get to the root of it. To the root. And what is the root of it? What is the root of it? Our injustices, the injustices that we have faced, it is legal. That is at the root of it. Our problem is a political problem. It is legal. So what is the solution? By knowing the problem, you know what's the solution. Our problem is political. Our injustices are legal. They are legal. What is the solution? Pressuring the politicians to change those unjust laws. And I do not need to know how many corporations or this and that. What I need to know is that the laws, the system that creates it, we can get to the root of it. That's one. And also the issue, there's another point about my friend, also, I need to connect that to a question my friends raised. He who controls the land, controls food. He who controls your food, controls you. But the question is, are you concerned? Are we concerned? That is the question. Are we concerned? What did COVID teach us? In Canada, there's a large place, and in the US too, I heard, there's a large place, it's called Cargill. It's a meat processing place. And because of COVID, it was closed on 2 or 3 occasions. I'm not too sure. And in the US, I'm pretty sure there were instances of similar things, large corporations closing because of COVID. What did COVID teach us? That increasingly, our food system is in the hands of few people, few corporations. Is that safe? That's what COVID taught us. Is that safe? Are we concerned? Or should we fight back? And increasingly, that is where in North America, that is where food is going, that to put the food in the hands of a few people. Are we concerned? Are we concerned? And what happens with the corporations? What are they concerned about? The bottom line, profit. Workers are not workers. Workers are just numbers, right? Profit. So are we concerned? I like that conversation in America. Why I like it in America? The champion for democracy, that's what they say, right? I have to laugh at that. What is democracy? Government of the people, by the people, for the people. Isn't that what they say? Democracy. But yet still, how can these two devils, how can an angel and a devil sleep in the same bed? Democracy and capitalism. Democracy, what does democracy say? Majority rule. What does capitalism say? 1% control. Can these two, an angel and a devil sleep in the same bed? Isn't that the big lie that we're living in America? And that's what it is. And that is what the tribunal is about. Wake up, there's power in our hands, and push the politicians to change those unjust laws. And that's what it's saying. And look at America's role in the UN and with Gaza, and Israel and Palestine. Look at America is trying to walk that thin line. Why? We need to push them to take action. And the power is in our hands. The day we, the workers, stand united is the day our employers will not be sleeping. And that is what the tribunal wants to do.
Can I just make one clarification since I raised that question? University, Harvard University, all these corporations, Citibank, who refused to divest from South Africa, and there were massive demonstrations against them. There were work strikes, there were work stoppages in solidarity with our brothers and sisters languishing under the system of colonialism in South Africa. So I endorse still the notion that this country, this empire is run by bourgeois corporations. And we need to know who these bad apples are because they are mistreating workers, they're exploiting workers, they're responsible for rapes at work, they're responsible for wages being grindingly low, they're responsible for the union busting that we see. And lest we forget that only 13% of all workers in this country belong to any collective bargaining agency. Most workers work without any protection. So it's so ludicrous when people talk about the labor movement and lock out the 87% who are not even included in union organizing.
That's a really excellent point that you brought up. I think just for the sake of time, I will ask to kind of close off before we hear from our comrade Ari. How can this tribunal, how can the labor movement benefit from the work that we're doing here? How do you see things moving forward from here?
Para agregar un poco a la pregunta.
To add a little bit. To add a little bit about the responsible of all what is happening, and based on the conditions, on the bad conditions of workers, as the big corporations and monopolies that are that get the benefits of our work, and every day we are paying more for the living. Every day it is more expensive. Our expenses are higher. For us, that we are in the dairy industry, the corporations or the cooperatives that are the largest that buy what we produce, to be precise. For example, cooperative, there's a big DF, Dairy Farmer America, upstate, and this cooperative buy the milk. Chobani, for instance, they produce a lot of yogurt, cheese. They produce dairy products. And these corporations, they don't put a lot of attention to the labor conditions of the workers who are behind the of their basic food. Not just in here, but in other places, in other countries, they use fruits. They have they import a lot of products from Mexico, Central America, and they don't see they are not concerned about the labor conditions. The consumers, the public, have to put some attention when they are consumed, when they are buying these products, to do boycott or try to conscientize the community, make conscious. So they stop consuming these products because like label, sometimes a label the community that consume these products, they don't have an idea of how these products get to their hands. It looks very pretty, but the corporations that produce all that are exploiting the workers. Why? Because they create programs that are on their own benefit, but not on the benefit of the workers. We have trying to sit on the table with Giovanni to have some negotiations to create a program of standards, on the standards of they respect the voices of the workers, and they have never have the willingness to respond. They have not wanted to deal, to come to an arrangement. We hope that the result of this tribunal and some studies can help to put some more attention, create more attention into these corporations. And that we are trying to change how the community see all this and how these are taking advantage of us. Difícil de oír, pero está hablando sobre los boicots.
And I know a lot of you in this audience do it. You go into these stores and you ring up your own purchases. You are working for the corporation. You are causing people to lose jobs. Okay? I will not go into a store and ring up my products. I will not do it, because it is unjust and it is unfair that I should go into a store, purchase products, and then work for the corporation. Okay? So you all need to start thinking about that. I know it might seem a little fast. I'll get out the store quicker, but think about what you're doing. Okay? They don't want to hire your children to work those jobs. And that's the issue. Scan your own food. Bag your own food. That's another issue we need to deal with.
I realize we're short on time, but I think what Jabril brought up about naming and shaming corporations is important. And while you guys may not know this, my work in Brazil talks a lot about this. So a Canadian company, Vale, V-A-L-E, is building a lot of the hydroelectric dams around the world, right? So we target that particular company. Blackstone Equity Partners, I'm a housing organizer. We know Blackstone is the largest property owner in the world, and we go after their asses, right? 2 financial institutions. Iberdrola, based in the Basque region of Spain, is financing a lot of the work that Vale is doing. Bank of J.P. Morgan Chase is another one. So we need to come out and name and shame these big corporations, right? Because they're financed. These are transnational corporations, right? And it's important that we name and shame. But you guys, particularly the ones working in Canada, remember this name, Vale, because they are scooping up property around the world, man. That's right.
Algo que me he dado cuenta y por experiencia en varias visitas en las veces.
Something that I have seen, and I have seen in Florida, many candidates they don't know, or the policymakers they don't know what they are voting for, who are financing the campaigns of politicians. Are the same corporations that are exploiting the workers. So where we need to start? The question is that they don't hear that the people talk, that we keep mention them. What they heard is the money, is what that hurt them. That's the kind of punch that will hurt them. The people that is in the legislators and the legislation is what they get hurt. Instead of being protesting, we have to organize boycotts of the products that are financing political campaigns, that the only thing they are going to do is going to support the corporations. And working for those corporations, because the ones that are going to keep suffering is the American workers, is the people who don't have documents, or the people that have afraid, or even some white people. Everybody is it's hurt, and we have to do something. But there is many things as organizations that we have a lot of challenges, and we are working on this for many years, and we might not be doing enough. We need to go step by step. We know who are the corporations who are giving the funds for politicians to get to power. Those people that have power are covering for the corporations and when they are doing legislation. So that's what I think that we need to start doing. So from the tribunal, what we hope is that they start to see what we can do beyond just looking at the problems. Bueno, quisiera contestar esas dos preguntas. Primero, WAFLA es otra de las contratistas, es
Modernization Act, and everybody that are pushing for the Farm Worker Modernization Act. We know that this is going to tie people up. That's if you qualify to get a status under that, which would tie you to just one employer, and we don't want that. That is completely against freedom of movement. And to the second question is educate those who approves or denies things that impact us without them understanding what our needs are or what our community needs are. The other is to educate our community and encourage them to speak up and give them space too, like here. So yeah, and one of the things that frustrate me a lot is when I've got the opportunity to participate in many things, but one of the big ones are when you sit across from people who have the voting power to change it, but decide not to, because they're gonna lose a bit of money. That's like the very frustrating things to me, is that like you can do it. It's not gonna cost you that much, but you just decide not to. And so, yeah, I'll end there.
Thank you. So to close us off in our last 10 minutes, wanted to invite Adi from Warehouse Workers for Justice to come up and share some thoughts, and then we'll close out the session.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adi from Warehouse Workers for Justice. I'm an organizer with them. And first, thank you guys for your stories, and the previous panel as well. Although I work with warehouse workers, I relate personally because my family's from Mexico. They're all farmers. My grandpa still works in El Campo. So yeah, thank you guys. So again, the workers I organize are warehouse workers from many industries, including food, and the injustices are the same all across the board. So in my opinion, the workers who don't have freedom of movement are the undocumented workers who've been working at these warehouses for decades, and also our brown and black brothers and sisters who are coming out of incarceration, who are coming back into, the grind and getting to work, basically. And both of these people, or groups, thank you, they're staffed by staffing agencies. So Trader Joe's, for example, it's one of the big warehouses near Joliet, and they pretty much exclusively use staffing agencies to hire their workers. And so they don't have these groups don't have the freedom to work where they want to work or seek different jobs. They're stuck at places like Trader Joe's, just one of many, many places where they're suffering at work. And so, yeah, these groups, they're in the same struggle, but they're also pinned against each other at work. I've witnessed it. I was a warehouse worker, so it's really hard to see that, and it's really hard to change that. And there's hate coming from both sides, right? Even though the struggles are all the same, they don't see that. They don't know where to aim their anger. And now, in the recent year or two, our brothers and sisters from Venezuela and Colombia have been coming to Chicago. And what the agencies are doing is they're firing the undocumented workers who've been there for decades, hiring them, and then building animosity against these groups once again. And what they don't know is that, yeah, they're getting hired and they're getting these jobs, but they're getting paid less than what the undocumented workers were getting paid. So, yeah, that's a big problem right now. I'm new to organizing, but I feel like my main purpose right now is to help these groups guide their anger towards the correct situation. Thank you. Yeah. And so capitalism, right, their goal is to get the cheapest labor they can get. And kind of to your point, like something that we like to not forget is that although capitalism is like, yeah, this theory, it's not just a theory floating around. Like there's people behind Trader Joe's making these decisions, right? So yeah, that's who we try to target, call them out on their hypocritical ways, because Trader Joe's, right, they're this progressive company, according to themselves, but
The workers seem happy in the store.
yeah, there's a disconnect there.
Oh, stay right there, I will get it. But
Yeah.
I didn't think about that other level.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, exactly. And your stories, everyone's stories here, I'm very grateful to hear them, because the only way to change this is right through us, through the workers taking the power in their hands and uniting. And it's really hard to do that because of how against one another they are right now, and they've been for decades. But I believe sharing your stories with the workers that I work with, the warehouse workers, might empower them and motivate them to, take charge and actually bring some change for themselves and for everybody, for the collective movement. Yeah.
And that brings us to the end of our session on freedom of movement. Before we take a break, I did receive a message that there's going to be a raffle for 3 of Gabriel's books. He is now a published author. He's written a book called Harvesting Freedom about his experiences working in Canada. 3 of these books are going to be raffled off during the break. So you just need to write your name on a slip of paper, and it'll be put into a jar or something. And you'll have a chance to win one of his books. Okay, and I think we're on break now for half an hour until 5 o'clock for our next session on climate justice. Thanks, everyone.
Oh, thank you. ¿Todo bien, no? No, me voy a quedar aquí.
¿No más nombre o? ¿No más nombre?
Creo que sí. Pues no tenemos números.
Oh, the draw. Okay. Do you want me to do it first, or that's it? This time. Let's do the raffle.
La rifa.
Ahora, Rafa.
Un escrito.
Are we live?
No importa el orden, donde nos sentemos.
No, 1, 2, 3. Ahí ustedes están en la lista, no sé quién.
Están en la lista. ¿Dónde están?
Alfredo Juárez aquí.
Alfredo. Oh, ya. Sí, los tengo aquí. Sí.
Testing. Okay. Español, inglés. I'm going to speak in English. Voy a hablar en inglés por ahora. Okay, so we're going to draw 3 names from the entries for the raffle. So if you hear your name called, it means that you are the proud recipient of Gabriel Aladua's Harvesting Freedom. I think we're all lucky to be here. All right. Sarah Takasaki, sorry. Yeah, woo! Give it up for Sarah. Congratulations. All right. Second name. Sirlene Infante. Woo! Congratulations. And the last proud recipient of Harvesting Freedom is Pablo León. Pablo León. Forfeit? Okay. Forfeit. Emilio Samayoa. Woo!
Is that Pablo?
No. Emilio.
Felicidades. Okay, I'm going to switch to Spanish now.
So, thank you so much for everyone who's here. It has been a long day of hearing the stories, the empowering stories, and of constructing a stronger movement to bring those stories beyond this forum. I want to say thank you so much for the members of the jury, and I want to take a moment to introduce a new jury member who has just joined, Max Isle. If you can lift up your fist. Max, is Max here? I'm not sure he's here. Well, in any case, let me take a moment to read his biography, and I'm going to be switching to English.
Tunis Mikam, a senior fellow in the Department of Conflict and Development Studies at Ghent University and a researcher with the Tunisian Observatory for Food Sovereignty and the Environment. He researches climate politics, Tunisian national liberation, agrarian politics in the Arab region, the Arab North African intellectual history. He is an editor of Agrarian South and Journal of Labor and Society. He has written for Journal of Peasant Studies, Globalization's Review of African Political Economy, and Monthly Review. He's the author of A People's Green New Deal, which you can buy here. He has been active in anti-war and anti-Zionist work and does popular education around agrarian issues. Thank you. Bueno, aún no lo veo. Okay, bueno, I'm going to switch back to Spanish. Bueno, nuevamente muchas gracias. Yo soy el facilitador de esta
I'm
sesión de
gonna be the
justicia climática.
facilitator
Me
of
llamo
this
Nezahualcóyotl.
climate justice section. My name is Nessa, as my name is very, very long. So for everybody, for all my buddies, my name is Nessa. And this session is going to be about climate justice. When we think about this takes up a lot of issues. It's not just the raising of the temperatures that we're seeing, but other consequences of what we're seeing that are affecting the workers. So we're going to be listening a little bit about the testimonies of the workers in different ways in which this is affecting them. And this climate change is not only heat, it's storms, stronger and more intense, displacement, loss of the quality of the earth, and all of these stories bring real consequences and immediate consequences for the workers. And so that we get a little bit of more of the context about what signifies for the agricultural workers. Max, voy a
You just like raise your fist up in the air so people know who you are. Thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot. Bueno, entonces quiero
ahí la atención para que
pasar.
te conocieran. So I want to give the microphone to my great work for Familias Unidas for la Justicia, Families United for Migrant Justice. Good afternoon, everybody. Edgar is my name. We're going to have the conclusion of this great day, this tribunal, binational tribunal for agricultural workers. So I'm very happy to be a part of this section, which is about climate justice. And I was thinking about how to introduce this topic. And I can speak a little bit fast about the experience. This experience for me is a topic that is very personalized, and what this has to do with how do you organize with agricultural workers. In 2017 in Washington State, where we live close to the Canadian border, very close to British Columbia, and there were fires, strong, and one of the fires that has been one of the biggest in the recent history in the northeast of Canada. And this created like a cloud of smoke. This was in the summer, and of course summer gets hot. With the smoke, it created like a greenhouse, and it was getting even hotter. And on top of that, you're smelling all this smoke, working outside. So we got a call in a ranch close to the border on our side in Washington, where they said that there was a strike of workers that were fired because they were protesting. And they, were walking on the streets like this, and they called us, and they were very fearful. They said that the immigration was going to come to them, and the boss gave them 2 hours to pick up their things and go back to Mexico. And so we're going to be, it was hard for us to get to know the workers because it was a very rural area, and we had never gone there. It was another colleague of mine, and we saw a lot of people that were with their suitcases, and they were working. And we showed up at a house where they were working, and the workers had we got to know someone, a family there, and we made friends with them, and we showed up there. And it was about 100 workers, and they were frazzled. They didn't know what to do. They thought that they were going to be deported. So they told us that days before, one of their colleagues was was having medical health issues, and they didn't take him to the hospital to get care. And then he was sick, and he had diabetes, but he didn't have his medication, and he was working under this intense heat, and they denied his medication, and he asked for rest, and they denied it to him. And a few days after, he fainted in his cabin, and they had to pull him back to his cabin, and they took him out to Seattle. He had a stroke, and unfortunately, he died. He was a worker, contracted worker, H2A, but we were talking with the workers, and we got to know that on top of the labor abuses that they were experiencing, also the climate and the heat had a lot to do with the death of this worker and his health. That the workers who were working there they had a lot of ailments, and this was due to the climate change and the heat, the smoke, all of these factors, lack of water, lack of breaks, all of this, and all this combination made a chaos there. And this is where we realized the kind of organizing work that you need to do to organize workers, and that this work should involve climate justice. You have to see how the conditions of the climate conditions affect the workers. And a lot of the times, these workers have, we don't have too much to do with this, with the global warming, but because of the work that we are doing, which exploits us, we are the most vulnerable to this. The laws and regulations that govern the workers are not written by the workers. They're written by bosses and big corporations. Even though climate heating affects everybody, it can be in Canada, in the US, Mexico, but it affects all of us in different ways. Of course, people who are wealthy, they can go to a colder place or a place that's better for them, and they can put air conditioning. They can have all these luxuries so that they don't feel the effects of the heat or the cold or the intensity of the temperature outside. But if you're poor, you work in the fields, you don't have too many options. We don't have too many options about how to escape this, and the laws that exist are not enough or strong enough or enforced enough to protect us. So that is more or less when we decided as a union to take up this topic of climate change as a central theme. And for us, we formed a union. What can we contribute to the labor movement and the climate change movement to assure that deaths do not occur like this worker again, so that families who come to this place, like they go back as they came, and that they are not exploited, to see also what kind of laws we can write from our point of view and our experiences to better workers' lives, what kind of wage, what kind of health issues and care they need, and how we become involved in changing the laws to mitigate the effects of climate change. Because it's a topic that is very local, but it's also international at the same time. We are united by the local struggles globally, and what we do locally affects other places. And I think this is the importance, talking with all the workers here and organizers who are here, to give you more context and about the experience that we have been having, and how the solutions that come from the base to do the necessary changes so that the boss or the companies don't decide about our lives, especially about our health and well-being. So I leave you with that.
The first testimony that we are going to hear is from Ivan Sanchez from the Farm Worker Association of Florida. Hello, good afternoon. I'm a voluntary from the Farm Worker Association, and I'm a member of the board of. I'm representing my community and the people that have been working at the terrible conditions for the high temperatures. The experience in the nursery are terrible. They are closed. There's no fresh air. It's hot and humid, and they feel that they are drowning. Outside it's hot, but there is air. But inside there is no air. It's like you drowning. It's very hard. It's a main work, they say, but most of the places do women work, and many of our partners are doing that work. They fainted, and there is not even time to go out because you have to be working. You have to be in a confrontational state to get some fresh air. Many people, to keep their job, they stay quiet. From May to August, the temperatures are very high, between 100 to 105 degrees Fahrenheit. And the humidity is very high. The times are from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. The coolest time is 70 degrees Fahrenheit and a good day. And the MS just keep going up, it's racing. In some places you have to bring your own water, and sometimes they have their own radiation. One woman have experience that they start working in the peppers, and that plant has to be very clean, and it has to be very close. The heat and the spicy of the pepper was burning his nose and even vomit. That was the only way that have able to have 40 hours a day. That was the only crop that was giving her enough hours to work, 40 hours versus 30, 20, and other crops. And the price for the highest prices is your health. Many times, even when there is water in the nurseries, the workers don't feel comfortable drinking because they are screened up if they go and drink water. Even in some places, they count the number of times they go to the bathrooms. That happens in the most of the jobs. Another woman was working with the supervisor, was telling her, the supervisor is saying this: "Hey, motherfuckers, you went again to the bathroom. You went to the bathroom again, stupid. I'm going to tell the owner to take the time away of the ones that work." Sometimes she arrived crying, and she worked there for 4 years. It is normal that they ask you for 1,000 plants per hour. They say that it's a salary, but it's not. It's a piece rate salary. How they can do that much is because there's the ability of the workers, and they don't give you any training. They expect that the other workers give you that training, and the heat is unbearable. Even industries that are outside, like cauliflower and zucchini, it's very hot. Even there, they have to be well covered to avoid the heat, or face masks, because the dust and the pesticides get in their face. They have to ask the supervisor to take breaks. In Florida, there is no kind of protection. There is any kind of protection in Florida. In fact, there is a new law in Florida that prevent local governments, that means cities and counties, to pass a local ordinance to protect workers from heat. so the only way in which the employers are the only ones to have the power to give rest for these workers, and they go see the workers, and then they go back to their offices with air conditioning. Sometimes the workers go to their house to rest. They get in pain. There's a heat trembles in their muscles, and even if that's part of the work, that's not normal, and it's not right that it happens. When that happens 2-3 times at night, your body get weak, but there's no other options. You have to go to work next day. And after the dehydration, dizziness, vomiting, headache, and low pressure, without counting the previous conditions that they already have, suffering. All that affect the mental health, create anxiety, depression for many of them. Even it can cause death. Like there is a case of a 19-year-old worker who died of insolation last year. We have reports of people that have died, young people, that they have suffering heat stress. Many workers talk about the different ways, how different the heat is feeling. It's raising every day. One woman share, in the 19 years that I have been working in this place, the temperatures have changes, and especially in the last years, it has get to 150 degrees Fahrenheit. We are fainting for the temperatures, and the employers are not interested in what we are suffering. They don't look at what we are facing in the fields. They are only interested on their crops. When we ask for water, they don't replenish the water. The use of pesticide, not taking care of the soil, the forestation, and burning the forest is happening. But the main problem is the industry that is abusing the water, the use of chemicals, and contributing to deforestation, to monocrops. Many co-workers, many workers share that they also face on their own countries, because the farming is changing also in our countries. They didn't used to use that many pesticides. My father used to farm corn, zucchini, and they use natural remedies to combat pests. We need to change our relationship with the environment and change the agricultural system, especially change how the agricultural industry is organized. And there is a short and long-term consequences. If there's no regulations, in few years, the hospitals are going to be full of people with problems with high blood pressure and kidney disease. We need to improve the worker conditions. We need more rest, more water, fans, stop working at some temperatures, implement laws that the workers are seen as humans, no machines, and punish the employers who do not implement these laws, and has again this law that prevent enactment of protection for heat stress. The only ones that can add is us. If other workers are feeling bad, we tell them to rest, we give them water, and when they say the boss can come, we need to tell them our health is first. We do a lot of trainings directly with the workers, how to take care of themselves, And if the information is not going to come from the employer or the government organizations like us, FWAF, Farm Worker Association of Florida, we need to educate, and we are not cross our arms. We can. That's it.
Thank you, Ivan. The following testimony is by Ismael Camuto. So good afternoon to everybody. So we'll be talking, us who are from the West New York, and we'll be talking about something opposite of what they're going through and about the cold. So I'm member and founder of Alianza Agrícola, so I'm coming to give testimony of several people here in New York. It's hard to talk about the climate, and it's hard to know that we can't do a lot to change this, especially us workers in the milk industry, because we really don't work outside. But it is also important to focus on what we're going through, but everybody else as well. So if we speak about the dairy industry, it's a production that goes on all year round. We know that it has been not as cold all year round now, but the temperatures are very extreme and it's very complex to work in the winter. There are no regulations for the bosses. They don't give us the proper equipment that we need, and they only care that the work is done, and they don't really care about the conditions in which we work. It's possible that OSHA may have regulations for high temperatures, but the cold temperature is also extreme, like in dairy. So maybe some people are not really paying attention to the cold, but you really do have to pay attention to this, because it's good to talk about the heat in the fields, but it's also important to talk about the conditions in the cold weather. So the scariest thing in winter, you can do whatever you would do in hot temperature, do in 30 minutes, you can do it in an hour. Sometimes air is very aggressively cold. Maybe some of the people that are milking the cows don't really know this, because they're really doing that indoors. But it's also dangerous, because inside the ground may freeze, the machinery can also freeze, and you have to put your hands in hot water, and that affects us. So the accidents that happen because of the low temperature are injuries. People slip and fall. You can't breathe. You have pain in the bones, and also indoors the water freezes. The workers buy their own portable heaters, and they find ways to heat themselves. The bosses will never care about this. They won't tell you, are you warm? Are you cold? Do you need gloves? Do you need equipment? Do you need boots? Bosses really don't care. They're not feeling all this cold that we're going through. They don't feel that it's cold in their trucks and their warm houses. But as workers, you buy your gloves, your boots, your hats. So we already covered the conditions of the housing in the previous section of health and security, but think about all these conditions as well when it's really cold outside in frigid conditions. There are houses with broken windows during snowstorms when the heating is not working. And there are housing, and we don't know what's going to happen when you're freezing at night and this wind is going right through. There are these times when you want to go back to your country because you see these dismal conditions. It's not only in dairy, but it has also been in the cabbage farms. So we really have to clean all of these vegetables with a knife in the winter, and where it's stored and where we clean it, they don't put any heat. It's almost like an open warehouse. There's snow that comes inside. You feel that your hands are frozen. Even if you wear gloves, it is way too cold. Also, the cold water falls on our feet. And they didn't even let us bring our own portable heaters. I came in at 7:30 and came back at 8 p.m. Even if there were snowstorms, we had to be there. The leaves of the cabbage were frozen on the floor, and many people slipped and fell. I worked there for 5 years, and it affected my hands. I got a lot of arthritis. So another example of extreme heat was when there were wildfires in Canada. In the summer, one coworker shared, "In our ranch, we don't use masks. We still keep on working as if nothing were happening. Our eyes were watering and tearing. Our throat was burning. And what was the most difficult part of this is that during 1 week, I had to bring masks from my own house and I had to give them out to my coworkers. It's the same thing again. Our bosses don't really care. They just care about the work that gets done, that their cows are fine. And we're not saying this to talk bad about them, but it's the reality that we face. A coworker also wrote this. We were affected by the air quality. That was a result of the wildfires in Canada. We started having watery eyes and burning eyes and also our throats. We told this to our employer. 2 days later, they gave us masks, but the quality of the mask was not good. Our boss is always at the office, so she never really felt what we felt outside. There are 4 workers of us who are always outside, and when the air was really dangerous, we never stopped working. Nobody ever told us to be careful, take care of ourselves. At the beginning, we didn't know why the sky looked like that. We thought that it was only fog, but it was only when we saw the news what it was, and we got really scared about the wildfires. But we had to keep on working. There were several days that we had to work under this orange fiery sky, but we could not do anything. Our employers told us that didn't care and didn't tell us to be careful. Every time we saw somebody coughing, including with a mask on, we told them to take a break and take some water. The only indoor place that we could use to rest was a place where they keep all the machinery, but nobody told us that we could use that to take a break from all the smoke. We also didn't know the rights that we had to breaks. So this year we didn't have fires yet, but the water is not where we want it to be, and it's been cold and windy. At the dairy and other industries, the climate is very dangerous, but we can advocate for protections for the cold, just like there are for the heat. And when this quality is bad, no matter what the number of cows and number of other production, we have to have those protections as well, no matter what. And that's all I have to share. Thank you. Ismail, that's his name. Thank you, Ismail. So the following testimony will be in English, correct? So it should be from Alfredo Juarez from Community to Community.
Inglés, pero bueno. My name is Alfredo Juarez, also known as Lelo. I am an organizer with Community to Community, and I am a farm worker. I started working in the field at the age of 12. During the school time, I would go to school, but during the summer, instead of going vacation, I went to work. Right now I'm 24. I have 12 years of experience working outside. Over the years, I've seen how it went from working under extreme rain in 2012 to extreme heat now, and wildfire smoke more recently. I want to address the question of how climate change affects farm workers. It affects us in many ways. The most obvious is our health. In 2012, when I started picking berries, I did not see workers pass out from the picking. But in 2022, I saw and heard about many co-workers that have passed out and also some that have passed away in other farms. I will never forget that one day when I was picking blackberry. It was a very hot day. Close to lunchtime, I heard people yell, "Help, help, someone passed out in the road." When I ran to see who it was my sister. The other way that climate change affects us is that the crops aren't growing as well as they did before. But it's not just the heat that is affecting us. The extreme cold has caused many times a lot of damage to plants. When it comes to time to harvest, the berries aren't there. This hurts us financially and also emotionally because of the uncertainty of where we will make money to cover our basic needs like paying rent and buying food. In the state of Washington, has heat rules protection for outdoor workers, but that is not enough. The trigger temperature for the heat is 80, but this is too high for us. It needs to be lower. The trigger temperature should be at 75. Most of us work at piece rate. This means we get paid for the amount that we produce. If we want to make more money, we have to work faster and harder. This causes our body temperature to be really high, so the temperature needs to be reduced. The heat rules are the following. It says, provide shades and adequate cold water when the temperature exceeds 80 degrees. Provides 10 minutes cool down rest period every 2 hours when temperature reaches 90 or higher. Provide a 15 minutes rest break every 2 hours when temperature hits triple digits. It's not enough to have this. It must be enforced to ensure worker safety. With a farm worker, we do a lot. We plant the seeds, we prune, we water the plant, and also harvest it when it's time to harvest. I also want to address the how do we, what is our answer as farm worker, what our answer to climate change is, or what we can do. Personally, I see as a farm worker, our answer to helping the climate is to grow locally and sell locally. We can grow food without chemical that are bad for both the workers and bad for the consumer and also the land. Like I said, a lot of us have many years of experience working on the land, so we don't need this chemical to grow organic stuff. The state needs to create resources that can help start and support local growers to hire local workers. Unlike big companies that are bringing in H-2A workers and pushing out local workers that have been supporting the company with their labor and also paying taxes to the economy. There are things that we need to do now in order to have a future. We have to educate everyone about climate change. A lot of people see it, feel it, but they don't know what to do. We all need to come together and try out different solutions. And that's the only way we can hand over a safe environment to our next generation. Thank you.
So thank you, Lalo. We'll be listening to Enrique from Migrant Justice. Hi, I'm Enrique Balcasa. I'm originally from Mexico, from the state of Tabasco. So I'm part of the migrant community in Vermont, and whoever has heard of Vermont, we have more cows than people. So it's a very rural state. It's possible that when you have heard about Vermont, you don't have this relationship with the immigrant community like New York, Los Angeles, or Florida. You don't have this association, but the Latino community is there, and it's a small community, and we're milking the cows, and we're sustaining the biggest production in the state. And then we have an organization that's called Migrant Justice. That's a group of workers in the dairy farm for our dignity and our human rights be respected. We were founded in 2010 after the tragic death of one of our comrades in a dairy cow. His name was Jose Beth Santi Cruz. Most of the community in Vermont come from marginalized community, and the farthest communities from the cities in our countries. In Vermont, we have 2 communities that are majority. Most of them are from Chiapas, Mexico, from San Isidro at Las Margaritas, a community that has been dedicated to producing coffee until the price of this dropped. According to their understanding, because of the control of the prices by the governments, after this community started producing maize and corn, but the soil doesn't produce as much, but you have to put more fertilizers on it, but it just doesn't match the production that we had before. I come from Huimanguillo, Tabasco. Many from my community are here because of a displacement, indirect displacement, caused by the fuel industry, the petroleum industry. This is a place that it's rich in petroleum and that enriches these people, this country, and the people that own the land. We're not from any of these 2 industries, and so they push us out, they displace us. As in Chiapas, the land is very not fertile and dry. Also, the air and water is contaminated. This is something that's not mentioned, and it's silenced by a big check from these big companies without a view about what they will do for us in the future or how it will displace the peoples in the future. So we're looking for education, food, and health. I had to leave my land and follow in the footsteps of my father and migrate to the United States to be able to help with the costs, living costs of my family. In Tabasco, I saw, and I can testify, even being far, we're a coastal state, and there are a lot of floods that happen annually. My family has lost our home, and on many occasions, as a child, I had to live these experiences. Also, being surrounded by these petroleum wells. I don't know what the year it was, but I saw an explosion of one of these petroleum wells, how the trees blew up and how the earth trembled and was blown out during the night. There was toxic gas in the air and the plants were dying, and we could not make any fires or cook. These things has made it for our community lose their harvest, get sick, and decide and have no other way but to migrate. I got to Vermont, and as our comrade here has shared from New York, we worked at the dairy farm, and that is a hard and dirty and a low temperature sort of job, working 60 to 80 hours a week, excluded from labor rights, having housing that has holes and are broken, where it's cold, there's no heat. Well, I'm also mentioning all of these causes of my migration, and this took a lot of time for me to realize, and I was able to realize this because of all the people that are helping me. I just didn't know that, migration was just something that you wanted to do because you wanted to do it and follow others from my town. But no, now that I'm a migrant here in the U.S., I know that leaving your land and your family is not happiness, and it's not something we want to do. The displacements of people because of natural disasters are not mentioned much because when we are attacked as a migrant group, but nonetheless we're here earning a living and that we're here, but we're exposed to a lot of obstacles, to the exploitation, deportation, and injuries because according to the politicians, we are bad people. But these people who are more rich have investments in these huge petroleum companies or have advocated or worked for things like NAFTA, something that has helped affected a lot of small farmers of producing coffee and corn, and we can't compete with these multinational companies that can produce cheap labor and taking the market away from us. We should not forget these words, and we should recognize that migration didn't come from anything. It actually, the responsibility falls on the powerful and the rich in these waves of migration. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Thank you so much, Kike. The next testimony will be coming through a video for Justice for Migrant Workers.
It's getting rough. I know. Do you need to do this one?
Yeah. You can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
No.
You can't hear audio. Well, now you can. Yes, no?
So look at this, the amount of sweat that the worker has working in the greenhouse because it's so hot.
You can't hear? No puedes escuchar el audio.
No, yeah, I can. There's some of the devices are dying downstairs because it's been too long. So if people's devices die, just give them a new one.
Okay. Esto no se puede escuchar, ¿no? There's no audio you can hear? Okay.
Bueno, esta es la. Esta es el sudor del trabajador en su camisa por estar en el vivero que está tan caliente. So the next testimony will be from Marlene Santos. Marlene from Justice for Migrant Workers.
I am part of Justice for Migrant Workers. I want to share with you the voices of workers from Ontario and British Columbia. One worker shared, "At work, it was so hot, I could see the heat wave. I passed out more than once from the heat that was there. I don't know what happened. I think by that time the ambulance came there and they said nothing. Everybody just got back to work. You're not allowed to take water in the field. You can't get access to your things if you need it. Other people had fainted as well. You just had to do what the employer said. You couldn't refuse work because of the chemical or the mist. The most dangerous thing I've ever seen was glass falling from the roof of the greenhouse. It was so hot that the glass would crack and break. I think it was very dangerous that glass was falling, and guys were always close to it. What we want to see change is that our working conditions improve. We want to see workers be allowed to unionize." Another worker shared, "I am from Guatemala. I have been working for the same company for 8 years. My family has a lot of needs. That is why I took under a guest program to Canada. That is why I took work under a guest program in Canada. I work in the nursery growing peppers. There is no drinking water available in the nursery. The problem is that it contains a lot of chemicals. That is why we have to buy our own water. During the whole year, our employer gives us only one small water bottle, and that is not enough. There is a ventilation system in place, but it's simply not enough when the temperatures are so high. Thank God nobody has fallen ill from the heat yet, but that is because people stop working if the heat is too much for them. The farm owners tell us to stop working if we can't work in the heat. The problem is that if we don't work, then we don't have any money if we don't work. So we have to endure the high temperatures. The heat gets so bad that during our work, our clothes get soaked in our own sweat, and we have to constantly squeeze our clothes tight so we can get rid of our own sweat. It's horrible. I understand that there is nothing the employer can do to change the temperature, but he could give us as much clean and cold water as we want. The nursery owners could also pay us wages when we need to stop work because of the heat. We are not asking for much, just that we are treated the same way as the citizens of Target, US or Canada, because they have no problems taking taxes from us without giving us the same rights. During the Christmas, over the Christmas holidays, before I get to that, in Ontario, we have 2 proposed regulations, heat stress and air quality. Our organization, Justice for Migrant Workers, released an open letter demanding that these protections be implemented along with the other demands like the right to organize, protection from reprisals, and protection from reprisals. We have also submitted testimonies from workers taken from outreach, since the Ontario government did not reach out to any workers, only employers. We have used popular events to bring awareness to the public about migrant workers. And one of our outreach event that we conducted was back in during the Christmas holiday at the Christmas market at this very upscale market downtown Toronto. And we handed out posters with the pesticides that were dangerous for human, pregnant women, just people on the whole. Some people, we had a good, let's say we handed out a lot. Some people weren't interested, but others were. And, and as we always say, even if we handed out 5, it's something. So that's one event or one action that we took on our own while we wait for the government to do something.
Gracias, Molín. Gracias a nuestros panelistas por compartir estas historias que vienen de sus comunidades, donde trabajan, donde viven, que representan. Estas son las historias de cómo el cambio climático.
Stories of how climate change has affected the workers and the agricultural workers, and they face them against a system that does not sympathize with them, looks forward to pressing and to extracting from them whatever they can. I want to pass on the word to the members of the jury if they have questions or comments. De nuevo, gracias. De nuevo, gracias.
I wanted to pick up 2 things I think first Ivan had said and Brother Alfredo, just to kind of frame my question. Because I think I want us to maybe explore this invitation. I took it as an invitation that you said is to change the agricultural system. And then I think, did I write Alfredo? Está? Okay. You said our answer is no pesticides. And then I can also, brother here was talking about the knowledge system that you bring from, because you are generations of farmers, and so you know how to do farming, right? So I just want to take these 3 points that I heard to ask, I think all day we sort of assumed that we would remain workers under capitalism. And I wonder if there has been any discussion around cooperatives, land ownership. In Spain, when I was doing some research with migrant communities, I found that they had purchased some land, and they began to grow, because similarly from Bangladesh to Spain, they were all farmers. So they began to grow actually vegetables from back home. It's like, why don't they find this? It's like the Spanish market. It's like, here's a law, and the Spaniards are like, what is this, you know? But in Italy, too, they were doing the same thing. And I found that really, really interesting. And then to Alfredo's point about selling in the market. So I'm just wondering, like, my comment or question is, like, and earlier, the kind of invitation to think big and bold, and that was from Chris. Like, you know, can we do or can we imagine something like that, which is cooperative, not owned, because I don't believe in land ownership, but cooperatively held type of way where we actually are changing the system fundamentally, and what would that look like? And so that's one kind of big question for everyone. And the other thing I think about is now there's like a movement around just transition. And I have a little, like, I won't share my point of view. I do have a problem with the framing because I do think it hurts agricultural workers, because the whole language of modernization uses technologies in a way that actually harms workers in the environment. So I'm just wondering if, like, I feel like this is actually an intervention that only farm workers and agricultural workers can make, because other workers are not able to actually see that connection. So I just wondering if you had thoughts about that. And then the last is just like history. I think workers are always pit against sort of environmental movements, but history has shown that, like, air pollution and all the air acts have been actually started by unions in the United States. And some of the early labor organizers were socialist environmentalists. And I'm just wondering if there were, like, examples of your own, either back in your country of origin, that you know of that we can bring to the force to show, like, the active role that workers play, not as workers, but as environmentalists. So I know there's a three, but in short, like, cooperatives, land, change the system, not being workers, but actually kind of cooperatives, and then just, I guess, this sort of environmentalist perspective. And we can talk later. It's a lot, I know.
Yeah, I would definitely follow up on Chitomli's, the way we relate to land needs to fundamentally change. And I think cooperatives is the way to go. I don't know if you are aware of the Chicago window factory where workers took over the factory. You know, I think that's the direction we need to move in. The only social change we've ever achieved in this country is by direct action on civil disobedience. So at some point, you're going to have to turn the system on its side if you want real change, right? So, you know, I'm not promoting violence, but I do think revolution is necessary. You know, one of my mentors, Neil Smith, used to walk by me in the City University of New York Graduate Center when I was doing the work of Take Back the Land. And he'd walk by me and he'd say, you know, Robbie, you and Max are always talking about nonviolent civil disobedience, but the revolution can be violent. It can be. So something to think about, right? And again, I'm not promoting violence, but these conditions are not conditions to work under, and at some point we're going to have to push back on the system. Exactly. Ishmael, you made a statement that resonated with me around this is not the place that I thought it was. And I think it's important for you guys to keep talking about that, because it's not the fucking country that everybody builds it up to be. It's not this great democracy. And it's important that you talk about it, right? And you need to share that. Often in this city, we have 150,000 to 200,000 people that migrated here thinking they're going to have a better opportunity. And they're probably worse off than they were wherever they were coming from. You know, that's me saying that. I never lived under those conditions, but I know you're not coming to anything great. And this country has a 250-year history of oppression against people, particularly black and brown people. We need to talk about that. We need to put that at front and center of your work. But I just appreciate all of you just sharing your struggles and letting us know. I think also taking advantage of places where there's been successes. You know, you've heard me talk a lot about Brazil today. Well, the MST they've just finished reappropriating land for some 600,000 families, right? taking it back from people who have been holding it and redistributing it. So possibilities are real. It can be done. We've seen it done. There are models out there, and hopefully we can learn. You know, it's incumbent upon us, those of us that know these models, to share them with you guys and help you guys bring those models to reality here, right? So I'll stop there.
Just wanted to acknowledge difference in circumstances. All of our comrades up here, correct me if I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know, have come from countries that have been plundered and ravaged by this empire. So you don't have the same relationship to the land. Indigenous people had a relationship to the land here, but they were murdered by genocide and their land was taken. You come to this country, this empire, I need to stop calling it a country. That's my own colonized mind that keeps going back, calling it a country. It's an empire. And the land that you are working on is almost like modern day sharecropping. When I think about how my ancestors sharecropped, and we call that crop without shares, where you are working the land of the oppressor, making the profit for the oppressor. So I understand that you're not going to have the same relationship to the land that you would have at home with land here in this country, working on the oppressor's land. That said, I acknowledge movements where farm workers have made headway and progress in terms of identifying others who are suffering the way they suffer and building solidarity. So I just want to acknowledge that, because I think it's important that I continue to understand the difference between your reality and your relationship to this land and your reality and your relationship to the land that was plundered and raped in your country by this empire.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a nuestros miembros del jurado otra vez.
Thank you again to the members of the jury, and thank you. I would like to add a couple of points here. The agricultural communities of farm workers live at the forefront before the urban centers see this climate change. They see it, so it's no coincidence that they're the ones that are displaced, as Jaribu mentioned before. I would also like to point to what we saw in the section of health and security, also the conditions of living, of the housing. We saw the farm workers in Florida during the summer. A lot of the times their bodies could not recover after working for hours. At night they weren't able to lower their temperatures to be able to get better and replenish from the day before. And we saw a lot of the videos from that we saw that they didn't have air conditioning, and in the winter, you know, they don't have heat. So these are housing that we saw from H2A workers, but also the local workers from Florida with whom I worked didn't earn enough to have their own air conditioning at their house that they needed. So it's the same vulnerability that employers exploit, the vulnerabilities that they have at the working conditions. So lastly, I also want to highlight the wage that people get based on the contract, based on what they produce rather than by hours. That causes the workers to compete between them. And I had the opportunity once, because a worker told me, it's just not that I lose because I lose the wages that I can get, but there's a worker that takes my place. So there's a base, I think, with all this to form an organization, and that, or rather, that we organize globally, because this is a global change. And I give it back to our comrade here. All right, you're fine. So I'd like to pass it over to Edgar. Thank you for the questions too from the jury, from jurors, and thank you for the panelists who did a great job of bringing forth their stories to give us the reality of things. So just some notes that I took down here, in no specific order, but just as thoughts and comments that I found, just something spontaneous. So something that came to mind while I was listening to the panelists and to the jurors is that in one way or another, we all come from families and ancestors who are farm workers, and that is very important to keep in mind. Even though we live in cities or anywhere else, we always come from a history of peoples who worked the land or fished. So that's something very important. And I think that that's important just to give us some grounding, some root still, and that grounds us in on the earth, the land, and it connects us to our labor and our people here. So that's just always great to have that in our history and our story. So Jaribu shared about our story from the sharecropping, from that system that existed. It's just to recognize that story and not forget about the struggle of the indigenous peoples, of the African peoples that were brought here to have that history, to inform us of the struggles that we've been through historically and that we are also part of that, and to learn and to create that solidarity and not division of race, of gender. That's what we don't want. As workers, we want to overcome this and create something different from this, and also to recognize all of these stories that we had from our families, from our people, and their struggles. So I think that the topic is not as much political as of the climate change, but it is political in terms of like laws and structure. But we also want to ask, what is morality? What are the ethics of this? What we want? The worker here that was wringing his shirt from all the sweat, what is the morality here? What is the justification that somebody is working like this, and for whom and for what? Is this just or not? So that's a basic question, and we look at this and we ask ourselves, is this just or not? And also talking about the context of morality and ethics. We talk about in this country a lot about what democracy is that everybody has a voice, but we see that in the labor that we do as farm workers, there is no democracy. We can't just say, set the conditions of our work, because our labor is constructing the economy. Our labor, in part because we work in this bad industry, we're helping to destroy this planet in one way or another. But because we have to work under these laws and under these conditions that are imposed upon us, it doesn't come from us. These laws don't come from us, this whole system that is put in place here. And to just put a little bit more context to this and to find solutions, right? I'm going to close with this, but when our comrade was talking about the just transition, this term came from a worker who was working in the petroleum industry and chemicals, and it was Tony Masaki that he coined this frame. Tony Masaki. So he introduced this concept of the environment and the worker. It should not be separated. It's one and the same. without a clean environment and healthy environment, the workers are the ones that are going to be most affected, as well as their community. So that's another thing. So the knowledge, somebody spoke about that. I think a lot of times when we think about climate change, we talk about science, mostly academically, but the solutions actually come from the farm worker science. And I think that there's an icon here. So there's a farm. If it would be structured by workers, so an agroecological model is based on traditional science from the people and also modern science. So to create sort of a modern farm that does not have exploitation built in it. So a lot of us call it like farm work science, or just other call it like agro or ecological agriculture. So last we want to just want to leave you with something to think about. So we have to think about where energy comes from, the production of electricity, of energy, petroleum, the extraction of petroleum, coal, water. Where does this energy come from and how it's extracted, and what do we use it for? Is it used for the people, to sustain life, or to sustain this very system that is bringing us to this point of crisis? And to be able to think about this energy as, so what would happen if workers would have control of the energy, and what sort of things would we be using for that for? Would we be using it for bombs or to contaminate the environment, or something that would sustain our lives? So that's what I have as a thought. So hopefully the panelists, we heard actually that they gave us good solutions about what they need, and the importance of just climate justice. It's just as important as labor justice. So before I give it over to Adi, that she comes from this community who are not agricultural workers, I would like to see if any of you panelists would like to add anything. So maybe we can answer the questions that were asked by the jurors. So I can speak. So sorry. So about the cooperatives that you were mentioning before, our comrade here, us here in New York, we're part of some organizations that tried to come up with cooperatives, but it's been a little bit hard to do this because it's a road that's very difficult to obtain land that we could use to harvest and produce, because we're agricultural workers and we depend on our work. To do a cooperative, we have to do this on our free time, which would be like 3 or 4 hours after working every day. So it's very hard to get it off the ground quickly. But as part of Alianza Agrícola, we are in the process of coming up with or forming and developing our own cooperative. It is very hard in the area that we are because all the land is occupied by ranches. So it's really hard to find a good cultivative land for cultivating. So as workers, if we had the money to buy the land, the ranchers, the Americans don't want to sell ranches or land to migrant people. I don't know what the reason is for that, but it's hard. So another thing is that the land is actually also very contaminated. So it may be hard to find land that where we could plant organically. But we're trying and we're struggling to do this. So that was about the question with cooperatives. But I don't know if you want to add anything else. Anybody else on the panel? So you were asking how we can make changes to the industry. As an organization, we try to, infiltrate the industries, but they don't allow this. So we're very much focused on how to give training about heat to educate the workers, really, who are actually out there and working on the fields. And we try to teach them what are the symptoms of heat stroke that you can get at whatever moment. So sometimes when we get close to the industry, we have to do it if they don't let us, then we have to do it from the outside. We have to go some other place outside to be able to make this change. So politically, if these people are making laws that are not based in reality, they're inhumane. As an organization, we also try to educate the politician, but when we look at it, it's all based on the political parties. So I'm a Democrat, and this law is Democrat, but since it's Democrat, voy a votar demócrata, no me importa, ¿verdad? But we educate them and we show them to be able to change the law, right? Sometimes it's too late, right? If the laws have changed already. So our approach is to keep on educating politicians so that at one point, if the party changes, to come back and turn the laws around. So it's about educating ourselves, educating everyone out there, educate politicians, educate the industries. So a lot of the times, really the industries depend on the bosses, right, about what's done. Yo quiero compartir también de las preguntas que hicieron, empezando con las cooperativas.
Cooperative of 65 acres or so that we help get. It's located in Whatcom County in Washington. The person that's working there is a farm worker that started out with us at the strike when we were forming the union. Now she's working on the cooperative, no boss. She goes in when she needs to. It's a lot of work, but it's possible. And touching on the topic of we need to push back, we definitely need to. We can do this by doing strikes, boycotts. A lot of the time we have to go after their pockets.
That's right.
And that's the only way they'll listen.
That's right.
And
Universal language, right, when you hit them.
yeah, and again, at C2C and Familias Unidas, the union, we believe another world is possible, but it takes all of us to organize and get there. That's it.
Okay, just want to add
Here it is.
something.
Here it
Near
is.
the end.
Just quickly on, I think this topic, I was thinking about this thing on the topic of, when people hear revolutions, they think like violent overthrows and stuff. I mean, yes, it happens. But also, I think we have to also think the violence that's needed to keep the system going. We never talk about that violence. Like when we think about the violence that requires to keep capitalism going is just as extreme and bad, and we just accept it.
Thank you.
Yeah, just want to add something. Yes, just want to add something quickly. The Canadian government has been stealing money in the name of WSIB that Gabriel mentioned, taking, just give me a moment, EI, that's employment insurance, from migrant workers, since 1966, starting with the Jamaican workers, knowing that there's absolutely no way that it could ever be claimed. So from 1966 until today. Eventually, finally, in 2023, right, because of continuous fight and pushback and organizing and all of that, WSIB, which is a compensation board in Canada, finally admitted that they were stealing. Let's say it in black and white. They were stealing from these workers all this time. I couldn't believe that it happened, but it did happen, and they're in the process. Actually, we have some workers from Jamaica that already received their compensation, and I'm pretty sure the other workers and everyone else who, who has their money stolen or something is trying to get their money. So I said all of that to say this. If this happened, if WSIB admitted that they were criminals, that they were robbers, and refund the workers their money, I believe that we can get the heat and air quality law passed where workers are protected as well. And that's what I want to add. Yes.
Ok, antes de pasárselo a Abby, me gustaría...
Very good. Before passing it to Avi, I would like to add that where Ivan is a volunteer member of the board, they also have some community gardens, and a part of their work is political education, so that a community can decide what they're going to be planting and eating, and the decisions in which that political education is happening is the base of, it's based on sovereignty. And we're talking also about when a peoples can decide not only what they're going to eat, but how they will produce it and how they will distribute it, how they're going to distribute the work and the land and the production. That is the base of the sovereignty, the political sovereignty. So, as some of you have commented, the food sovereignty is one of the bases to found a political sovereignty base. So, sorry, I'm getting off topic, but I'll pass it to Avi Alvarado from Warehouse Worker Center so that she can provide some closing remarks. Gracias. De nuevo, soy Avi de Chicago, específicamente de Joliet, del suburbio.
As an organizer that doesn't work with workers or with farm workers, I've learned a lot from this topic from you guys. I had the blind hope that farm workers had, or that your states had legislation that actually protected you guys, but I shouldn't be surprised that what you do have is not enough. But in Chicago, in Joliet, we deal with both hot and cold weather. It's only a few months of the heat, but it's enough to cause heat stroke in the warehouses. And as one of my comrades mentioned, the cold can also reach dangerous levels, specifically in the warehouses on the docks where you unload and load the trucks. That's where it can reach over like 90 degrees. In there it gets really hot and then really cold. In Illinois, the only protection that workers have depends on OSHA, which we're lucky to even hear back from OSHA. They'll only show up if there's a death or an amputation. So yeah, there's really no hope there at the time being. So the only way we're helping workers right now is, again, like Ivan said, teaching them signs of heat stroke, or also helping them or encouraging them to advocate for their safety and their coworkers' safety at work. And again, that's easier said than done. There's companies, for example, like Amazon, who will literally punish the workers if they call 911. Their policy is to strictly go to AmCare, who are not medical professionals, but they're inside the warehouse. And yeah, so again, it's really hard for workers to advocate for themselves when they're being retaliated against when they do. And the last point, it relates kind of to what, oh no, sorry. Yeah, the last point relates to what Edgar was saying of the impact in the communities. So Joliet is the second largest logistics hub next to California. So yeah, we have a lot of warehouses. Because of the warehouses, we have a lot of semi-trucks driving through our neighborhoods. And right now we're trying to push Governor Pritzker to pass the NETZ, which is a zero emissions trucks, which he's not, too fond of, but we're not gonna stop pushing that and advocating for that. But yeah, thank you guys.
Gracias, Adi. Bueno, pues con esto cerramos esta sesión. Antes de cerrar el evento en general, me gustaría pasarse. Bueno, primero que nada, un aplauso nuevamente para nuestros panelistas.
Our panelists. And to our members of the jury. The members of the jury, can you stand up and can you lift your fist? Panelists, also lift up your fist. And with that, I'll pass it on to one of the co-directors of the Food Chain Workers Alliance, Sonia. Muy bien. Bueno, solo escuchar.
All the jurors, very insightful and rich questions. The two sessions that preceded our opening session yesterday and the very beautiful and powerful workers' assembly yesterday morning. There is so much here to mull over together. I think one of our goals was co-creating a vision of farm worker justice, and based in the amazing organizing that has been happening in the grassroots farm worker movement in Canada and the United States. So I think we have so much here to move forward with and have been co-creating in the process this vision of farm worker justice. So we will be working with the Farm Worker Committee and the jurors to put all this together and be able to share something back out. And so please stay connected and stay posted on that. And I think just maybe to end with a couple thank yous, want to thank the worker leaders and organizers who traveled from very long distances to come here. Both from all of the Farm Worker Committee members, also from Warehouse Workers for Justice, Burgerville Workers Union, and Mississippi Worker Center for Human Rights. So a huge thank you to those who traveled here. And also a huge thank you to the many worker leaders who could not travel here, whether because of borders, because of work, childcare, many barriers, who participated in, Fabiola, how many focus groups? 8 different focus groups of many workers in each of those sessions that pulled together, formed some of the testimonies that you heard today. So we give huge thank yous to those over 100 workers, I would say, or more, who gave that time, and some of whom have been tuning in from, as we heard earlier, from the Caribbean, from Canada, from New York State, from all over the country. So thank you to all of those workers who could not be here, but your voices were heard here today, and we really appreciate that. And then just Nessa already shouted out, but thank you to our jurors for being with us all day and yesterday as well, and lending your vision and your questions and your insights. Just wanted to give a thank you to all of you who came, who've been with us all day as well, and everybody on Zoom who you all couldn't see, but there was lots of commentary on Zoom, thanking the speakers, shouting out the speakers. Through the day, I think we've had like 120 people tuning in to hear who have heard all of these voices as well. And these sessions have been recorded and will be on our YouTube channel, uploaded, so more people can also hear the voices. Just want to say a huge thank you to our staff at the Food Chain Workers Alliance, Fabiola, who conducted all these focus groups and pulled all of this together, to Elizabeth, who rocked the communications for months now leading up to this, and Jose. If you know Jose, he is pulling all the logistics and technical things that make these things happen, and that is a huge help. And without that, this work is impossible. And then just finally, I want to shout out, there's a few people in today, are David and Ryan, who've been holding down the tech. Thank you. Henry, Cesar, and Antonio, who jumped in as interpreters, which again, our commitment to language justice, we couldn't do it without you. Upstairs, you may not have seen them, but there have been childcare workers from a workers' cooperative doing childcare all day and yesterday. And the vendors who catered the food through many of our sessions are street vendors project members, so also folks who are organizing to improve conditions for vendors. And I think finally, the People's Forum for hosting us in this incredible space. And Fabiola, Suzanne, any other thank yous that I've missed? I think that just the last thing we want to say, maybe, should I pass it to you, Suzanne, about the action tomorrow, just to quickly invite folks.
Thank you. For those who can make it, we're going to gather again tomorrow for about an hour so that we can collectively close out this tribunal. And we're going to do that from Foley Square, which is like a short subway ride from here. I think FCWA is going together. And the reason that we chose Foley Square is because standing there, you have view of immigration, you have a view of the Department of Labor, but I think more importantly is also the view of an important African burial ground, right, where both enslaved and non-enslaved people of African descent have been buried. And there's a memorial there that we don't have access to, but I think we wanted to sort of acknowledge kind of the legacy of the slave economy. That is the legacy of the food system that we are struggling in. So, and that will be around 12 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, we can go now. A chant now?
Yeah.
Okay, which one?
Oh, we got a chant.
We got a chant.
Chant in the room. Okay. Or maybe a freedom song. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round, turn me round, turn me round. Ain't gonna let nobody turn me round. I'm gonna keep on walking, keep on talking, marching up to freedom land. Palestine, Palestine must be free. Palestine must be free. Palestine must be free. Palestine must be free. Biden, Biden, you can't hide. 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 All right, let's charge them.